Give? Dear. Can you believe it?
It was really nice, Val.
I know.
I saw you set up your books.
Sarah Brooks has just found some stuff in the office that not really interesting, to sell or whatever.
Yeah.
So I've gone up there to the office to have a look at this stuff. And while I'm up there, it starts pissing and raining and James. I'm like, there we are.
Welcome. Good morning. welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Great to see the sun out with us this morning after that earlier shower. Bringing news on the scheduled start time for this game. As soon as we've heard from our umpires whether there is any slight delay this morning or not, we'll bring you that news as soon as we possibly can. As you arrive at the ground this morning, can I remind you that updated scorecards are available from the usual outlets, including the Somerset shop and also stragglers. If you are popping into the shop, remind you that replica playing shirts from the 2022 season are now available with a 20% discount. That's from the Somerset shop. We have all the usual catering outlets available for you today. Stragglers, of course, the concessions in the Trescothic Pavilion. We have the Somerset Bar, the Somerset Stand Block 1, and for a little bit later on, maybe in the Lord Botham Stand, we have the Fish and Chip Bar and the Botham Bar. Each of our concessions fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Members receive a 10% discount. Please remember your card because we are a cashless venue. say we only have a very, very short delay to this morning's start time. We're going to get underway 10 minutes late at 10:40. 10:40 is the start time this morning. Just 2 overs have been lost in the day, which means we now have 102 scheduled for the day. Lunch will be fixed at 12:40, with the tea interval fixed for 3:20. 102 overs scheduled in the day, and we're getting underway at 10:40. to thank very much our match sponsors for this game, Clark Wilmot, who had representatives and guests with us for this match, and we hope you enjoyed the cricket so far, and thank you very much for your support of Somerset cricket. We'd also like to thank our Principal County Championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. They're based not far from us here at the ground, and they look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. And as always, a massive thank you to our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates. It's an award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants. They have their head office just across the road from us here in St James Street in Taunton. Delighted to say that our online auction to support the Pakistan flood appeal has generated much interest over the last few days. It continues online via our website until 8 o'clock this Sunday evening, that's September the 11th. Supporting efforts and raising awareness and funds for those affected by devastating flooding in Pakistan recently. We have many items in the auction which you may like to have a look at and bid for. They include an England shirt signed by the entire team from the third test versus South Africa. We have a signed match-worn Tom Abel shirt from this match. We have two signed 2022 test shirts, one signed by Jack Beach and one signed by Craig Overton. We have a signed match-worn Imam ul Haq Somerset shirt from this match, a canvas print signed by Lord Ian Botham, and we also have a signed bat from the 1995 West Indies touring team. If you'd like to find out more and see those items, and indeed support our auction, then it's online via our website through until 8 o'clock this Sunday evening. You may wonder what happens here at the Cooper Associates County Ground after September when there's no cricket to watch, and we have many spare rooms and big and small here at the ground. Well, we are more than just a first-class sporting venue. We can offer you the premier venue in the county for conferences, meetings or trading events. It's the perfect venue to hold your events, and our varied and flexible facilities can cater for all of your needs. Please get in contact with our friendly team, who will be more than happy to discuss all of your requirements and help you plan from start to finish. From a large conference for over 300 delegates to a small training event, we have got the perfect facilities to cater for all your needs. All you have to do, visit reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion, visit our website, or you can call us here at the club on 01823, code for Taunton of course, 425301. As you're coming into the ground, confirmation that we are getting underway at 10:40. So in just over 10 minutes time, we lost just 2 overs in the day, so 102 are now scheduled, with lunch fixed at 12:40 and tea fixed for 3:20. 102 overs scheduled for the day. We have updated scorecards in our usual outlets this morning, and all of our usual concessions are open for an early morning hot and cold food or beverage offering. And you may also like to know that our friends from the North Somerset Area Committee are here with their book sale again today, just to the side of the Somerset shop. Plenty of cricket books and other more general books as well. Bargain prices, great condition, those books. And they are open for business if you're coming into the ground and you'd like to stop by for a couple of minutes. I'll bring you news later of the museum opening times today and also the museum book sale in the office, which is normally over the lunch period, and we'll confirm those for you a little bit later on.
Good morning everyone and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 3 of Somerset versus Gloucestershire. Sam Dalling here alongside Stephen Lamb. Charlie Taylor's with us today. Somerset, brilliant start to the day yesterday, bowled Gloucestershire out for 343. They took those last 4 wickets for just 23 runs. But with the bat, it was a familiar story, 209 for 8 Somerset finished. They avoided the follow-on, they've got a batting bonus point. Imam Ul-Haq batted beautifully, Stephen, but it's a long way for Somerset to save this game from here.
It is, and patience was the order of the day, really, partly because of the situation Somerset found themselves in. But what a start by Imam, the heir to a lengthy Pakistani tradition now, and the patience he showed, and that of James Rew, and presumably for James Rew it was a big help to have a player of his experience, Imam's, at the other end, just to settle him down. And Rew still there, of course, power to add to what's been a fantastic early phase for Somerset, his fledgling career. And can Somerset, well, maybe initially another batting point? Can they squeeze one out?
Yeah, 35 unbeaten James Rew will resume on 147 balls he's been out there. The kid can do everything, can't he? I saw Imam Ul-Haq's press conference afterwards and he was praising the way James Rew went about his work. Sajid Khan's there unbeaten on 12. A word for Gloucestershire, I thought they bowled superbly. Tom Price took 4 wickets, but actually he bowled well. Ajit Dale and David Payne with the new ball as well were exceptional.
Yeah, terrific. And if they'd held all their catches, Somerset could be in a far worse situation than they are at the moment. I mean, Gloucestershire very much holding the trump cards at this stage, but Somerset not out of it. We could have some rain, but then we've been saying that all game, haven't we? We had a full day on day 1 when we weren't expecting it.
Yeah, we've had a remarkable amount of cricket. Sajid Khan had a lifeline. Tom Price should have had a 5 for Marcus Harris, putting down actually his second slip catch of the day that he dropped. First one didn't cost anything. He put Tom Lammonby down on 6. Very next ball, Lammonby feathered behind to James Bracey. So hopefully, we had a shower about half an hour or so ago, but it looks like we might start on time. We've got 104 overs in the day, making up for a little bit of lost time. It's bright and beautiful now. What more can you want? So join Stephen and I, Charlie Taylor, on the live stream as ever, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their sponsorship. Fingers crossed for a good day for Somerset, Stephen.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to it.
Good morning everyone. Yes, as predicted, well we said they're going to start on time, not quite. 10-minute delay, so 10:40 start we've got here. 102 overs in the day. Sun is shining brightly. We've got day 3 of Somerset versus Gloucestershire. Myself, Sam Dalling, and alongside me for the first stint is Stephen Lamb. Morning, Stephen. How are you?
Morning, Sam. Good. Yeah, delighted to be here.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Hoping for a reasonably uninterrupted day. It's maybe a bit dangerous to hope for too much, but day 1 was a good example of a poor forecast, and in the end we got pretty much a full day's cricket in.
Yeah, Harry Everett banned the word forecast yesterday because we kept looking at it. We've got Ian Blackwell back with us today. He had the most reliable weather app, being an umpire. He was on it every 2 minutes. He was telling us it wasn't going to rain, and he was absolutely right. We had 40 minutes off. I mean, remarkably, we've had almost a couple of full days. We're only 8 overs shy of our allocation, so fingers crossed for more of the same today. Or there might be a few pessimistic Somerset fans actually praying for a little bit of rain, Stephen, because the game is tilted towards Gloucestershire at the moment.
Yeah, well, 134 runs behind with just 2 first innings wickets left. That's the front page, really, and it's not a particularly encouraging one. It could have been worse. There were catches missed by Gloucestershire yesterday. Many plaudits to James Rew, who's not out overnight. The 18-year-old wicketkeeper batsman who's made such a terrific start for Somerset. He's on 35, Sadiq Khan with him on 12, and the star of the show yesterday, unquestionably, as we were saying on the preview, Imam Ul Haq, who was calmness personified.
Yeah, that's what you pay your overseas to come over and do. Gloucestershire, their man Marcus Harris set them up with 159 on the first day, and Imam batted beautifully. The only surprise really was that he fell just as he was about to, well, he's got into the 90s. There was talk about nervous 90s. Will he be feeling it? I don't know if he was feeling it or not, but he fell 10 shy, and really Somerset could have done with him pushing on, because no one else. Say George Bartlett looked really good for his 33, then left one that nipped back. James Rue, that 35 came off 147 balls, so showed very good application. They ticked off avoiding the follow-on. It is a low bar here, Stephen, we're setting, but they ticked off avoiding the follow-on. They've got a batting bonus point. What I don't...
They've got 3 bowling points to add that to.
134 is the deficit. They'll just be looking to chip away at it this morning, won't they? Frustrate Gloucestershire, their openers, Charlesworth and Harris. You get to 7 or 8 down and your openers are suddenly starting to think, well, we'll be out there quite soon. And they would have been thinking about that last night when they had Somerset 8 down. They should have had them 9 down. Sajid Khan was put down by Marcus Harris at 3rd slip. That would have given Tom Price his 5th wicket, and he would have deserved it, because as much as we talk about Somerset's woes, I think Gloucestershire were excellent with the ball yesterday.
They were, and we need to see more of that in fairly short order today. They were better yesterday than the beginning of day 1, it felt.
Yeah, they were. Somerset were not great with the ball. Those first couple of sessions, it looked like quite a flat pitch, but actually if you listen to what Imam Ul Haq was saying at close of play last night, he said it was difficult to bat out there. It'd be interesting to see how the pitch plays. Somerset do have... Sajid Khan is out there batting at the moment. Maybe he'll come into it with the ball in the 4th innings. He bowled with good control in the first Gloucestershire innings. It won't be the 4th innings, but it'll be the 3rd innings he bowls again. But in Gloucestershire's 2nd innings, he bowled with good control, went wicketless. Maybe signs of a little bit of turn?
Yeah, good economy rate. As you say, just under 2.5 and over. So that's a good start from Sajid Khan. In the meantime, he so far has faced, how many deliveries is it? 30 for his 12 not out. So that's a composed start.
He looked all right. He came in at 10. Harry made a good point yesterday. He looked at the last test match that Sajid Khan played, and he was batting at 7 for Pakistan. He's got a first-class 100. He can hold a bat. So it'll be interesting to see how him and James Rue get on. 134 is that deficit. They'd love to just chip away at it for an hour or two. There's no rush. Gloucestershire on their way back then out into the middle. Umpires Nigel Long and Tom Lungley. We've got our own umpire up in the box again. Ian Blackwell's with us. Charlie Taylor's here today as well. So we'll be rotating in and out throughout the day. And James Rue and Sajid Khan just appearing on your screens there.
Yeah, we don't usually concentrate on minutes too much, but he's batted for more than 3 hours, James Rue, for that 35 not out. It may not look very much in that space of time, but it's been worth twice in terms of the context in which he came in to batsmen coming out as we speak from the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
It's very much the kind of innings that Somerset really have been crying out for throughout the season. That just that
head down, cool head.
If the ball, what they've done,
cool head down.
Was it Laxton Stevens who said quite earlier on, and he said quite early on in the season, what the frustrating things has been, anytime they've been tested, anytime the other side has bowled well, apart from against Surrey away, Somerset hadn't stood up to that test. And here, James Rue and Imam Ul Haq are about the only two that have gone, OK, Gloucestershire are bowling all right here, so we're just going to try and hang around.
Yeah, it's going to be David Payne taking up the attack for Gloucestershire from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 1 for 40, his figures at the moment. Good economy rate all down the list there from Gloucestershire, as you'd expect in the context we've been talking about. But 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. David Payne's figures, and he took the first wicket of the innings out of Tom Lammonby, who he had caught behind for just 6.
Quality performer, David Payne, isn't he? He's been I hate to use the word stalwart. I think he's better than that. He's not a kind of just a county pro. I think he's a little bit of a level above that.
Getting things underway to Sajid Khan. It's played comfortably enough defensively, attacking field as you'd expect. Still this big deficit for Somerset of 134. That's how short they are of Gloucestershire's first innings 3-4-3.
Be interesting to see if he gets any swing early on. We saw Tom Abel batting yesterday. It was only a brief stay, but he opened himself right up.
Oh, there's movement there. Sajid Khan gives a little nod of approval to David Payne.
We saw Abel. It's been noticeable this season the way he's just moved that front foot back a bit and opened himself up a little bit more. But yesterday it was even more noticeable. He's almost front on to David Payne, almost kind of facing him because of that swing.
Slightly angular approach, and that's a lovely shot from Sajid Khan. It's going to go the whole way. Textbook, extra cover drive. Nice way to get proceedings underway. Sajid Khan, beg his pardon.
To be honest, Stephen, I'm already feeling it. I think these two are probably both going to get hundreds. Somerset have a first innings lead. I don't know why you're laughing, Stephen. I don't know why it's going to happen. I can feel it.
That was a thoroughbred stroke.
It was, wasn't it?
From
Looks
Sajid
all right.
Khan.
Number 7 test batter we've got here, Stephen.
That's not requiring a stroke, and none played.
James Rue's been so impressive, hasn't he? We shouldn't talk about it because he'll probably nick the first one through to James Bracey. But the way he started his professional career has been absolutely a joy to watch.
It certainly has. And all his innings have felt that they're in significant context. State of the game, the way he's applied himself. That's shorter from Payne, no need to play it again. But huge promise there for the future.
Yeah, there's just something about him. It's the temperament, isn't it? It's that reading of the game situation immediately and not being flustered that has been so impressive.
Slips going down as Payne goes in, and is that an outside edge? He was leaning away from that delivery and it has caught the shoulder of the bat. Sajid Khan is not happy about it. Hands on hips for a moment before departure, but no hesitation. The finger going straight up.
Well, before Sajid Khan's hands went on his hips, the hands went on his shoulder. I don't think it was the shoulder of the bat that Sajid Khan feels that ball took. Very disappointed. Turns around, has a look. My prediction's been ruined. I don't know, I'm turning around. What does Ian Blackwell think? Can't tell from up here, yeah. Ever the diplomat. Ever the diplomat.
Yeah, he looks very, very disappointed, Sajid Khan.
Very wise words. That's a train up. If he's hit it, it's a good decision, apparently.
Straight after playing that thoroughbred stroke as well. So 130 behind still, and just one first innings wicket left now. Somerset will see Jack Brooks come in place of Sajid.
Well, I wonder if this will change the approach a little bit, because Jack Brooks, I enjoy watching him bat. Not necessarily a man that likes to shut up shop too much. He won't be on strike though. That was the end of the over. Perfect start for Gloucestershire. Sajid Khan, whether it hit the shoulder of his bat or his shoulder, we don't know.
We'll probably get another chance to see it. But it was, well, disillusionment personified.
He wasn't happy.
From the batter.
He might. I wonder if he might lose a little percentage of his match fee for that. That doesn't happen.
He didn't leave us in any doubt, did he, about his feelings? Maybe level 1, says Ian Blackwell behind us. So, not the start Somerset wanted in that first over, despite the boundary.
We'll have another look after this ball. No surprise to see Tom Price start the day from the river end. He's going to bowl at James Rue, 35 unbeaten from 147. Solidly in behind that one. We'll have another look at that ball.
Here we go. This is the dismissal of Sajid Khan.
On the river end is Tom Price.
Difficult to tell from that angle. Sajid Khan very much holds his shoulder. James Root, solid in defence. Nobody tell Pete Trigo because point is out on the boundary from very early on in the game. Ben Charlesworth is at deep backward point. I can see why with Jack Brooks down the other end though. You probably want James Root off strike. Triggs, yep. I can feel him shaking though somewhere in Weston-super-Mare.
Number 11 just come in. You want a switch of ends for the batters.
Plays down the inside of that one, James Root. Tom Price was very impressive yesterday, 4 for 49. Should have had 5 for. Should have had 5 for. Marcus Harris dropping Sajid Khan in the slip. But he's been and gone this morning, which is why Jack Brooks is out there. I was about to say Jack Brooks. Went very Brookside.
Marcus Harris' batting contribution is very much the outstanding one of the game, isn't it?
He batted beautifully, Stephen. He really did. Beats the outside edge. It's a good start from Tom Price, immediately finding his line and length.
Yeah, they've got a good future, these Price brothers. Tom, who bowls fast medium. Ollie Price, who came in last year batting sort of number 8-ish. Been moved up.
Jack Brooks used to play against their old man. They were Oxfordshire boys as well. Point comes up now to James Root. Don't want to give him the single. Want to keep Jack Brooks down at the non-strike end for now. 2 balls left in this over. Again, whistles through to James Bracey behind the stumps.
Just held his bat inside the line there, James Root, I fancy.
Yes, Ben Charlesworth has come up at point. So they'll be looking to keep Root on strike after this ball, so that at the end of the over, David Payne can have a go at Jack Brooks, who's just practicing his forward defensive down at the non-striker's end, very diligently. Whether that's the shot that comes out to his first ball, time will tell. Again, this has been a beautiful start by Tom Price. End of the over, 76 gone, so just 4 overs until that second new ball is available. 213 for 9, Somerset.
Yeah, Tom Price in search of a 5 for, 4 for 49. His figures from 19 now. 18 of those obviously bowled yesterday, but he was very, very close to reaching that mark. Tom Price takes his cap down to long leg with him. Down to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. He'll field just inside the rope down there. That's bathed in sunshine at the moment. Nice place to sit, if you'll remember. Looking out at a 45-degree angle onto proceedings. And David Payne ready to continue in bright, late summer sunshine. Squared him up, first delivery, and not where he was intending to play it, but all along the ground, perfectly safe, out backward point. So first ball negotiated by Jack Brooks.
Just.
Three slips and a gully waiting. And almost identical. Played maybe with a little bit more confidence this time. So just 10 minutes lost at the start. Been going for 5 minutes here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Cloud and occasional squalls of rain around, but it's beautifully sunny at the moment. There's a big heave, which was...
that wasn't the shot he was practicing a few balls ago.
That was heading in our direction if he connected, but not so much as a nick or even a feather.
Can we mention the rest of that being given the board and talked about it? Okay.
Payne right on the money this morning. That's well played in the end. That got quite big on Jack Brooks, and the rehearsed stroke was effectively deployed. Much gardening going on from Brooksy Ferret, as he is on Twitter.
Coming around the wicket here, David Payne.
First time this morning.
First time in the game, I think. Yeah, I think he was all over the wicket yesterday. I'm just trying to recall.
Tentatively pushed, but will bring him his first run. Just placed neatly between the two offside run-saving fielders. So that will bring the left-handed Roux on to strike to Payne for the first time. 2-1-4 for 9. Leaving on line Roux at the end of the over. 2 for 45 from 19, David Payne. 19 apiece for these two bowlers getting proceedings underway this morning. 35 still for Roux. Single for Brooks taken in that over. 2-1-4 for 9.
Yeah, bright sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you're slightly tardy on the live stream this morning, Jack Brooks is out there because Sajid Khan came and went in the first over of the day. So 9 down now, Somerset, as Stephen was saying. Gloucestershire will bat again. Follow-on total has been passed. Looking to take a healthy first innings lead, Gloucestershire, and then Marcus Harris, Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price, all passing 50 in the first innings, the top 3. For Gloucestershire, Harris going on to make a big 100 as well. They'll be looking to just bat Somerset out of the game and claim what would be a precious victory for Gloucestershire. Got to get that last wicket though. Jack Brooks on strike to Tom Price. Push through the covers. Pick up a couple there. Nice looking shot from Jack Brooks. Brings him 2.
It was nice timing, wasn't it? Just didn't try to hit it too hard, let the ball come onto the bat. And placement was good.
Just Graham Van Buren in there, in the covers, the Gloucestershire skipper, 3 slips. Jack Taylor, Ollie Price, Marcus Harris in there at 1, 2 and 3. Miles Hammond's at gully. This time Brooks finds Van Buren in the covers.
Yes, well, it wasn't quite the same degree of control about that, and straight to the fielder this time. Gloucestershire will be feeling well set for a significant first innings lead here.
Opens the face there, Brooks. That's quite an oval. Tom Price just overstepping. And a couple of runs to Jack Brooks. Solid in defence, Jack Brooks there. As ever.
Both these sides now assured of all 3 bowling points. Gloucestershire picking up the last one with that dismissal of Sajid Khan this morning. And Gloucestershire have the 3 batting points at the moment to Somerset's 1.
Yeah, Gloucestershire really need to win all 3 of their remaining games to give themselves a hope. Another no ball from Tom Price. It wasn't the most convincing stroke from Brooks. Just popped up in the air momentarily. But even if it had carried to Van Buren at cover, which it didn't. Precious runs for Somerset, 220 for 9 now. Trail by 121. And trail by 222 in fact it is for 9. 2 no balls already in this over, which is an extra 4 runs for Somerset. Lovely shot from Jack Brooks, just straying 2 straight, whip through, well, wide of mid-on, and it's going to bring him 4 as well. Jack Brooks looking in good touch. He moves on to 9. Somerset up to 226. I think the scoreboard hasn't moved yet. The scoreboard's frozen. Lovely timing from Jack Brooks there.
It's the second quality stroke we've seen this morning, isn't it?
I think he's going to get 100 today, Stephen.
We had the Sajid Khan
Sajid
extra
Khan
cover
would have
drive.
done. He would have got 100 if he wasn't a judge caught behind. I'm sure of it. Solid in defence.
Yeah, so the 2 boundaries, but more importantly, the 1 wicket this morning. 226 for 9, the hosts. That second batting point still seems quite a long way off, but not impossible.
Pushed to Van Buren to end the over. 78 gone. New ball due in 2, Stephen, which might prove troublesome. 226 for 9.
Yeah, I would expect Gloucestershire would take it promptly. Wouldn't want to hang around with the last man in for Somerset. Jack Brooks a tad taller than James Rue, in conversation there at the moment. Rue still on his overnight 35, so in fact this partnership has revolved around Jack Brooks and no balls thus far.
Deep square leg goes out. Will it be a short one or is it just a bluff? Or is it just giving him 1?
Firm defence as the sun disappears behind one of the many clouds that are above us over Taunton and surrounds Quantock Hills. There are just little pockets of light over there in the distance. There are the 2 men in the deep in front of the Somerset stand and the River stand. Oh, good ball. A little bit of movement for David Payne, who's shown his pedigree and experience this morning already. Squared up James Rue by that delivery. It's better. Firmly pushed out to short extra cover. The skipper's posted there. Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, good to see him back playing. Had a tough couple of years, really. He was injured in the reverse fixture, wasn't he, at Bristol? That win for Somerset. Nasty. I think it was a shoulder injury and missed a good chunk of last year due to, well, paperwork issues.
Firm defence again from the young Somerset keeper. Yeah, taking over the captaincy from Chris Dent, who called time on his tenure towards the end of last season. Outside edge, but along the ground, and will bring him a single. So that's James Rue's first run of the morning. Takes him to 36. And keeps the... No, not quite.
We've got one
Got
left.
one left, yeah. From David Payne. This time a bouncer for Brooks, and it looked very much as though he was expecting it. He was almost getting down before the ball had left David Payne's hand. There's the scorecard.
at.
There's rather bits and pieces there. Imam ul Haq stand out with 90. That contribution we mentioned earlier from George Bartlett with 33, and then James Rue on 36 not out. They're the outstanding performances in what's a pretty ordinary looking batting card, to be fair.
It is. I'll make that 11 o'clock, so I'm going to make way. Stephen's going to stay on. Ian Blackwell and Charlie Taylor are going to wrestle for the honours to be first sub in. Ian Blackwell's up like a rocket. In he comes.
First ball to Rue. Is not interested in playing, just slanting across the left-hander. Passing his off stump. 227 for 9 Somerset then. Tom Price looks full of energy heading in from the river end, and that is clipped away through mid-wicket. It looked as though the man at square leg was trying to get a hand to it, but no chance, and a good-looking boundary from James Rue to take him up to 40. 231 for 9. Ian Blackwell, warm welcome.
Good morning, Stephen. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I thought square leg had just pouched a nice catch there, and then
He made it look like that.
yeah, I often do that myself at square leg, and then turn round and watch it just jump over the boundary line. But impressive shot there from Rue, looking to kick on a little bit.
Yeah, and then watchful defence.
Been really solid in defence, I think. Watching the way he's played, I've enjoyed his technique. I think he's very good, up and coming young player.
There's something quite reassuring, isn't there, about having seen quite a flamboyant stroke played and then followed up by the dead bat.
Yeah, especially 9 down as well. You could probably forgive him if he did have another expansive shot, trying to put a few more runs on the board. But no, he was very watchful and gets behind it nicely. And again, defends one into the offside.
So, Sajid Khan, the dismissal. Apologies, incidentally, for confusing him with the Mayor of London briefly. Your initial thoughts? And you did have a chance to have a look at the replay?
Yeah, couldn't quite see the monitor on the replay, but you know, it looked like one of those that was very close to the glove, as well as him intimating that it hit him on the shoulder. So, may well have hit his shoulder, but that doesn't also mean he hadn't gloved it or nicked it on the way through. So Nigel Long, one of the best in the business, and if he saw something that he liked, then he's obviously given what he's seen. So yeah, obviously I don't think the reaction of the batter was very good.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, it's probably, I'll be surprised if he doesn't get a level 1 there for his showing dissent, decision by action.
Hand on hip is quite obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, and hanging around at the crease, and then he pointed to his shoulder, and there's a lot going on, and as things are live streamed anymore, it doesn't perhaps look great to the viewers. So yeah, it'll be interesting if he's got away with that or not.
And in umpiring terms at the moment, you're confined to barracks.
Yeah, temporarily. I'm hoping I've got a physio appointment on the 14th, so hopefully the jab's doing its job and the boot's protecting the weakened area, and fingers crossed it's going to clear up and I might get the last round of fixtures in. So I'm penciled in, but let's see what the physio says on the 14th.
It's a magnificent boot.
It seems a lot bigger and scarier than perhaps what's inside. So fortunately the foot's on the mend and it's doing pretty well, and yeah, the crutches and boot can be dispensed within 2 days' time. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to that date.
And any particular game penciled in for that last round? Do you know yet, or
No,
will you
they've
hear
not,
a bit later on?
Yeah, the last two haven't been appointed yet. So I've been looking through the fixtures, and there's no home game at Somerset, Bristol or Cardiff. So for me, it's the closest may well be Sussex or Edgbaston, but we're not done on closeness, unfortunately. So yeah, it'll be interesting if I'm given a fixture. He may well have already penciled people in, and I might not be needed, because originally I thought I might be out for a longer period of time. So he's aware I'm available, and hopefully, and be nice to get back out in the park before the end of the season.
Absolutely. And you do play a good proportion of of Games around here, don't you? I've seen you
Yeah.
standing here at Taunton, your old stamping ground.
Well, I've had 4 days here this year, which is 3 days more than last year.
Not too much shape about that shot from Brooks, but it doesn't matter. He's going to pick up another couple of runs for it.
Yeah, it's an effective agricultural shot. Not unhappy with that.
And the glint in the sunshine as the ball went over the outfield indicates that Somerset have taken it at the earliest opportunity, that new cherry.
Yeah, it looks like it has been taken this over, so David Payne will be looking to wrap this innings up quickly.
Single there, no pace on the ball, which gave the opportunity. Thought for a moment there might be a chance of overthrows, but just the one for Jack Brooks, who's gone swiftly on to 12 not out.
Yeah, he has, and that's the way he plays. I think he's one of those guys that if you give him any amount of balls, then he's certainly going to be up there scoring at a run of ball, and he'll play some very expansive shots, which may just help the Somerset's cause here.
Nicely played again. That's going to be 4. Out to square leg, this time for James Rue.
Not quite where he was aiming that, but he's got the thick inside edge, which has beaten square leg's dive, and brings a welcome boundary for James. Looking to hit that through mid-off, I think.
That's his 4th boundary. James Rue takes him to 44. And this time a leave. In terms of allocation of games over the season, how does it work? How much notice do you generally get for where you'll be standing?
Yeah, the first part of the season is given to us in a chunk, so up until the I think the end of June, I think it is, and then we've obviously got the one-day stuff kicking off, so we normally get the first sort of 7 or 8 championship matches and or any second team games that we have, as Payne comes in again and finishes the over with a dot. So yeah, we're fortunate in that respect. We can plan a little bit as to where we travel into, and then as soon as the one day has come along, we get a second batch of appointments, which is slightly less than the first batch, and then the last month is done, I guess, to see where teams are in the league and to appoint the most experienced umpires, I guess, at the sharper games of the season, shall we say. So yeah, it's slightly disjointed for us, but that's what we used to, and yeah, all the guys just crack on with it.
Yeah, and obviously it's a crowded fixture list, so there's a lot to fit in.
Yeah, it obviously is, and it's Bryce in again, and Brooks has a bit of a whoosh and hits his favourite mid-wicket region, or cow corner as they like to call it, and another boundary to the Somerset total.
Something entirely uncomplicated about that.
Yeah, and that's often the best way. There's no point in complicating the bowler's minds with a high front elbow or anything along those lines. It's a see ball, hit ball job, and Jack Brooks is very good at it. And what they will be doing is frustrating the Gloucestershire opening batters here as well.
Not sure why Jack Brooks pulled out there, whether there was something that distracted him in one of the stands behind the bowler.
So
up in the air, and
it's gone all the way.
It's gone all the way for 6. It's gone over the rope just below us here in the Marcus Trescothick stand. And, well, this is good entertainment.
Yeah, it's a baffling part of proceedings for me, this, because you've got an opening bowler bowling with a brand new ball, and they bowl to number 11 completely in different areas where they bowl to, the top order batters. So to bang it in nearly halfway down with a new ball to Jack Brooks, who's wanting width, he's wanting, the height on the ball. He's not wanting anything around knee roll height because he's given an opportunity to the bowler. But minds get muddled, and there you go. Classic dismissal, and he gets his 5th wicket of the innings. Tom Price, well bowled.
So Somerset dismissed just 2 runs short of what would have been a second batting point. A shame to get so close and then not quite reach the target. The deficit, well, that 6 took it below the 3-figure mark. So basically they've been dismissed 95 runs short of the Gloucestershire first innings total. Jack Brooks caught by Marcus Harris off Tom Price, who does complete a fifer, 5 for 75 for Tom Price. James Rue finishes on 44 not out, and Brooks goes for 21. Somerset bowled out after just under half an hour's play for 248. There's the scorecard, and James Rue finishing second top scorer to Imam ul Haq, who was the outstanding performer yesterday. Then George Bartlett, 33, and it has to be said, Blackie, not a great deal else.
No, and nobody really got going apart from George Bartlett, that randomly left one, which didn't look like it was ever missing. And yeah, Imam ul Haq had very little support, and apart from James Rue, as you say, just yeah, not many into the double figures there.
Yeah, and Tom Price, aged just 22, who you feel has got a great future, ending with that 5 for 75 from 21 overs and 3 deliveries. David Payne finishes with 2 for 52, and Gloucestershire, despite the flurry of runs, will be pretty happy with that situation. David Payne finishing with 2 for 52, as I was saying. Ajit Dale didn't bowl today, 2 for 50 from 15 overs. Josh Shaw 1 for 48. Tom Price, that figure I mentioned, and then the other 3 bowlers not bowling today. So pretty convincing bowling performance from the old rivals.
Yeah, it was just seemed a solid performance from all their bowlers, really. Were never called upon, quite miserly, and even had a few drop chances as well. So that scorecard could have looked a lot worse for Somerset. And yeah, I think the Gloucesters will be reasonably happy with a 95-run lead on this particular pitch, and they've got an opportunity now to bat for the rest of the day, knowing that they could set something quite unchaseable up for Somerset.
It's been a bit of a feature, hasn't it? Fragility of batting this season for Somerset. It's the way they finished last year in the Championship, and still worries.
Yeah, of course. You know, and they seem to try and put square pegs in round holes at times, and you know, personnel has been lacking. Consistency and continuities. It's been tough for Somerset, and they keep bringing players in and out to try and help matters, and ultimately they've not really been able to keep a consistent team in place, and that's obviously very difficult for batters coming in and out to gain form. And obviously the fixtures haven't helped either, being bookended this season.
Indeed, which has been a problem in the Championship for a while. It felt like it, particularly last year when they'd done so well in the early half, or the early 2/3.
Yeah, it has, and you know, we can't blame the weather this year. We haven't missed hardly any cricket to the weather. Certainly early part of the season was beautiful, but it's just that consistency of having that month or 2 months break in between where there's a handful of Championship matches. It's not easy as a player to keep your form up and consistency when you go and play a second team match to try and keep the runs flowing, and it's not easy, but the guys should be able to adapt, and they've just not particularly done it well this year.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is. We've got so many formats that we play, and sometimes it feels like, if you imagine it as a bag, and you've got red bricks and white bricks. The white bricks have been gradually sort of getting towards the top of the bag, and we're hearing about the possibility that we may lose some more red ones.
Yeah, potentially, and I'm not sure that's the right way to go. Whether the format needs to change, I'm not sure. There's obviously the Strauss report that's imminent, and whether or not that's a good thing to lose more red ball cricket when we clearly white ball dominated already. That can only have an effect on the Test team, and obviously counties that aren't hosting the big white ball format. So it's a tricky one, and something that the ECB I know are are looking at, and whether or not there's a magic solution, I'm not sure. I just get told where to go.
Just comparing now, though, with then and when you were playing as well, because it's always been the case, or for as long as I've been watching, that the players have said almost uniformly that Test cricket is the holy grail,
Yeah.
that county championship cricket, that's the format they really want to win in. Is it, from what you see, is that still the same now, or is that changing at all?
I think that's changing significantly. The first thing my boy, he's 13, he said to me, he said, I don't want to play 4-day cricket. I'm like, well, why? Because they obviously see these white one-day tournaments around the world, and you know, all the glitz and glamour that go with it. And for me, I don't think they have the attention span to, you know, to actually sit down and watch cricket for an entire day and understand the intricacies of it. We try and get people involved in cricket, and certainly the youngsters, yet we expose them to the, you know, the hit and giggle of the white ball one-day stuff. And, you know, certain things are lost in that translation, certainly when it comes to 4-day cricket. Back when I played mid-2000s, say, it was, everything was red ball cricket. You know, the white ball stuff was a release. It was a chance to maybe find some form for the red ball stuff, come out with no issues, if you like, and just hit the ball. But everything then was focused towards red ball, and that was the holy grail for me. I think if you're the best side that wins the championship, you've done it for the longest period of time over the biggest amount of games, and you've shown that you're class, and anyone could beat anyone in white ball cricket, which I get. But for me, the 4-day stuff was always the pinnacle.
And you get a bit of a sense that it's all changing very fast, don't you, with franchise cricket? It started with the IPL, of course, and now you've got South Africa as starting one. There's going to be one in the Emirates. It's going to be quite hard for counties to control their players.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, when you've got the likes of 7 or 8, 9 franchise tournaments that you can play around the world and earn ridiculous amounts of money, you know, if you just play in 2 or 3 tournaments here, you play the 100 and the CPL, and if you're lucky enough to play the Big Bash, you can earn £200,000. I mean, why would I want to put my body through what I put it through playing 4-day cricket? And you can see why guys are being tempted that way.
We're having a break between innings here at Taunton. Delighted to have Ian Blackwell, current first-class umpire, not in action at the moment, but back in action very soon. And with me, Stephen Lamb. 248 Somerset were bowled out for. James Rue finishing on 44 not out. Jack Brooks, the last man, dismissed for 21, which means that Somerset have a deficit of 95 on the first innings. And that's a significant one, Ian.
Yeah, I think it is. And they'll have a tough job on their hands now, balancing the field. They'll want the slips in for the wickets, but equally they don't want to leak too many runs. So Lewis and Tom Abel, I'm sure, will be looking at how they come out and attack the Gloucestershire innings. I'm sure they'll start with the regulation 3 slips and a gully, and if anything really sort of gets away from them, they'll alter things pretty quickly. But what they want is wickets.
Just a reminder, as the umpires, Nigel Long and Tom Lungley, come out, followed by the players, you can still bid in the special online Somerset auction featuring donations to the Pakistan flood appeal. There are loads of lots they've been added to, actually, during the course of this game. England shirt from the 3rd Test against South Africa, signed Tom Abel shirt from Somerset against Gloucestershire, signed Jack Leach shirt, signed Craig Overton, loads of signed shirts, and a 1995 West Indies touring signed bat. So by all means, get your bids in and donate to that thoroughly worthwhile appeal. So Imam Ul-Haq yesterday evening, after his splendid 90, backing the appeal for his compatriots, and hope very much that you can see a way of contributing to that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic cause that they're contributing to, and a sorry state around the world. It's we're very fortunate to some extent when you see some of the things going on around the world, so it's always good to help contribute to the less fortunate.
Lewis Gregory is going to take the new ball for Somerset. Ben Charlesworth, a left-hander, is, well, they're both left-handed, these two openers. Marcus Harris, fresh from his magnificent knock on day one here. So here is the first ball of the Gloucestershire second innings from Lewis Gregory. He was standout on day one, Lewis Gregory. Looking to build on that.
Yeah, interesting. They've gone for the cover straight away, and just two slips and a gully. Just hope that he doesn't nick one through that gap for the sake of having a cover in the first part of this innings.
Yeah, there's always a slight worry seeing that. This time it's played in the opposite direction though, so it won't be a problem there. Fielded at mid-wicket.
No ball from Lewis. It's not what Somerset need at the moment.
4 for 62, his figures in the first innings, Lewis Gregory. For 16 overs, Josh Davey had 3. 1 for Brooks, 1 for Aldridge, 1 for Lammonby.
It was a fantastic spell at the end of day one, and then the start of day two from Lewis. Got his beans going a little bit.
First runs off the bat this time, down to third man will be a couple. So that'll double the total on that board. 4 without loss. Ben Charlesworth is off the mark.
Yeah, I like the look of Charlesworth. I've seen him quite a few times now. Tall, fairly elegant left-hander, as they all seem to look. But yeah, he seems to be quite compact and plays his shots and watchful in defence, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
A club of which you're a member, Blackie, the left-handed club.
Yeah, just not the elegant looking ones.
Oh, I don't know.
I just ticked one of those boxes. I had left-handed kit, I suppose.
He provided plenty of entertainment around here.
Good delivery this from Lewis. Looked like it just maybe swung in a little bit and beat the inside edge and went possibly over the top of the stumps there. It was very, very close.
Yeah, the movement was exaggerated by the time it got through to Rue. In again, Gregory. It's played with composure.
I'd just like to see George Bartlett creep up a bit and just be on that Hessian matting and get the third slip in, just so that he can cut off that angle, but equally then create maybe a nicking chance with a slight gap through straight mid-off. But again, I'm sure one eye's on the scoreboard and the deficit that is a sizable one. Straight to cover, well done, good field placing. He knows what he's doing, Tom.
Has to bowl an extra ball in this over, of course. Lewis Gregory having overstepped early on. So just the one left. We've still got, well, we can't be sure of the weather. We haven't been able to be at any stage of this game, but it's sunny at the moment. Plenty of cloud around. Nicely played, but straight to Sajid Khan at cover.
I can see the value of the cover if he's just trying to run up and pitch it up and try and generate a nick drive. Then I think that's a valid position. But I think if he's just looking to bowl that back of a length, top of off, then that cover can be dispensed. So maybe he's feeling his way into the innings as well. I know he's got a sore knee, old Lewis, and hasn't really over-bowled himself over the last month with the Trent Rockets. So hopefully his knee's just on the mend a little bit, but I know he's in a bit of pain.
Yeah, Tom Abel, of course, missed the whole of the 100, didn't he, with his injury?
Yeah, it's poor timing from Tom. But sadly, my app says it's going to rain in 1 minute and stop in 35 minutes.
Oh
so
dear.
Let's hope that misses us.
Let's hope the sun can defy the odds then. It's still out there at the moment.
It is, and it may well pass us by that.
It is one of those days, though, when you might have sun at one end of the ground and rain at the other, and a rainbow and goodness knows what else. It is unsettled.
It looks worse to our left than over us, I'm sure. So, that's
A loosener.
a loosener from Josh Davey. Yeah, on the angle, round the wicket again. It seems a popular option of bowlers nowadays, just straight round the wicket to left-handers. And if they're confident enough to do it, aka Stuart Broad, also a very good exponent of bowling round the wicket to left-handers.
Josh Davey, who's taken the new ball more often than not for Somerset in recent times. It's a firm push back to him from Ben Charlesworth.
I suppose a toss-up between him and Brooks. Has Brooks taken the new ball much?
He has, but I think Davey usually is preferred.
He's a good seam bowler, Josh. He tends to be there and thereabouts on the knee roll.
Yeah, Craig Overton, of course, the other one in the mix.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
He's playing. Very good to have him up in the commentary box earlier in this game as it's pushed gently out into the covers. Just need to use every delivery they have, don't they, Somerset, with this deficit already. It's exactly 100 behind at the moment.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to target a couple of wickets here before lunch, that is for sure.
Yeah, lunch going to be taken at 12:40 today. As this is pushed gently up to mid-off. Yeah, lunch at 12:40 and tea at 3:20. And overs not influential on that. That's
No,
a fixed time.
Yeah, it's 102 in the day, isn't it, today? Lost 2 for the slight delay. But yeah, it's a long day, a lot of overs, and plenty of time for Gloucester to amass some runs.
There must be lots of equations to get your heads around as umpires.
Yeah, there are, with the 30 minutes extra that we add on. You know, that obviously is dictated then by further deductions or rain or whatever there may be. So, yeah, we normally have 5 minutes just chatting and, you know, this is what's going to happen today.
And it's all up to you, is it? The two of you?
Yeah. I mean, it's generally set in stone. Like, if we add 30 minutes on, it's 3 2-hour 10 sessions and you play 104 in the day. You know, obviously tea today is, or lunch today is 12:40 and tea is 3:20. So, yeah, it's a long day as well. 104 overs hits you a little bit harder.
Yeah, they say that's good firm defence again from Charlesworth. Umpires never get to win the toss.
No, we're always in the field. But
it's one of cricket's truisms.
yeah, and you know, it doesn't bother me so much as when I played. I was keen for a bat if we won the toss. But you know, when you're an umpire, you're out there all day, so you know you've not got that equation to worry about. So you mentally get yourself right in knowing that you're going to be out there for every over. So that's not an issue. But yeah, the body certainly is happy of a bit of a breather every now and again. Certainly this time of the year.
How many seasons have you been doing it now?
It's about 8 now. Yeah, it's been a long time since I retired. 2012 and went straight into it in 2013. I think on the list on I think 2015, so 7 years on the full list as such. So yeah, time flies.
Lewis Gregory, not quite ready, just tossing the ball from hand to hand and on his way in now. Start his second over. There's a firm push up to Jack Brooks. Let's see the delivery from the previous over that had Ben Charlesworth in some disarray.
It's gone over the stumps, hasn't it?
It's a good delivery.
Very, very close. Interestingly, that's sort of the length that if that hits the batter on the pads, then you often see umpires give those LBW.
Gently out to mid-wicket this time.
Obviously, the benefit of the batter missing it and it going over the top of the stumps, they get a reprieve.
How was umpiring the 100?
Yeah, hectic. It was, busy. It's very, what do you say, glitz and glamour and fireworks and music and all the rest of it that goes with T20 and a bit more. So good to be in front of full houses, seeing all the kids and families and guys watching. So it's, a good place to be, and I think all the players enjoy playing it. I know we certainly enjoy umpiring it, with a bit of extra pressure with the DRS as well, which not a lot of us have experienced. So, yeah, it's another stepping stone in the umpire, ladder up to the top. So, yeah, interesting to see how all that works as well.
Glinting new ball returned to Lewis Gregory, the second one we've seen today. First one wasn't out there very long.
No, an expensive ball, that first one.
Oh, that's a great delivery. That's pushed out by Harris. I think he was committed to the shot, defensive though it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it left him or whether it just held its line. It
You can have another look.
just looked like it was off stump or thereabouts, and then, just nibbled away from him a little bit. Very good delivery. Great line and length from Lewis.
Yeah,
Does have good control with the new ball.
given the calibre that Harris has shown in this game so far as well. It's a feather in the cap. Oh, Appeal here, big Appeal.
Too high. Very high. That's one thing you know with Harris, it won't faze him. As we'll see a replay here of Lewis Gregory's flap of the pad.
Looked pretty straight.
Yeah, middle and leg stump. Look pretty high, and if the one before from Charlesworth went over the top of the stumps, then there's a good chance that was also going over the top. So, like a good decision by Tom Lungley. Gregory in again and bowls another good line and length, and that's just left to finish the over. Gloucestershire now move to 5 without loss, taking that lead to 100.
Yep, exactly 3 figures with Ben Charlesworth, the one to have played a scoring stroke so far. It's high time for me to make way for Charlie Taylor.
See clouding over, the sun just disappearing behind a few clouds, making their way over the Cooper Associates. As Josh Davey runs in once again around the wicket to Charlesworth. Solidly played, and we'll welcome in Charlie Taylor for the first time today.
Hi, Blackie.
How are we?
Very well, thank you. Nice to see you
Hello,
again.
being reunited with the old cricket family.
We used to do a show together. Well, I still do the show since Ian left me. How many years ago was that? What, it was about
A lot.
4 years ago?
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Something like that. But Ian, as he became an umpire, decided to concentrate on that. How's that going?
All right, I think.
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
I've still got my job, so yeah, it's good. It's interesting, and you get the best seat in the house, and hopefully I'm doing justice with my performances. So
Definitely.
yeah, it's always good to do the bigger games as well.
Yeah. Well, you're up here with us today with your foot in a, what do they call that? Because it's not quite a cast, is it? A brace or
robo
something?
boot.
It is a robo boot.
I'm not sure exactly the term for it, but it's a boot. Yeah,
So you've had a bit of issue with your foot, haven't you? So.
Yeah, it's annoying me now. It needs to go. I'm not the most patient of recoverers through injury.
Just defending there is Charlesworth. On 2. No real rush here for Gloucestershire. Got all of today, all of tomorrow. I know there's a bit of rain around. You're talking about your app there, suggesting there might be a little bit coming soon, but plenty of time in the game.
Yeah, there is, and I think what they'll want to do is clearly see off this new ball and accumulate as they can without any damage. And they've got, like you say, 2 days in the game still, so there's no real rush or need for intent at the moment. So the more dots that they can, or eat away and get the shine off this new ball, give the batters coming in a bit of a platform to extend this lead.
Yeah, I feel like these two in particular are absolutely crucial wickets. If Somerset can get the back of Charlesworth and Harris, 56 and 159 in the first innings respectively, then you feel like they need to work. They've done the a very hard bit of the job there. Only Ollie Price made any other score in the first innings of 52. Next high score was 20 from everyone else.
Dangerous middle order as well, the Gloucestershire. I know they're bottom, but you just look at the guys still to come in, and Hammond, Bracey, Van Buren and Jack Taylor. They're very destructive batsmen in their own right. Obviously things haven't gone particularly well for them this year, but I just think that every dog has their day, and hopefully it's not today for Somerset, but yeah, they're in the box seat, and sometimes it's easier to amass those runs when you're in the box seat than behind the 8 ball. So
Davey beginning his run, just getting word from our camera operators. It's beginning to rain a little bit as that one's defended. Hopefully not enough to stop the game.
Doesn't look that at the moment. You can see out the window, a bit squally if anything.
Yeah, it's breezy out there today.
The rain that doesn't land, I think.
Yeah, it just comes sort of drifts in sideways.
It's in the air.
Yeah, you can get an idea of the cloud cover there on our time lapse.
Very good. New feature there, I like that.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? As clouds coming across. You can see the overs as the teams change ends every 6 balls there. As well, sort of see cricket in super fast forward there. Don't give the ECB any ideas. Here's Lewis Gregory. Coming around the wicket to Harris now. Here's an appeal. Umpire keeps his hand in his pocket. Gregory, that's his 3rd time he's appealed there. What are you saying, umpire Blackwell?
Again, look, possibly a touch high, but we'll see the replay now.
Yeah, it's a good bounce, isn't it?
Yeah, bounce, hit him on the back thigh pad maybe. That was definitely getting closer. Just needs to pitch it that 6 inches fuller, and
yeah, problem is, isn't it? It's a risk to Harris. You start pitching it up and suddenly he's driving and picking up runs. So that's that cat and mouse game. Bowler versus batter. And he comes again, Gregory here. That is a bit fuller. Shoves a boot out, Gregory. But as I said, Harris on the drive. Will it go all the way? It's a shiny new ball and beats the fielder all the way to the boundary. So 9 the score moves on to, and Harris gets off the mark.
yeah, classical left-handers off drive there. Just on side of the stumps, I think. Lewis tries to despairingly get a boot to it, and George Bartlett gives up the chase just before hitting the picket fence, which is very wise. And yeah, Harris off the mark actually with that that drive.
Yeah, trying to pitch it up a little bit. Lewis Gregory here. What can he do this time? 3rd ball of the over. Again full, and again this time just flick through mid-wicket. Lovely big gap there that Harris has picked out. No need to run any more than that as it goes all the way for 4 back-to-back boundaries. This is that risk, isn't it? Pitching it up, you're just asking for the drive.
Yeah, and Lewis got a bit greedy there, I think, just straying onto the pads there of Harris, and he's not going to miss out on that. Probably leg stump just going down, and timed beautifully through straight mid-wicket. No need to run for that.
Yeah, pretty straight that, just looking at the replay. No movement in the air or off the pitch from Lewis. No, dead straight. Which doesn't bode particularly well at this stage. Earlier on, if you're not getting much movement from the ball, in comes Gregory again. No, that one beats the bat. That's a good ball.
Just wondering whether it's worth Lewis coming over the wicket as well, just to mix up the angle of the ball, because I know Harris has nicked off a couple of times. So we see a replay of Lewis's last delivery there.
Yeah,
there was a little bit of a curve on the ball there. But just to mix it up, and then maybe he can take the cover out and put a 3rd slip in with that angle going across, try and tempt him into something, and maybe create a chance that way. It's not easy.
Gregory in again. That one again beats the bat of Harris, perhaps playing a little bit behind his pad there, but still.
I'm going genuine player miss.
Yeah.
Looked more forceful here. Didn't look like he had an opportunity to pull it into his pad. It looked like they were pretty close together.
Oh yeah, no, it did came out, and he hid it behind his bat after it had gone past the
Clever.
after it had gone past the bat. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a hard hands as well, wasn't it? Really pushing it, the ball.
Yeah.
So another good delivery from Gregory. He's come back well after being hit for consecutive boundaries. 13 for no loss. That one, definitely not playing at that one in the end. Bit of a late decision maybe. Let's take a look at the Lbw Appeal, most recent one. That's where it's hit him. Bit of height there. Problem. Have another look. Yeah, it's quite high up, isn't it?
Back inside thigh pad. I know he's slightly crouched, but you probably given the benefit of the doubt there on height.
You'd feel quite hard done by, wouldn't you, as a batter to be given out on that one.
You want to hear the noise of a pad rather than a thigh pad.
Yeah.
It just sort of gives you that impression that it's high if it hits an inner thigh pad or indeed the thigh pad. So I think he's erring on the side of caution there, Tom. Davey in again, and that's a beautiful, beautiful cover drive there from Charlesworth. First time we've seen him with a bit of aggression today. And that takes him on to 6. And Gloucester on to 13.
Lovely shot.
17 now, in fact.
Yeah,
Quite wide as well, that. Is away from him a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like good control, but as you say, still there's risk with that, isn't there, especially with a new ball. But a nice looking shot from Charlesworth. Here comes Davey again then.
Bold.
Playing a miss from Charlesworth that time.
Well, the encouraging thing is, it looks like there is a little bit of movement in the pitch when they extract it. There's definitely player misses to be had. Just no luck with tickling the outside edge, and that's a very good length. Just dragged it back a fraction from the one where he got driven through the covers. Similar line as well. They had to go for it as opposed to being under his eye line. So it's good bowling from Davey.
No run on that one. Davey, who's been injured throughout part of the one-day cup campaign, making his way back into the side. Useful, very, very useful bowler for Somerset. Picked up so many wickets in red ball over the years for his team.
Yeah, he's a very consistent performer, Josh. He always there and thereabouts on the knee roll. That's sort of his MO, if you like, and looks to hit the rope.
Just defended again by Charlesworth. So 17 without loss. If you are just joining us, it was 248 in the end that Somerset made in their first inning. So a deficit of 95. That deficit now has grown to 112. Still with 10 wickets there. So essentially they're 112 without loss, Gloucestershire, which is a pretty good place to be. On this third day morning. Big leave.
Good leave. I just think as well this wicket it's not easy for batters coming in. Looking at the scorecard, obviously Gloucester's very top heavy. Somerset relied on a couple of innings, and you just think that it's not been easy for anyone else really coming in. So if Somerset can get a breakthrough, there's a good chance that they may well get 2 or 3 wickets. It seems to be that kind of pitch as opposed to guys getting in, getting 40, 50. There's a lot of low scores to be had, and you know, Somerset need to try and exploit that if they can.
Yeah, quite a few instances in the game where it's been 2 quick wickets. I think Somerset would be really pleased if, you know, if you add 2 wickets onto this score, especially if it's these 2, you know, that suddenly changes the makeup of this game, really, if they can get these 2 out without them doing too much damage.
And another thing, you want the guys coming in that are potential dangerous batters to be under a little bit of pressure, and you know, 17 for 2 suddenly makes it not very easy coming in for, you know, Ollie Price and Hamo. So for them it's, you know, you'd rather come in if it's 70 for 1 and then it's 150 for 2, and you know, there's no real pressure there. It gives you a chance to just grind a few out before you can start playing your shots. So I think if you can get wickets in clusters, which this pitch seems to be generating, then that can only be a good thing for Somerset.
Yeah, Gregory's been given the new ball in this innings. He's in again, and that one didn't really even carry all the way through to the keeper there, so a little less carry than we've seen already in this innings. It was Brooks and Davey who took the new ball in the first innings. Brooks only picking up 1 wicket in the end. Gregory picking up 4. So slight change to the bowling lineup for Somerset in this innings, rewarding Gregory for his efforts with the ball in the first innings.
Yeah, it's worthy as well. He bowled beautifully first innings. A little bit expensive early doors. I think he was going at around 5s, but then dragged it back nicely as he comes in again and hits a good line and length, and well fielded by Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point. Just on another point, how many heavy rollers have there been? Was the one at 10 o'clock today? I didn't see what the initial roller was, but I know there's been 2 other than that in the break of innings, and I think the one yesterday. So again, the pace of the wicket, you may just see a few more balls die into the keeper as the life just gets sucked out of it a little bit.
18 then on the board already for Gloucestershire in this second innings, as that one takes an inside edge off in front of his pads, and they'll come through just for a single. Goes towards fine leg. So Charlesworth on 7, Harris on 9.
Harris, the big wicket, isn't he? You know, he can bat the entire day and he's not going to get flustered. He looks to bat time. He's done it time and time again for Australia. And obviously the first innings he was the key man. So the sooner we can get Harris out, the sooner they can make inroads into that middle order.
Well, it was the speed it came as well, 159 with a strike rate of 60.5. So, you know, doesn't just chew up balls, carries on with the game, keeps scoring, just turning this one onto the leg side here. And they'll come through just for another one. So the deficit is 115 now. Thoughts here for Tom Abel. Got to work out where these wickets are coming from, because if he doesn't take early ones, this game will just drift out of any hope of a positive result for Somerset. Obviously the draw is always going to be on here, but for Somerset they'll be desperate for that win given the table at the moment, as this was just defended down the ground. Gregory on his haunches.
Almost kept a bit low, that one maybe. Sort of Harris jabbing down on it a little bit, keeping it out.
Yeah, of course, Somerset will be batting last on this pitch as well, so you don't see it doing too much as a Somerset fan, because you start to think, well, it's going to have to save a game maybe, or try and win a game in the last innings. Always tough if the pitch isn't doing predictable things. Yeah,
and of late, the last few years, it's not been possibly a pitch that's got any better.
Oh, one does bounce, doesn't it?
That one's nipped back sharply as well.
Yeah.
It's a good lead from Harris, more on length than anything else.
Can't have passed too far away from his chest as it went through there.
No.
Good delivery. There we go, get another look at it. Yeah, just come back towards him.
So we'll see the first change of bowling this morning as Josh Davey makes way. He may well be changing ends perhaps. And only bowled 3 very economical overs, going for 4 runs. And see Jack Brooks coming on at the Lord Botham stand end.
Yeah, putting his headband on.
Trademark headband.
Yeah,
is it a white one now in white ball or red ball cricket, should we say?
Yeah, that's it. He's got all the different colours. Doesn't need it, of course, now. When he had big long hair, he needed it, but I guess he got used to it. It became his thing, didn't it?
Might be a feel and a comfort thing as well. If you're used to wearing something that is, you know, around your forehead and on top of your head, it might just be a feel thing now.
Yeah.
But he's a beauty, that is for sure.
And he's bowling to Charlesworth. And just left there, and there is no run.
38 years young, I believe.
He is.
Rewarded with another year extension.
Yeah. So we'll be playing into his 40th year, once he's had his 39th birthday, which will be in June next year. He's not that far behind Jimmy Anderson, really. Age-wise, another leave. Jimmy still looks so good, doesn't he, when you see him in the test team?
Yeah, and his pace hasn't really deteriorated at all, has it? And as long as he can still get the swing that he extracts, then he's always going to be a dangerous bowler. He never misses. You can put a tea towel down and he'd hit it every ball.
Yeah. Yeah, the only disappointing ball I can think of that James Anderson bowled, certainly this summer, was this hat-trick ball, which he put down the leg side and just thought probably maybe got a bit... He hasn't got a test hat-trick, has he, James Anderson? So maybe he just got a little bit excited or distracted or something. Apparently Stuart Broad came up to him and said, when I got my 2 test hat-tricks, what I did was... Yeah.
Thanks, Stuart.
Yeah. Not that, I don't think Stuart Broad realised he was on a hat-trick the second time, did he? As that one is through again. I think he only found out maybe after the third one had gone down.
Would they split hat-tricks, though?
Yeah, well, over and over. Yeah, maybe.
I think a proper hat-trick has to be in 1 over.
I think the first one was that India, the first one? I remember watching that, and I think the whole crowd was well aware of it. As this one is forced out towards the fielder at mid-on.
Good shape here from Jack Brooks. A little bit of in-swing into the pads there of Charlesworth.
India at Trent Bridge in 2011. Sri Lanka at Headingley in 2014. So that's not too bad to have 2 test hat-tricks, is it?
Some bowler, Stuart, he keeps defying the odds, doesn't he? Looks like he's done 4 and then he comes in and bowls an unbelievable spell, and Jack Brooks bowls another good line of length. Solid defence. 46
test hat-tricks, 2 of which are Stuart Broad's.
Surprised there's been that few, to be fair.
Stuart Broad was MS Dhoni, Harbhajan Singh, Praveen Kumar at Trent Bridge, and Kumar Sangakkara, Dinesh Chandimal and Shaminda Iranga at Leeds.
Some good scalps there.
Yeah.
Dhoni and Sangakkara, 2 standouts.
Back here in Taunton, though, under slightly bluer skies than they were a few minutes ago. Somerset desperate for this wicket as Gregory comes in around the wicket, and this one driven square by Harris. He'll pick up 4 runs there. Perhaps a little bit edgy.
Yeah, a little bit edgy. Sort of went for it. Definitely outside off stump, but probably gone on length more than anything, and just threw his hands towards it. And just opened up the blade.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. Angled it out towards the square area, which in the end was fruitful for him. 4 runs added to the total. But yeah, saw the length, saw the width, and thought actually, I
want a bit of that.
Yeah, enough on it will be enough to see it past this fairly close field as Gregory's in again. And defended this time. So 23 the score moves on to. Harris, ominous, isn't he? 13, already got 159 runs in the first innings, so 172 in the match so far. That's a big old chunk of Gloucestershire's runs.
Yeah, they need him out, don't they, desperately?
Yeah.
Need to make some inroads here, and even if they get Charlesworth out, there's still Harris at the other end. So, yeah, this is the key wicket for me in trying to make a dent in this innings.
Gregory in. Well, Harris has tried to get the bat out of the way there, and in the end just angled it down towards second slip. Bit lucky there.
Yeah.
Didn't really know too much about it, I don't think. We'll bring you a replay of that one as Gregory heads back to his mark.
The old play leave and then hits probably at the middle of the bat, knowing how,
Yeah, trying to get out of the way. Bit late. Yeah, middle of the bat, straight to second slip.
Yeah.
On the bounce, though. But a little bit of uncertainty there. Ball perhaps coming through a little quicker than he was expecting as Gregory is in around the wicket again. And this one's driven, but hasn't timed it. Only gets to mid-off. No run added. George Bartlett there, finding himself back in the first 11 in the Red Bull squad. Couldn't get in the side earlier on this season. Played pretty nicely for his 33 yesterday, and then left one which hit the stumps.
Yeah, puzzling innings really. He's
Yeah.
making it look very easy, playing some nice shots, and then just suddenly the brain lets you down, and the ball never looked like it was missing. It was always angling into off stump, and it cartwheeled it good 10 yards out of the ground. So
Not just a mid-wicket. Gregory, hands on his head. Yeah, never a good one to watch back. They say 2 types of leave. That one was pretty much the worst type. Doesn't get much worse than that, does it?
no, and I think as a batter, you'd rather get out caught deep square or caught long on or something, equally as frustrating. But at least you've had a chance to hit the ball.
Yeah,
whereas
just gifting it to the bowler there, aren't you? Just easy wicket. This whole format of cricket is about not making it easy, about being as hard as possible. As this one is full and just tickled, if you like, into the offside. Sajid Khan diving on top of it.
Brilliant stop there.
Yeah.
Brave man diving on a square in September.
Speaking from experience, yeah.
yeah, maybe. Not much skin left normally, but
oh yeah, good effort.
It's a good stop and through on the turn as well. But that's what the bowlers are looking for the commitment from the fielders in the field, just to try and generate anything. Just one little lapse in concentration from the batters there could cause a run out, and Somerset would take that right now, I think.
Absolutely, any way they come. Any way they come. As a train just pulls into Taunton Station. Under cloudy skies here. Very autumnal feel suddenly, this round of matches. From having this glorious summer throughout July and August as Brooks is in, left alone. No ball. Looks like an overstep, must be. This round of matches suddenly just feeling very autumnal. The weather turned instantly, didn't it, really, second that September arrived.
Well, when the wind and the rain returns, it definitely has that feel to it. But I think everybody's quite happy that the temperature's dropped a little bit. It's been a relentless summer.
This one again, left alone. Good ball from Jack Brooks here, good pace. Coming across the batter. 26 without loss. Yeah, it's been a tough old season for ground staff. Not a lot of water around.
No.
So I had to work extra hard, keeping these outfields green. This one at Taunton looking very good, considering just how dry it's been. Apart from the last few days where it hasn't been dry at all. This one is a big drive.
Wow.
No edge, but not far away.
Can't have missed by much. Looked brilliant delivery there from Jack Brooks. Seemed to extract a little bit from this surface. Over the wicket to a left-hander as well, which is, maybe a bit of swing in and then nibbled away.
Wonder if that's the way, you mentioned it earlier on, to bring it across the batter, give them that option to drive, and then hope that the ball does a little something.
I think he's been out like that a few times. I did a game against Yorkshire, and I think he fended one to second slip doing the same, and that is definitely over the wicket tactic from Yorkshire on that occasion. But I'm not saying he's got an issue with it at all, but when you see someone get out like that, you kind of think they're a trait.
Yeah, sticks in your mind, doesn't it? You think, well, that's definitely one way they get out, as they just come through for one run there.
But again, I think he got 150, so hopefully he's not going to do that today for Somerset.
Yeah. He's just a very good player. Looks so good when he's batting. Marcus Harris just doesn't look like he gives chances. That's the thing. Just keeps racking up the runs. This one is defended by his partner, Charlesworth.
As well, he's like a player that just loves batting. And, he's not going to throw his wicket away, which on occasions we've seen other players do, and in regularity. And the Australians, whether they're bred differently or whether they value their wicket more than perhaps some of us do, it's an interesting watch, because I know that if they get out in the Sheffield Shield, they might not bat for another week, possibly 2 weeks, whereas sometimes we get another bat in the same day. So maybe they're just a little more tough, value their wicket, and you know, he sets his stall out to bat for 6 hours, not just, you know, 10 minutes here, 20 minutes, and then we'll see if we can get to the session. You know, I know he'll go out there looking to bat for the entire day, but that's a good mindset to have.
Brooks in, left alone. What do you make of, I don't know if you've umpired him or seen much of him, but Harry Brooke has been called into the England team for the Test match tomorrow at the Oval. Have you seen much of him for Yorkshire?
Yeah, I've seen a fair bit, and, you know, I really like the look of him. He's a steely Yorkshireman as well. I think he doesn't seem to be fazed by any situation, which obviously helps when you're going into pressurised situations, but he just looks like he's a very good accumulator of a big score, and you know, he's done it on many occasions now for Yorkshire, and definitely next in line looks like he'll get a chance. So good luck to him, and I think England hopefully have unearthed another decent top order batter.
We'll find out how he gets on as of tomorrow. This one just carved out into the offside, no run there. Ian, lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much. Ian Blackwell, he'll be back alongside us.
Absolute pleasure.
In a little while. He's not going anywhere because of his foot, so we've got him later on, I'm sure. So umpire Blackwell, Ian Blackwell, former Somerset all-rounder, with us in the box today. Former England all-rounder as well. One Test match, a lot of white ball cricket as well. As Sam Dalling will come alongside me. As Gregory is in again, bowling to Harris, left alone. Dangerous times these for Somerset, with Harris still there. Just heard Ian Blackwell talking about how much he values his wicket, how he sets out his stall for a 6-hour batting session. Well, that would take Somerset out of the game, you feel, if he's going to be there in 6 hours worth of cricket's time. 27 for no loss, as Sam Dalling's here.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello, Sam.
You all right?
Yeah, pretty good.
It's bowling all right, Somerset here. It's better than the start they made to the first innings anyway. Interesting to see Lewis given the new ball ahead of Brooksy, who took it in the first innings.
This one defended, back foot from Harris.
He bowled beautifully back end of day one, Lewis, and then yesterday morning as well. One of those bowlers who, when he gets it right, it just looks like he's going to take a wicket every ball.
Yeah, he's been pitching it up a little bit, been punished on a couple of occasions for that, trying to get the ball to move.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much, though. I'd rather that than the short, long hops which they were bowling in the first dig.
He's coming in again now, around the wicket again. This takes an edge, but it's down, and it gets past the slip field, run away towards the third area. Won't get to the boundary, though. And they'll think about another one, but it isn't there. And the throw comes into James Rue. Score moves on to 29 without loss. A couple of runs added.
Yeah, Tom Abel very quick on the ground. The senior player, flanked by Casey Aldridge and Tom Lemonby. But it's typical Tom Abel to be the one scurrying away.
Yeah. Got to be careful with that hamstring. First game back after a prolonged injury. Don't want to do something silly when you've got those younger players who can get their perhaps slightly more supple muscles to do the hard work. Because this one's a lovely shot, clipped out through square leg. No fielder there. That'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, just straight onto the pad. It's a leg stamp half volley, really. Someone who's in the form of Marcus Harris isn't going to miss out on that. He moves into the 20s, I think, with that shot.
Asking to be hit, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it's ominous, isn't it? He didn't really look like getting out in the first innings, and he's the kind of player, I think Blackie was saying, he's not flustered. If the ball beats the outside edge, I saw him face Imre Yadav at Radler earlier, like a few weeks ago, and Yadav had him in all kinds of trouble, but it just doesn't fluster him.
Again, another drive, not timing it. Marcus Harris, he stays on 21. End of the over.
Yeah, so that lead up to 128 now. I mean, I fear there's there's plenty of time left in this game. In terms of, well, there is literally plenty of time left in this game, but hopefully the rain is going to miss us. It seems to be existing in its own microclimate at the moment, the Cooper Associates county ground. It's the wind. The wind helps. It just seems to be blowing stuff through. Somerset to have any chance. The one thing is that Gloucestershire have to win the game. A draw's no good. So if Somerset can just take a few quick wickets, you never know. It'd be nice if Jack Brooks could get a couple of them. But Ben Charlesworth he batted beautifully in the first innings. It was almost the other way around, actually. Charlesworth was scoring quite quickly. He played a couple of beautiful cover drives, and Harris was happy just to hang around at the other end. It's almost roles reversed here. Two left-handed openers, but very different stature of them. Charlesworth was just leaning into those cover drives. He pushed a couple. He barely had to hit them in the first innings. Still no bye. Oh no, there was one bye. Apologies. So I think James Rowe's been very tidy as the wicketkeeper, coming in. No Steve Davies in this game for Somerset.
Yeah, no byes in that first innings.
No.
So yeah, very good stuff. Yeah, he's impressed, doesn't he, James Rowe, getting into that England Lions squad. Didn't play, but to get that call up in your teens is nothing to be ashamed of at all, is it? Very good from James Rowe. And obviously the England are aware of him.
Yeah, when you've only played a couple of first-class games, to be getting called up into that, it was a very good side, wasn't it? I mean, it's a shame he had to go all the way to Canterbury and then come all the way back again. Oh, bowled from Jack Brooks. Charlesworth, false stroke. And that'll please Jack Brooks. Yeah, I mean, they've talked about him around here for a few years now. He's one they rated highly, waited patiently, given him his chance, and he's certainly taken it. But yeah, he played for that county select 11, didn't he, last year against India up at Durham. Pushes it out to deep point. Picks up a single. Ben Charlesworth. Imam Ul-Haq does the fielding out there. Go on. You're going to say something profound there, aren't you? I could feel it. You just that intake of breath, Charlie.
You've built it up. It's too much now.
Is it too much?
Well, only because we were talking with Ian Blackwell earlier on, only that actually he's one of two Roos to keep an eye on. The younger Roo is still working his way through the system. Rock and rolling in Roo, yeah. As defended. But it just shows, doesn't it, actually, when you've got that stream of talent, getting on top of it, bringing them into the system, getting them games early. It's so important to give them that opportunity in a side like this. And Roo grabbing it, just showing he's got the mentality on top of this. You know, he's obviously his technique's great, but he seems to have this perfect mentality for the longer form, which is good to see.
That's been the most impressive thing, hasn't it? Just the way his situational judgment immediately has just been spot on. You can't really fault him in the early stage of his stages of a career, which one hopes will be a long one. That's the beauty of county cricket. Academies, history, players coming through underneath. It's very much to the credit. Plays his club cricket at Thompson Andrews, doesn't he? He's a King's boy, James Rowe. Yeah,
I think so. He used up 168 balls to get to 44. When the bowling was good, wickets were falling. Actually, that's more balls faced than Imam, who got to 90. So it was slow progress, but actually, in the course of the game, he got to 44, which was the second top score. And you've got time to do that in this format. You can afford to take time to get there. You don't want to slow a game down to a halt, but actually when wickets are falling.
Yeah, just ran out of partners. Steve and I would say it's the application that Somerset fans have been crying out for amongst the top order for a couple of years now, really.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's going to see quite a lot of him, which would be good if he can stay fit. Well, I guess the only reason he wouldn't now is with England call-ups. You know, if he's that high up, although he's a little way off first team England at the moment, as Davey comes in now from the Gothic Pavilion end, just a single.
I like that, first team England. Second team England.
Second team England is Lions, but if he's getting into that first, the full squad, full team, he's a little way off that, just with where the things are at the moment. You've got plenty of keepers in and amongst that England side.
You've got to be allowed to play. 18 years old. Give him a few years.
Needs time. Needs time. But that's the thing. So the next couple of seasons, with any luck, see plenty of him here at Taunton, but also in Somerset colours around the country. No run added there. Still 2 slips and a gully in place for Davey here from this end now.
How do you feel about the flags over on the flats, Charlie?
I haven't looked today. let's see. Yeah, there is still that one the wrong way round. Then we've got a county council one, which is the right way round. Our friend, the one who turned it round. Oh, hello. The person who's
Straight up.
Look, he's up on his feet. The person who's got his flag the wrong way round as Davies in. Oh, bowled him! There's the breakthrough. And it's Harris as well. Massive wicket for Somerset. 35 for 1 the score now. And Davey, first over from this end, makes the breakthrough. Getting one to just come in to Harris. What a ball. And it's a huge moment in this game, you feel. Marcus Harris gone.
Yeah, loves bowling around the wickets at left-handers. Josh Davey comes really wide of the crease, just angled that one in straight and came in straight, maybe moved away slightly from Harris. An absolutely delightful sight for Josh Davey to see Marcus Harris, who was looking in good touch, 21 from 35 balls. Good to see Josh Davey with the early breakthrough. What Somerset need is just that little flurry of wickets in the first innings, particularly early on. Top order, there was a couple of big partnerships, 125, 126. Somerset can get a couple of wickets and put Gloucestershire under a bit of pressure here. You just never know, Charlie.
Yeah, well, lunch is in half an hour. If Gloucestershire are, well, if we're being greedy, 3 down, but if they can pick up another 1 at least before lunch in this top order, they would go in feeling pretty satisfied with their morning's work, you'd feel. Great moment for Josh Davey, picking up the wicket of the overseas batter, Marcus Harris, who we should just make a mention for. So that is a total of 180 runs he added for Gloucestershire in this game. That is serious batting. So well played. Most of that obviously done in the first innings, but these have not been easy conditions to bat in. You know, the conditions have been quite helpful to bowlers over the course of the last couple of days. Somerset not bowling at their best at the start, but still. Well batted Marcus Harris. So it will be Price who comes in of the Ollie variety. We've got a couple in the Gloucestershire side.
Yeah, they're having good games so far. The Price brothers. Ollie made 50 in the first innings, but it was quite assured. Played a few shots, a couple of short balls earlier that he just swished at that maybe he could have left alone, but did look very assured once he settled in.
Davies in over the wicket to the right-hander, getting behind it well here, Ollie Price. No run. Now, before we were distracted by that excellent wicket, we were talking about the flags.
We were. I knew we'd go back to those.
The flag, which is, well, you brought it up. You got me.
Yeah,
you knew what you were doing.
Pushing buttons.
You are
Charlie.
pushing my buttons. But there's a gentleman sitting right in front of a flag, which is wrong way round. It's been the wrong way round all season.
They did switch it round. Was it? It was them.
The other one.
Switched it round, was it?
No.
So they've remained true, have they? The other one.
The other one's not there because they hang it out on their balcony, the glass in the front of the balcony. As Davey comes in again over the wicket and just defended.
You definitely think about these things, don't you?
Yeah, well, they were, because they listened into the commentary and they turned it round live while we were on air and doing the commentary. There it is. See that one? If you look at the bottom right of your screen, you'll see the Somerset crest there. You can see which way around the dragon's facing there. Well, this one, the one for the flag there, pointing the wrong way.
Oh, no. I've just heard from the back in Blackwell. We're not going to go down the dragon wyvern route, are we, again? We can't.
Abstain from this. I feel like I've made my point before. In comes Davey. This one defended again by Price.
Yeah, see, Blackwell at the back of the box is very much in the Pete Trigo club. He's pointing out, was it the Dragon or the Wyvern club? Triggs went to Wyvern school. Can see Blackwell. He stays really neutral when it comes to the umpiring decisions.
Yeah.
Don't you notice that? When Dragon Wyvern comes in, I don't know. I might have to.
If we're going on back in the day, this quote from Ian Blackwell is he's going on what was back in the day. If we're going back in the day, don't get me started because we're heading back to Saxon times here. Because they're the ones who made the choice as to what Somerset would be represented by, which was a dragon. Dragon, just to be clear, dragons have got 4 separate limbs plus wings. Wyverns have got 2 limbs plus wings.
Jack Brooks has 4 limbs. He's bowling to Ben.
No wings, though.
No wings.
He's human, not dragon or wyvern.
No wings.
Yeah.
Well, as Triggs pointed out, we're talking about mythical beings here. So, who is to say definitively how a mythical being looks and their number of limbs and or wings?
I think I can answer that question. Whatever the official heraldry,
right?
There is an official heraldry sort of body that deals with that and tells you exactly what each thing is. And
Self-anointed, presumably. Charlesworth gets in behind that one. I mean, who decided they were the official heraldry body?
I think probably the Royals.
Right.
You're going to take this to the Queen, are you, Sam?
Well, it sounds like you brought the Queen into it, not me.
I think we need. This is why we can't bring it up. This is the issue that happens when we start bringing up the Dragon Wyvern.
It just deteriorates.
Issue. It does.
Whatever it is, it's on Jack Brooks' shirt.
Yeah.
And he has ball in hand. Oh, playing a miss there from Charlesworth. And that one just zips through to James Rue at a decent height. Taylor's furiously typing. He's going to try and prove his point.
No. I'm now looking at the Gloucestershire cricket crest. I want to see what's on their crest. So they've got a couple of lions. They've got the arms of the city of Bristol, which is the castle and the ship and the sea. So yes, calling on their Bristol heritage, but like Somerset call on their Somerset heritage.
Left alone by Charlesworth. Good carry again through to James Rue. A bit of bounce out there from Somerset. That was lacking in the first innings. It was very quiet in the first 80 odd overs, actually noticeably so.
Which team's got the worst crest?
Oh, there we go. That's opening up. Get that one out to it. Any of these newfangled quests?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Crests, even. 4 runs for Charlesworth. That's going to squirt away wide of Tom Lammonby in at gully. I don't think it was a particularly convincing shot. Bowler not particularly happy, looking at skipper, saying basically, well, we've got a deep point and not a third.
Yeah, because there's some. Here we go. Because there's some which have got sort of newish.
Got a new one.
Like Notts have just got a stag jumping over the words Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, whereas a lot of them use the old county
at Trent
signs.
Bridge.
Yeah, at Trent Bridge. Yeah,
it's the same. It's a franchise Notts these days, isn't it? As that one zips through to the keeper.
Leicestershire have got the fox up there running over Leicestershire County Cricket Club.
Let's have a look of Josh Davey taking the wicket of Marcus Harris. End of the over, 39 for 1. This is a couple of overs ago. Josh Davey just leaves Harris slightly off the pitch there. Plays down the wrong line. Off stump, out on the ground. Tom Abel delighted. Testing that hamstring to the max for his celebrations.
But we can't really. I mean, Glamorgan have just gone for a daffodil, understandably. It's tough for Glamorgan, isn't it? Because I don't know how many people in Cardiff really associate with the old County Glamorgan, which doesn't really exist anymore. Davies in, and this one's a drive. It'll be picked up at mid-on, though, by Jack Brooks. Tumbles over it rather than taking it cleanly.
You don't know exactly how many people in Cardiff associate.
Well, it's just because Glamorgan itself is gone now. So it's the city and county of Cardiff. So that's the thing, is that Glamorgan, when it was created, was the county that Cardiff was in. But obviously that's now changed, isn't it? So young people...
Just franchise
There
it.
we go.
They associate with Somerset, don't they? According to the advertising that was out there a few weeks ago.
There was a lot of advertising going on there for Somerset in the Welsh capital. As Davies in again, left alone by Ollie Price.
Oh, the YouTube chat. Wyvern, Dragon.
Oh, no.
At least the flag isn't upside down, says Bristol Dragon.
Upside down? Oh, yeah.
It was, wasn't it? There was an upside down.
Upside down one, yeah.
That's unforgivable, really.
Is it the Gloucestershire flag on top of the pavilion? I don't know if we can get a camera on it, because that doesn't have the Gloucestershire crest on it. It's just a series of sort of...
It's like a Rubik's
stripes. Cube. Yeah, it is. It's like yellow, blue, white, brown. This one is defended, pushed out into the offside, no run. There we go. There's the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club flag. Not sure I've really noticed that before. In Gloucestershire have been here. Is that new? Can any Gloucestershire fans tell us? Is that a new thing? What's going on there? 'Cause there's no crest on it. It doesn't say anything Gloucestershire based other than just have some nice... Is it the city's colours or the county's colours? I don't know. Doesn't... Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe it's the colours from the crest, because there's reds, yellow, greens, blues inside the crest. And the city bit. As in comes Davey again. Having to defend here. Again, Ollie yet to get off the mark. Ollie Price.
According to Wikipedia, the flag of Gloucestershire looks very different.
Oh, yeah, no. not Gloucestershire flag, which is sort of a looks like the same sort of cross as an England flag, but in green and blue.
It's good that we're just getting to the heart of the important issues.
I like all this stuff though, and I
Yeah,
like
I
the
do.
counties being represented by this. You've got a red rose for Lancashire, white rose for Yorkshire and Hampshire, and Derbyshire. A rose count, lots of roses around. Never hear Derbyshire referred to as the roses, do you? That one goes outside the off stump, left alone.
It's definitely not the Gloucestershire flag, that.
No.
Not the official flag of Gloucestershire. No, the old one was very different. It used to be yellow, red, but it should be...
Yeah, I think it's going to be Notts or Leicestershire for me.
For the worst crest
Yeah.
that we're talking about here.
Yeah, Notts have changed theirs recently, though, haven't they? They've just changed it to the NCCC, all sort of in one, you know, when the... It's all in one.
TRCC.
TB, you mean? Is this what goes outside the off stump? Are you talking about Trent Bridge?
TR, isn't it?
Oh, Trent Rockets. That one is good over from Davey. Was it a maiden? I think it might have been 39 for 1, the score.
Yeah, it was a maiden.
Northants as well. There's a rose. Plenty of roses around.
There's the Somerset flag.
There you go. See, it's got the...
With that wyvern in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's got that creature in the middle of the flag and the club's colours, black and maroon.
For me, if Ian Blackwell and Pete Trigo are calling it a wyvern, that's good enough. I'm having that.
I'm just going to maintain my silence on this matter, just so I don't.
You won't be
get
able to, though, will you?
worked
Jack
up.
Brooks into the left-handed Charlesworth, who opens the face, and that's going to run away towards third. Imam Hack will pick it up, and he'll just get a couple. Charlesworth moves on to 15. Gloucestershire on to 41 for 1. If you're just joining us, Sam Dowling and Charlie Taylor here on the Somerset County Cricket Club live stream. Got Ian Blackwell with us today. We've got Stephen Lamb with us today.
There you go. That's the new Nottinghamshire one. It's just NCC.
That's quite smart.
Yeah, Surrey also do a similar one like that on some of their merchandise.
That'll be Ben Redwood's doing, I suspect.
What do they call them on the Middlesex? Seaxes, is that right?
Yes.
Types of swords on the Essex and the Middlesex emblems. But yeah, I don't know if we came to a definitive answer there.
Driven, but straight to mid-off. It's difficult to have a definitive answer on something subjective.
Yes, true. True.
But you've basically expressed a hate for Nottinghamshire.
Not hatred. I just don't think it's as good as... I like the ones which hark back to the old county signs. Yeah, I like that sort of a understanding. And that's, Somerset have talked about it a lot, having that real tradition going back a long way that really connects to everywhere in its patch.
A bowl, Jack Brooks pushed back to him by Ben Charlesworth. 20 minutes or so until lunch here.
If anything, brightening up a little bit. Clouds maybe getting a bit higher. There's a little baby about to wander onto the pitch from the dugout. I think it might be Max Waller's child who's just playing on this side of the pitch.
Fuller and Charles were happy to leave that one alone. Another great photo from Harry Trump. He took that really dramatic photo of the sky on day one. It's got a good pic of Marcus Harris's off stump being removed there. It is indeed Max Waller, son Milo. Tom Bampton running the drinks. Freshly signed new deal for Tom Bampton. Well, bowl, Jack Brooks. Charlesworth just pushing at that one, angled across him, moving away from him through to James Rue, end of the 16th over. 41 for 1, Gloucestershire are in their second innings. Got a replay of Milo by the looks of things. And there we go. Well, it just lifts as well. Rue takes it.
Yeah, that photo from... is it from Harry Trump? I assume so. Yeah, it is a Harry Trump photo. It's
Best kind of photo.
great stuff, yeah. off stump ripped out of the ground, still in the air in the photo just about. Great stuff. There's a replay on Twitter as well if you want to see the moment that the breakthrough was made. But Somerset can't just rely on one. They're going to have to keep going. It was a good ball. Still slips in place to Josh Davey, and he comes now as this one is defended. Sun comes out. Ollie Price struggling to get off the mark here. Good bowling from Davey, keeping him there. Not giving away any free runs. There's a few benches underneath the scoreboard by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. I wonder if they're some of the benches from Gimblett Hill. It's been reorganised now. I wonder if there were a few extras that they've moved over there. That'd be a nice place to watch cricket from, in the sun. Trees just moving in the breeze. Davey comes in, left alone. Not going to risk it. There we go, a few people enjoying those newly situated benches there. It's by the car park. That's where the big temporary stand is. Temporary stand can hold what? 2,000 people? Benches can hold what? 10? Maybe 12 at a push.
It's a good 10, 12 though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's about quality.
That's a nice looking spot, that. There's Davey bowling again. This one, Price only able to fend off once more, so still on naught. Ollie Price, as Sam was saying, made 52 in the first innings. He's being made to work for runs here.
Yeah, and this is good from Somerset. Runs came a little bit too easily in the first innings, but this is excellent. That pressure on, point is up, not allowing Price to get off the mark with an easy single there.
Davey hitting his areas really well on the off stump, as this one is pushed to mid-on this time. Jack Brooks fields it. There we go. Get the idea of that photo from Harry Trump. Not one that Marcus Harris will want to frame, I don't think.
No, I wouldn't imagine it going his wall anywhere. He did. Harry Trump yesterday, I'll tell you what, taking his art seriously, he was lying down on the ground at one point, flat outside the boundary. I don't know what. I would love to see what photos he was taking. He was on the deck for a while.
Davey in, and again, Price can't do anything with it other than defend. They say that you can tell a good photographer by where they take a photo from, where they move the camera. You can't just stand up and take a photo every single time from the same spot. You've got to find these new angles. So there we go.
Very lucky here to have Harry Trump here almost every day.
Yeah, bumped into him at the bottom of the staircase today as he was coming out, probably eyeing up some shots already. Davey in again, full and driven, but only as far as mid-off this time.
He's shaping up nicely there, Ollie Price. A couple of nice drives, but just straight to fielders. It looks very solid.
Tom Banton on the field.
Looks to me like we're going to have a change of bowling at the River End just before lunch. Charlie Taylor, Sajid Khan, not the Mayor of London.
No.
As Stephen Lamb declared a little bit earlier on.
And there's Harry working hard.
Oh, there he is. But I've seen him in that seat before.
Is that his seat? Do they not sell tickets for that seat because Harry's he says, oh, that's where I like to be?
Harry Trump. Not got his earphones in, disappointing.
Oh, there's Jeff, look at that. It's like a little photographers union going on down there. And Harry said,
he's disappeared there.
I'm not hanging around. If this is where Jeff's getting photos from, I'm not hanging around. This is Jeff's patch. Do you think they're territorial like ice cream
they can't stand
vendors?
each other.
Well, those two.
Yeah.
They have to sit opposite ends of the table.
Have to keep them apart. Lunchtime, you can see it. Khan around the wicket to Charlesworth. Gets one to turn, and George Bartlett, I'd imagine that is under the helmet. Usually is. Yeah, I think I can see the number 14 poking through the back of the jersey. I should say,
I like this move.
That was a joke. Harry and Jeff are very good friends.
Yeah, I like this. And I also like watching Khan
Gets through
Bolt.
overs very quickly.
Yeah.
That arm comes round quite low. There's a lot to like about his action. He fizzes the ball through. There's not that much flight. It's very flat and just play into the ground where Bartlett is waiting. Straight back to him. Straight back to his mark. 68, the number of choice. I wonder if there's anything significant behind that. Charlesworth watchful in defence. Tom Abel comes in and cover. Good start from Khan.
I do wonder about that kind of thing. About number choices, how they go about doing that.
Cut for a single there by Ben Charlesworth. Imam Ul-Haq is out on the boundary in front of the Somerset stand. We'll keep it to 1. Right-hander Ollie Price comes on to strike for the last ball of Khan's over. He's yet to score. Field comes up, bar deep square leg. First slip in. George Bartlett in under the helmet, short leg. Price just watchful onto the back foot. End of the 18th, 42 for 1, Gloucestershire.
Doesn't look that bothered about being on naught, does he, Price?
Looks very assured.
Yeah.
First inning runs helps. Must make you feel much better.
Yeah, sure. Yep, 35 was the point where the wicket fell. Score now 42, so 7 runs added here. And I will, in a moment, be making way for Stephen Lamb, who's going to come in, take you towards the lunch break in 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, we've got a couple of overs. Casey Aldridge is going to have a bowl, I think, before lunch. He is going to replace Josh Davey at the Marcus Draskovic Pavilion end. Around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, just taking the time to set his field as Stephen Lamb pops in next to me. Once again, cover mid-wicket. Josh Davey comes across from mid-wicket. No, he's going to go to mid-on. Looks like it's... No, change of mind again. It's Davey that goes into the covers. Bartlett stays at mid-on then. We'll get the field right eventually. Couple of slips in and a gully. Gregory and Abel in at first and second. Tom Lammonby at gully. Afternoon, Stephen.
Afternoon again, Sam. Yeah, Aldridge for the first time today. From the Draskovic Pavilion end, going to be a single off his first delivery. Quite a rash of bowling changes. Sajid Khan coming on. Josh Davey, 2 short spells. Cracking delivery to take the wicket.
Wasn't it good? That was perfect. Perfect.
It's a good move. It's easier to say with hindsight, isn't it? But his line wasn't quite what it usually is from the river end with that short first spell. And then to bring him back looked at a good decision. No need to engage with that. Ben Charlesworth has been looking pretty solid in there since the start of the innings. 138 in front, Gloucestershire. That's played with a flourish out to deep extra cover, and we may have had to wait a while for Ollie Price to get off the mark, but did so in consummate style there.
Yeah, just set up nicely for Ollie Price to cut that one away. He'll feel a little bit better. It's short and wide really from Aldridge, a bit of a loosener inside his first over of this innings.
Swaying inside the line of that one from Aldridge. Slightly extended morning session this. We would usually be having lunch at the end of this over, or even the previous one. Oh, way outside the off stump.
It's hard to get away with that, really.
That was certainly a white ball wide. But yeah, lunching at 12:40 today, and at 3:20 we're having tea.
Yeah, it could be a long final session, couldn't it? He's still got 74 overs left, 73 after this one. If the rain holds.
Got that through. I don't know whether got a hand to it, but they're going to pick up a single. The way possibly taken off the ball a bit. Could have another look.
Yeah, it didn't carry. It just was caught in two minds, Price. Wasn't sure whether to play it. I think he was going to leave it. Then hung his bat out. I don't think it was a chance of a catch. He did hit something, whether it was elbow or bottom of the hand.
Not a particularly convincing stroke in the end, but brings him a single, which keeps him the strike. He's on 5. Charlesworth stays on 17. 48 for 1.
Sajid Khan to continue then. 12:35. He gets through his overs quite quickly, so we might get 2 before lunch. We'll certainly get this over from Sajid Khan. He's just setting his field. Slip and a short leg again. Does flight that one up. Goes down on one knee for the appeal. No interest from the umpire. Ian Blackwell saying that was out from the back of the box. He didn't say that. Ollie Price just pushing forward on the front foot.
We're going to have a full, well, we started 10 minutes late, didn't we? But otherwise a full session. An uninterrupted session.
Yeah, fingers crossed for a couple more. Fires that one in. Can't. A little bit of turn. Price watchful. Pushes it to Abel at mid-wicket.
Yeah, there was a slight delay this morning because of a heavy shower just before the start. But got 2 hours play in, all right. Sajid Khan, one of the 2 Gloucestershire batters, dismissed this morning just after having played an excellent extra cover drive to the boundary.
Again, a bit more flight. Price has to wait for that one. It's not entirely convincing, or at least Sajid Khan's reaction would suggest so. But I'm not. There's only a few times I've watched Sajid Khan, but I certainly know he goes wholehearted after every Lbw appeal. He believes. As Price pushes forward defensively, I think we are going to get one more over before the lunch break as well. Gloucestershire 48 for 1. Marcus Harris, the one player out.
Yeah, the digital clock is rather quicker than the analogue one on the top of the pavilion. I think it's the digital one the umpires go by.
It is indeed. We've noted a couple of times we've started sessions early. It's the scoreboard one we definitely use.
I can recall a time when the analogue one was the only one you could see on the ground, but much more efficient, much more modern now. 2 excellent high visibility scoreboards on opposite ends of the ground here.
What have we got on lunch, Toddington?
Little push out on the offside from Charlesworth.
It's not the Western Swan video, is it?
The 2 batters well aware that this is going to be the last over before the break.
Oh, wouldn't it be a nice time for Somerset to take a wicket, Stephen? It's always a nice time, but...
Get the other opener now. Not with this delivery, though, which is going to bring Charlesworth a single, so takes him off strike. Bat and glove possibly involved. Charlesworth to 18. The lead edging up to the 150 mark now for Gloucestershire. Picked out the man at mid-wicket. Pleasant enough shot.
It was a nice shot. It was nicely timed, but just straight to the fielder.
most of the Somerset fielders in sleeveless sweaters. Casey Aldridge, one of the exceptions, with ball in hand. Impeccable defence. And again, looks like Hampshire in firm control at the moment of their game against Northants at Southampton. Northants 1, 2, 3 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 400.
It's my one gripe with the current county championship is that Surrey and Hampshire only play each other once.
Mm.
So we don't have that chance.
Somerset played them both twice.
So basically I'm advocating more county championship cricket. We're 2 games short of a full season.
That's well outside the off stump. That looks like that could be against the run of play, judging by what we've been hearing recently.
Well, 49 for 1 at lunch. We are told through a couple of people in the media overnight that it's getting to that stage where, well, unless you agree, then watch out. So the threats are kind of out. And
Stick rather than carrot, perhaps, which isn't necessarily a good thing. But that is the end of the session. 2 hours played, with lunch taken with Gloucestershire on 49 for 1. So that gives them an overall lead of 144. So they're well in control of this game. They were at the outset this morning, and nothing really that has happened has done anything to change that. Somerset losing their last 2 wickets to be bowled out for 248, and Gloucestershire with Charlesworth on 18, Price on 5, that's Ollie Price coming in at number 3, 49 for 1. There's the Gloucestershire card, Marcus Harris. Important breakthrough that for Josh Davey, particularly after his big 100 in the first innings, departing for 21. That's the one breakthrough for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth and Price holding firm until the interval. And there's the bowling card. Lewis Gregory, unlucky not to have taken a wicket in that first spell, 6 off the reel. Josh Davey 6 in 2, 3 and 3, and took that wicket in the second spell after being switched from the river to the pavilion end. Then Jack Brooks 0 for 10, Sajid Khan just a short burst before lunch, as was Casey Aldridge. And that's the position, 49 for 1, lead of 144, Charlesworth 18, Price is 5. And we'll be back very shortly in time for the resumption.
My name is Ollie Sale and I'm a fast bowler for Somerset. Well, I've been playing cricket since I was about 9, and then when I was about 16, I remember getting an email through. I was actually halfway up a mountain with my dad in Scotland. We were climbing a mountain and got an email through just saying, "Oh, Somerset want you to come in for a trial on Monday." And I was like, Christ, all right. And yeah, I've been at Somerset ever since. Still managed to get myself to university and they were very supportive about that. So I've had that sort of journey as well, sort of trying to balance education and also making sure that I was doing the right things cricket-wise. I think being almost brutally honest, I wasn't ready to play full-time cricket. You know, I was very much quite raw. I was quite a raw sort of cricketer. And I think it was a way of me continuing with plan B. I mean, I'm probably the first person that will tell you cricket can be a short career, and you know, I've had countless injuries already, but also helped me give myself more time to develop as a cricketer and stay involved with Somerset whilst getting an education. So it was definitely the right decision for me at the time. Injuries are, obviously they're part of the parcel. I mean, you talk about mental well-being, you do feel like you sort of lose your identity a little bit, and like obviously you get different kinds of injuries, some, you know, shorter than others. I've just come off the back of double shoulder surgery that's put me out for the whole season, so it becomes a bit of a journey. You know, initially you're kind of like in denial. I see it with other guys. I've seen it throughout this year. So everyone just immediately, when you come off, like, oh, you're all right? Like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And then as that sort of mental process goes on, you start understanding what's going on, and then you're just accepting it and just trying to recover and give yourself the best chance to be, you know, returning to play as soon as possible in the best shape that you can be. But it is strange, yeah, because obviously, you know, your day-to-day life is being a cricketer. You're watching everyone else play, but that's taken away from you. You're just, you know, rehab, gym, same sort of on a loop. So it is tough. And, you know, we've obviously got a great science and medicine team that will help me through all the physical stuff. But, I mean, the club in general, we're quite close. So, you know, I'm very comfortable talking to a lot of the management about, like, just where I'm at and stuff. And they've been very supportive. And we've also got a sports psychologist, Chris Bodman, who I've spent a bit of time with as well. And he helps just sort of rationalise things for me, because obviously there's times in the season where I'm so frustrated and I just actually, a lot of the things are out of my control anyway. Taking control of what you can control is probably the best advice. There's a lot of times, well, for me anyway, where I'm thinking about things, overthinking things, or thinking about things in too much depth, and actually you need to just think about things that I can actually impact. So, you know, if it's performance, or, you know, what's this coach thinking, or whatever, that's something I can't control. Whereas, like, you know, what can I control? It's like how I go about my training, my preparation, you know, sleep, food, like all that kind of thing. That's the stuff I can control. So make sure I get that right and just give myself the best chance.
Cobb just takes pace off that and catches the return.
So we've got a winter now, so it's just, for me, it's about making sure that come next season, I'm fully fit and raring to go. So I'm yeah, obviously gagging to play some cricket, having missed the whole season now. So yeah, I just want to play as much cricket as I can next year, enjoy it, and get out in front of the crowd and hopefully deliver some wins.
Jack Leach, left arm spinner, occasional batter.
What a shot that is. Lifted away.
So Crohn's is an inflammatory bowel disease. I got diagnosed with it when I was 14, I think. So to start with, it was quite bad. I think I remember being very anemic, and it took a while to kind of get diagnosed. You go to the doctors with a bad stomach and they probably tell you to go away, and you know, you have to persist, because I was obviously not very well. But yeah, I just remember coming back from school being very tired, just wanting to sleep, and yeah, just wasn't myself. So yeah, it was a case of getting the treatment that I needed. And it's one of those things, you kind of always got it, but it kind of has bad times and better times. So you have flare-ups and that kind of thing. And I'd say it's had actually quite a big impact, probably more than I probably think about day to day, but I think mentally it's had a big impact on me. The link between mental and physical for me is quite big, I think, and just kind of knowing when you're tired because you're playing cricket for a living, and when you're actually maybe starting to get a few of the symptoms. I'm someone who likes to train and feel prepared, so I guess mentally it's been a tough thing, is to kind of maybe hold myself back at times, and not being able to do maybe what
other teammates can do from a training perspective. I think over time I've learned how to manage it and maybe save myself, you know, for the times out in the middle. Obviously, I guess the worries of kind of, will it have an impact on the amount you're available, selection. I've had times where I've lost my place in the team and then actually, you know, someone comes in and takes that place and you don't know whether you're ever going to get it back. So those things that you feel like you can't control are frustrating. I did have some sort of illness in South Africa which was very similar to COVID symptoms. I don't know whether it was or not. And it went through the group a little bit. I just couldn't get well after that. I was exhausted, felt fatigued, and my body just couldn't get better. And then you go to training and you're just expected to kind of be at the same level as everyone else, and it just wasn't possible. And yeah, I felt like I was fighting a losing battle a little bit. So there's quite a lot of low moments within those few months where I was kind of trying to build towards something and then it didn't happen. And then we were obviously in lockdown, and yeah, I felt pretty low at that point, not knowing whether I would get another opportunity to play for England. I've been pushing myself so hard for so long, and then everything just stopped. Mentally just didn't really know what to do or what to put my energy into. And yeah, I found that a really tricky time, and I did actually get some psychological help from James Bickley, who was working for the ECB. I certainly feel when I'm more stressed, my symptoms are worse. So it is a circular thing. If you're worried about your Crohn's, then that's probably going to make your Crohn's worse. So I think that does help me. It's just feeling comfortable enough to have those, I guess, tricky conversations where you're kind of showing your vulnerability, which is never easy, I guess. Yeah, I've got some great friends and family that support me 100%, which is amazing. I think one of my strengths is that I'm able to talk about it, and I'm not like someone who's just got one person that they trust. Like if someone will listen to me, I'll talk to them about it. Everyone says cricket's such a mental game, and it is so true, and I think it's something that we don't probably put enough time into. You can let cricket just be your life and your situation, and trying to push for more and more and more. But I think sometimes just taking a step back and yeah, having a chat with someone or having other things going on is a good thing, because I think it really helps me to feel like I'm in a good place to then do well in my cricket.
Hi, I'm Tom Lbw. I'm an all-rounder for Somerset County Cricket Club.
Slow ball dispatched.
As a kid, my dad came over from Australia to play cricket, so I've sort of just grown up around the sport, and sort of every weekend, every Saturday, Sunday, would just follow him around. So I still remember sort of the first few times I rolled through the gates here and saw the likes of Trez or whoever it may be, and almost just surreal a little bit playing for them now, but I still have those memories, as I said, from the first time I walked in. Every game you sort of play, you get nervous, and every time you make a debut or you play your first game, those nerves are heightened and you're definitely a bit more anxious. I'm sort of guilty of probably putting a bit too much pressure and expectation on myself coming into this year, and I think it just causes you not to relax, and that then in turn leads you to making rash decisions or being as comfortable with yourself. And I think for me, I want to be as relaxed as I can. I want to have fun as much as possible, and when I'm playing cricket, that's usually the case. However, when you do have a bad day or things aren't going your way, you think, why do I get paid for this? But you try and sort of block those thoughts out and just, as I said, have fun.
Cleverly played, very cleverly played.
We've got a sports psychologist who's always around and always available to speak to. With that as well, speaking to other past players, we're lucky enough to have some great mentors and some great overseas who've obviously experienced the highs of international cricket and succeeding, but have also been through the lows, and they can be quite dark times, and you almost put a lot of everything, well, especially myself, I put everything on myself and expect myself to do better or take all the responsibility on myself. But actually it's listening to people that have been through it, as I said, gives you a sense of relief and a sense that you're not the only one that goes through a bad patch or a tough time. It's everyone that is susceptible to them. You hear a lot of players talk about technique and ability, and the rest is mental and how you deal with different situations or different pressure environments. I remember this season especially sitting out and chatting to Devon Conway, one of our overseas, and he was just saying that you've worked so hard to get to the position you're in. Why would you change what you're thinking or your mindset, which has got you this far? It's just because it's a higher level or you're playing against a better opposition doesn't change the way you think. Something that's worked for me this year was working on my breathing, especially before going to bat, before bowling, before fielding, is actually taking a couple big deep breaths in, a couple big deep breaths out, and then focus on 2 or 3 key things that I want to do when I'm out there in the middle, which keeps it simple but also hopefully keeps me concentrated as well. I've sort of taken it a little bit into everyday life, and it was actually listening to sort of a podcast about breathing and sort of being in the moment, and I think that I give a lot to cricket, and actually sometimes I take that with me when I go home, or I'm still thinking about it the next day or a week later, whereas actually it's something I'm learning to do, but looking to have that off switch, or looking to maybe use breathing outside of cricket to just focus on having dinner with your family or going out for a walk. I'm not going to say that I'm sat here and I've worked out how to deal with all the nerves and pressure in cricket, because I haven't. For myself, I look to have fun and play a game. And when that happens, that's when I'm at my happiest and most relaxed, which obviously means, well, most of the time means it's a path to success.
Oh, that is just so easy the way that he does.
My name is Ollie Sale and I'm a fast bowler for Somerset. Social media is a strange one, and I probably spend too much time on it like most people my age, but you know, I don't have hundreds of thousands of followers like some of the guys, but you know, there has been some experiences in the past which is like tough when you sort of, the game's on the line and you don't quite get there, and then it's like, you just, I mean, I try not to read it, to be honest, but it's difficult not to, and you know, for as many, you know, I might get 50 nice messages, like supportive messages, whatever, and then you get a couple bad ones and you actually remember the bad ones. At the end of last year, when that sort of social media thing did happen, there were definitely guys that reached out and like just said, like, don't listen to it, this is complete rubbish. I probably would have said at the time it didn't impact me, but looking back on it, I was like, you know, it did play on my mind a bit. But then again, like, I was quite new to, that was, you know, my first proper experience of, you know, professional cricket in full. Now, if it was to happen, I feel like I'd be better equipped to then go on. As I said earlier, it's probably just about experience and understanding how it works, really. We do have some sort of, like, you know, we've had seminars in the past. There's probably something we could be better at understanding, and they are raising more awareness. I think everyone has different ways of going about it. Like, some guys enjoy it, some guys just literally don't even go on social media and have other people run it. Some guys will go on it when they're doing really well, and just about finding out what works for you and how best, you know, you can react to this situation. I can't control what other people think. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, if you look back on your career, no one's going to remember you know, if you didn't have a great, you know, you bowled 5 overs for 50 or whatever it is, and no one remembers that. And like, you know, I was chatting to Trez about it, you know, he's got so many low scores in his career, but he is remembered for being, you know, for scoring all these hundreds, and people talk about, well, do you remember this knock? It's actually just understanding, just go out there and just try and be in the moment, try and play the situation. Some days you'll have, hopefully more than others, you'll be winning games of cricket for Somerset, and some days they won't go the right way, and it's just about making sure you're in the best position to go into each game. And as I said, like, controlling what you can control. It's part of the learning process, and I think the more experience you get, the more maturity, you know, from a cricket point of view and just in life generally, you start realizing you don't have to sweat the small stuff like that. We've got some serious, I mean, our support is second to none throughout the country, and, you know, just even this summer, being at the T20s and seeing the crowd, it was unbelievable, and the atmosphere was so good. And yeah, we were all buzzing on the sidelines. Whoever was playing, doesn't really matter. It was just, yeah, it was unbelievable.
Certainly don't want you to get hit by a small red object. Thank you.
You've probably heard it said before that a regular wake-up time is good for your sleep. This is such good advice that I'm going to say it again. In fact, waking up at the same time 7 days a week is #1 in my list of most desirable sleep habits. We usually think of sleep as something that happens at night, but really it's part of a 24-hour cycle or circadian rhythm. 24-hour cycles of activity and rest are hardwired into every cell in our body. There are rhythms for sleep and alertness, strength, reaction time, temperature, blood pressure, and so on. When we wake up at the same time each day, it helps all of our rhythms stay in sync, working together efficiently. But when our routine becomes haphazard, we lie in at the weekends or fly across time zones, some rhythms adjust faster than others. This causes stress on the body. We can feel foggy and unwell during the day, and our bodies aren't ready for sleep. So, try and work out a wake-up time that you can stick to within an hour, 7 days a week. The more days you wake up at the same time, the easier it will become to get out of bed. Thanks for listening, and sleep well. Parents will know that you can't just put a hyperactive child in bed, switch out the light, and expect them to sleep. It just doesn't work like that. You need to ease them into it. But as adults, many of us run our lives at 100 miles an hour, only to turn out the light and find our minds still running on overdrive. A wind-down routine consists of 3 or 4 familiar activities which you do before bed that help you feel safe, calm, and content. Over time, your brain learns to recognize these cues, which can help to lower stress levels and promote a more restful sleep. Include something you enjoy, such as quality time with your loved ones, crafts, listening to music, journaling, relaxation exercises, or simply reading a book. Even on a low light mode, your phone is the same tool you use to check the news, social media, and work emails. And these distractions may keep the brain in high alert mode, so I'd leave your phone out of the wind down routine. If a bedtime routine is new for you, set a reminder to wind down and switch off 30 to 60 minutes before lights out. Thanks for listening, and sleep well. I have a challenge for you. Whatever you do, do not think about a white bear for 1 minute. That includes polar bears. Sometimes deliberately trying to suppress a thought makes it more likely to appear. When we lie in bed at night and worrying thoughts pop into our minds, willing them to go away can actually make them more persistent. So what can you do? One technique is to defer and concentrate worrying on a particular time each day, such as the end of the workday. Schedule 15 minutes of daily worry time into your calendar. During worry time, grab a notebook and actively worry as much as you can. Write down all your worries. Fill the page. Next, put a line through the things that are outside your control. Worrying about those things is pointless, so you can let those go. Then choose one thing you can influence and write down one action you can take to ease that worry. Make a plan for what you will do and when. If worries pop up when you're in bed, acknowledge them and reassure yourself that you'll come back to them during worry time tomorrow. Thanks for listening and sleep well. People who are more active tend to fall asleep faster and have more deep, slow wave sleep, which is the most physically restorative stage of sleep. Studies have even found that if you suffer from insomnia, which is a chronic sleep problem, introducing a program of regular aerobic exercise can be as effective as sleeping pills for improving sleep quality. We don't exactly know why, but it may be because of improved regulation of the stress system or because of the mood-boosting endorphins. However, be cautious about intensive exercise in the last hour before bed. That's the time for winding down. Gentle yoga or stretching is fine, but competitive sport or high-intensity exercise can activate the stress response, which is unhelpful just before bed. Vigorous exercise will also raise your core body temperature, in which case you'll need to cool down again before you can get into a deep sleep. So, get your body moving for 30 minutes today for better quality sleep, but allow at least an hour after exercise before getting ready for bed. Thanks for listening and sleep well. I often get asked whether a specific product will help someone sleep. Foods, supplements, pillow sprays, gadgets, aromas, or teas. Rather than attempt to go through every product, I thought it might be helpful to explain what evidence to look for before you spend your hard-earned cash. One of the most common reasons for persistent poor sleep is worry about not sleeping. This means that if I give you a completely inert pill and tell you this will help you sleep, it probably will reduce your anxiety, help you relax, and if you're tired, you'll fall asleep. In fact, studies have found that a placebo typically helps people fall asleep 20% faster and stay asleep 20% longer. So, for confidence that something really works, look for evidence from a randomized placebo-controlled trial where they compared the product to a placebo. The solution with the best evidence for insomnia is a talking therapy approach called Cognitive Behavioral Therapy for Insomnia, or CBTI. All the advice in this week's videos is consistent with CBTI. Thanks for listening and sleep well.
just over 10 minutes until the resumption of play after lunch. Could we ask spectators on the outfield to start to make your way back to your seats so our ground staff can get the playing surface ready for the resumption. Thank you very much indeed. Please welcome back our umpires, Nigel Long and Tom Lumley. A very good afternoon, gentlemen. The Somerset team is led back out after lunch by captain Tom Abel. Gloucestershire resume after lunch on 49 for 1. That's an overall lead of 144. Please welcome back Ollie Price on 5 and Ben Charlesworth on 18.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Second session of day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and Gloucestershire. And Somerset very much behind in the game at the moment. Gloucestershire 49 for 1 in their second innings. They started off with a lead of 95. That was after bowling Somerset out for 248 this morning. Ben Charlesworth is on 18. Ollie Price on 5. The man dismissed is Marcus Harris, who got a good delivery from Josh Davey before the interval. I'm Stephen Lamb and delighted to have Ian Blackwell alongside.
Good afternoon, how are we?
Yeah, good. Except that Gloucestershire are still in control.
Yeah, making steady progress as Jack Brooks bowls a reasonable first ball after lunch. It looked a stiff delivery, to be fair, from Jack. And yeah, it's been Gloucester's morning, shall we say, slow and steady. Just increasing their lead a little bit this morning.
Yeah, there was a little flurry from the man with ball in hand at the moment. Jack Brooks came in and hit around a bit.
Yeah, he's that kind of player, isn't he? But Somerset need him to do the business with the ball this afternoon. Try and make some inroads into this middle order of the Gloucestershire side.
Yeah, that's the critical part of the job.
Yeah, wickets are the key now. If they're going to stop Gloucestershire amassing a big lead, they'll need to take a couple of quick wickets while this ball is new as well. A little bit of movement we see still, which is good.
Nicely taken by James Rue, who finished on 44 not out this morning. Lengthy vigil, 234 deliveries, but vital to his team, really.
Yeah, and he sort of played the way that a lot of other batters could take a leaf out of his book, really. Such a young up-and-coming player that showed the maturity and the nous just to dig in and play for his team. So a little bit of swing here for Jack Brooks, which will encourage the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, the two men dismissed this morning for Somerset. Sajid Khan, just after a fine cover drive for 4. He was caught behind by James Bracey off David Payne for 16.
Controversially, or?
Well, certainly he felt that.
He did, didn't he? He felt aggrieved. He was rubbing his shoulder. His head went back, gesturing to the umpire. Hopefully he might change his mind, which I know he definitely wouldn't. But
it was quite hard looking at the replay, wasn't it, though, to work out exactly what it came off.
I mean, it certainly looked as if he tried to play a little ramp shot over the slips, and it was very close to glove and possibly bat before it may even have hit his shoulder. That's what he intimated. But Nigel Long, the umpire, clearly thought that there was a bit of glove or bat involved.
And you know all the umpires. Well, he's amongst the most experienced, isn't he, Nigel?
Yeah, of course. We're very fortunate to have him since coming back off the elite panel a year or two ago. And yeah, he's brilliant to stand with because he just gets it and he knows the game inside and out. And for somebody making my way in the game, as Tom will be delighted to be standing with someone of Nigel's experience. We chat to all the experienced guys as much as we can, try and get valuable insight into managing games, and certainly the way he runs it is very good. And yeah, unassuming at square leg. He just, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say nonchalant.
Yeah.
Would do just as well. Unassuming is the word.
And I think that all the ICC guys are a bit like mannequins at square leg. They're all very, you know, composed, if you like. But no, he's a great guy to stand with.
I saw that Nick Cook's in his last season.
He is,
this year.
bless him. Yeah, he's 67 or 66, whatever he is, and this will be his final year. Great character, will be sadly missed by all of us umpires. I know some of the players question his decision making sometimes, but that's the way you sort of love Nick. He gives some decisions that are questionable, but he gets away with it because he is such an entertaining guy and such a likeable fella. So we'll all miss him.
Here's Lewis Gregory again. It's one outside off stump. But without luck this morning, Lewis Gregory, 6 over spell. Without making a breakthrough, that went to Josh Davey. But a lot of work for Somerset to do, one feels here. And one of the interesting features as this game sort of plays out today and tomorrow, 5 sessions remaining, is well, not only how Gloucestershire bat for the rest of today.
Great shot.
Yeah. Pierced the cover field, and from the moment it had done that, it was going to be a boundary.
Yeah, classical off drive there. Lewis just slightly pitching full, and Ollie Price gladly accepts the opportunity to hit it through the covers. Not much foot movement towards the ball, more straight down the pitch, but good hand-eye coordination, make sure that it's the middle of the bat.
But I guess if Gloucestershire is still going towards the end of play today, they'll be wondering about a possible declaration.
Yeah, for sure. I think they'll see how things go. They'll want to be watchful after lunch. See off this new ball. It's 22 overs old now, but there's still relative hardness, and we still see glimpses of gold on the ball as they walk back to the mark. So the idea will be to get the ball 30-40 overs old and maybe try and push the accelerator a little bit and just creep that run rate up to 4 and over maybe, and then try and amass a total probably north of 300.
Good defensive technique from Ollie Price. It's very much Gloucestershire bringing up the rear in the Division 1 table at the moment. 40 odd points, 35 points at the moment between them and Somerset, so it's a game they desperately need to win to keep alive any faint hope of staying up, always assuming that that's what happens. That's we don't know for certain, do we?
No, I mean, there's rumours of certain things happening, but my gut feel it will stay the same next year. But that's still obviously to be confirmed, and the chances are slipping away. The games are ticking off, and the points tally is sadly lacking. So Somerset were probably eyeing up this fixture with Gloucester bottom of the table to try and put a chunk of points on the board, and sadly it's not going their way at the moment, and something magical has to happen this afternoon to try and turn that around and hopefully bowl Gloucester out with a chance of then knocking off not too steep a target.
Get an idea of the breeze on top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion there. Somerset flag billowing in it. The odd threat of a shower so far today.
I think as well,
that's gone through
missed by
four
James
byes, I
Root.
suspect. It may
Tom.
just be pulled up inside. No, it's gone over the rope. Just dribbled over the rope.
Fantastic effort there from Tom, but a rare mistake from James Root. It looked like it might have just pitched in front of him, and whether or not it bounced funny, but him and Lewis Gregory, first slip, couldn't get enough on it to stop it from going for 4. That's not what Somerset need at the moment.
No, 4 more extras It's the first mistake I've seen from Rue in this innings.
Yeah, and I don't think it was a big mistake. If anything, he just, whether it bounced in front of him and bounced funny, not easy to take when they just dip in front of you. But looking at this Somerset attack, and without Craig Overton in it, with Josh Davey, who's had some fitness issues, you've got Jack Brooks, 38, and Lewis Gregory, who's obviously got some fitness issues and a sore knee. Just think they're a little bit samey, with Casey Aldridge providing maybe that little bit more pace and bounce, but it just seems a little, not to say a toothless attack when the chips are down, but it just needs somebody to come in maybe and with a bit of firepower to try and break a partnership, and they haven't got that at the moment, so they're having to rotate the bowlers as best they can. And maybe Tom, with his hamstring injury, coming back from that, maybe he's reluctant to bowl himself, because he does extract a huge amount of swing normally, and just has that knack of breaking a partnership.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet. We saw a couple of overs each from Sajid Khan and Casey Aldridge before lunch. Fancy we may see quite a bit of Sajid Khan this afternoon.
Yeah, I would thought they would maybe park him at one end and try and keep it tight, and maybe he can eke out a couple of wickets. It doesn't look like there was a huge amount of spin before lunch, and he did bowl it relatively flat and pacey from what we could see up here.
Probably hear the voice of tractor driver in the difference.
When can't you?
He's applauding encouragingly at the moment.
Quiet moments when he disappears to the bar for another cider.
Yeah, just in front of
there he is,
the
clapping away.
Recently reconstituted Gimlet's Hill. Was he around when you were playing?
Yes, he was, yeah. Top man, had a habit of calling everyone bloke, and yeah, always made us laugh, kept us going at times that were a lot tougher than the wickets that the guys play on at the moment. So he was always there, always thought we could win from any situation and scenario, and that's what sometimes you need on field when the chips are down and all the air's been let out your tyres.
Gregory's going to continue. Oh, that's a great take by James Rue. May have made a slight error in the previous over, but that was a good diving stop.
Yeah, it looked like it nipped back a little bit into Ollie Price.
So you've seen, as a player and as an umpire, you've seen the pitches evolving here. How have they evolved? Well, they've made it easier, or less easy to bat on, obviously. But
yeah, and probably more difficult for the umpire as well. A lot of appeals, a lot going on, a lot more spin bowled than back in the day. There's Lewis Gregory in again, and a little bit of bounce there, as Ollie Price just defends that into the cover point region.
Guess you'd have enjoyed bowling on them 5 years ago or so.
Yes, yeah, when Don Bess and Jack Leach were bowling sides out on day one for fun. I'm just thinking my body would probably feel a little bit better right now. Probably 3 inches shorter than when I first started playing for Somerset. And it's, yeah, it was a torrid place to bowl. It was so flat. And obviously the outfield's been done as well, so it's a lot slower now, but it was real hard and fast and slick. It's like a bit of in-swing there for Lewis. Yeah, it's a lot's changed in 15 years or so.
Yes, for a bowler, any bowler coming to Taunton would have been a pretty depressing prospect back then.
Yeah, it was a struggle to get the right bowlers, and you know, fortunate to get Richard Johnson to the club. As you can see, the outfield now looks lush green, all the drainage has been done. It's Lewis in once again, and he's targeting the pads there, looking to just run it back in to Price.
Yeah, quite a change from just a week or two ago as well, because of so little rain, and that's relented a bit, that drought. It looks fairly lush from that angle.
Yeah, it does. And you'd say it hasn't been the best of drying grounds. This ground of recent years, water tends to just pool around, and that makes getting back on sometimes a little bit more tricky. And I know the spectators get into the umpires sometimes when we're off the field.
That must be one of the trickier sort of parts of the job, sort of working out whether it is or isn't, if it's borderline.
It is. It's a hard sell when the sun's out not to be playing cricket, and you know, the ground that is notorious for being a little bit sticky in places, and that was the case this morning. They had a sharp shower and it doesn't have a chance to get through the ground, so these hard squares as well generally makes it more difficult to perhaps mop up areas. So it's a juggling act, and we just try and make it as safe as possible for the players. And you know, generally there's one team that wants to play more than the other as well, which is difficult because you've got to be as consistent as you can for both sides without seeming to be you know, giving one team special treatment. So again, another part of our job is obviously the ground weather and light, which can be tricky at times, and that's where, you know, the likes of Nigel Long, standing with him, it's yeah, a good insight as to what they feel is fit and what's not.
There's the media officer, Spencer Bishop, in a hurry.
Come to yank me off air, I think.
But that must be particularly, if you're officiating in a game when you've got the championship coming to the sort of climax of the season, championship at stake, that must make it particularly hard.
Yeah, it does, and what you have to do is you try and cast your mind back to early season and perhaps what would be fit in April and what would be fit in the current game. And I know you can't compare apples with apples, but the situation, you can't be biased because of a league position. You've got to be consistent, and I think that's all the teams want, and they'll know deep down if it's not fit or, you know, there's some areas of concern. So we try and talk with the captains and explain all that. Brooke's in again.
Yeah, push up to
solid
mid on.
Defence.
And the ground staff, I guess, are helpful in that regard.
Yep, they are. Some drag their heels if their side are in the mire, shall we say, but generally they work with us brilliantly, and the only downside is sometimes at the other side of the ground. Like here, Gloucester, miles away, so Essex, they're at the other side of the ground, so that sometimes takes a bit of a challenge, shall we say, to get everyone on the same page.
But is it a career move you've enjoyed?
It
overall?
is, yeah, very much so. I wanted to stay in the game and hopefully give something back to the game that's been very good to me over the years. And best seat in the house, I say. But fingers crossed I can, you know, do the game justice, and it's a little outside edge. Played, I think, purposefully into the vacant third man area, and that brings another boundary to Charlesworth. And he now moves into the 20s, I believe.
Yeah, 22. 61 for one. So the lead now for Gloucestershire is 156 with just one wicket down.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll come a time where they believe that, you know, 200 plus and then 220, that they'll really start to accelerate and try and get that lead as many as they can, with a view to bowling at Somerset tonight. That would be the way I think they'd be thinking, but each sort of session needs to unfold naturally without trying to force things.
Talking about conditions changing here, it's not been just at Taunton that they've evolved over the years, and you've had the opportunity to see many grounds, both as a player and as an umpire.
Yeah, I have. See some of the developments, they're unbelievable. Lords now, it's just a magnificent place to walk out and umpire. Edgbaston has got a huge stadium, or which is now, it's being redeveloped still. But some of the grounds now are fantastic. Certainly when there's full houses, the Oval in particular, and it is amazing that if you do a one-day game at the Oval and you're out in the middle, you can't hear anything. So the spectators that think the umpire have had an absolute mare, an easy decision that's on Sky, I can tell you cannot hear a batter ask for his guard when he comes out to bat. So that's just a little insight as to some of the things we have to deal with, certainly with full houses and big crowds.
And that's an Oval idiosyncrasy, is it? That's
there and say the Lords where people are just talking. It doesn't have to be anything going on in particular. There is a buzz and a hum, and it is so noisy that you can't hear batters ask for their guard. So good luck looking at or trying to hear little faint edges to the keeper, as we see Lewis overstepping again for another needless no ball. These are going to start to hurt Somerset now.
Must be a lot easier here in that regard, being a smaller ground.
It is, yeah. Some grounds as well. Visually, there's certain aspects. The seats behind that are all sort of in line with the little black lines. You know, sometimes the visuals aren't brilliant as well, where there's not a proper sight screen. So again, it's just little quirks at grounds that have you maybe concentrating a little harder than perhaps at other grounds.
Yeah, and you mentioned Lords. There's no atmosphere quite like Lords when it's full, and
it's fantastic. It's, you know, if anyone's not been there yet, it's, you know, a bucket list thing to do. And I don't think you even have to like cricket to go and enjoy a day there. It's fabulous and an experience that you'll never ever forget. Unfortunately, I've been able to do it from a playing side, and it is something that, you know, you dream of as a young kid, and it's a fantastic place to walk out.
Yeah, indeed. And there was a good moment actually earlier this season. I did a T20 game there involving Somerset, and it was a tight one with Middlesex and Craig Overton. Enormous hit. One you'd have been proud of, I guess, Blackie.
I'd have been trying. Yeah,
he came in, the grandstand was the shorter boundary, and he hit one into it, and then the next one he got it on the roof.
Yeah, I mean, the guys hit the ball a phenomenal distance nowadays. The bats are very much, so I don't know if they're bigger, they just seem to propel the ball so much further than when we played. You know, trying to get one out and over the Botham stand, you know, 20 years ago was a bit of a struggle, but now it just seems, you know, the ramp shots go for 6 and the reverse switch hits go for 6. You know, we saw, was it Ali Orr from Sussex hit one on top of the Somerset stand, and that was from a similar wicket that they're playing on at the moment, and it's an enormous hit, but they just weren't around. I mean, Kieswetter was very good at clearing the ropes and some of the stands, so yeah, it just seems to be different in today's age.
Nice looking defensive push up to mid-off. Have you got a favourite ground?
Obviously Lords is up there. Lords and the Oval are just fantastic places to play, but generally I enjoy grounds that offered a little bit of spin, but were good to bat on, and that was the Oval for me. Northampton back in the day used to spin, but it used to have a bit of pace and bounce as well. So see Lewis looking at the ball. I think they're going to opt for a tactical throw to the umpire to see if they can not get it through the ball ring here. So we'll keep an eye on that.
It's such a big thing, isn't it? Northampton, Swan and Panesar. We mentioned Leach and Bess here.
Yeah, and it was Brown actually, Jason Brown, with Swan and then Panesar latterly, but yeah, tough place to go and very good spinners. See Tom just now looking at the ball, thrown it to the captain. They'll keep an eye on this. Probably not shining as well as they'd like, or it's stopped moving off the seam. That's generally why they throw you the ball, and they'll want a relatively new one in return. So obviously 25 overs old, they'll hope for a change of luck with a new ball.
Yeah, they won't get that new one that lasted just a couple of overs earlier on this morning.
They wish, yeah. But no, the umpires will look in the spares box and they'll drag out one that is of similar age and use, similar amount of gold writing on, and hopefully one that's potentially more round than the one they're using.
Yeah, there was quite a funny moment I remember here a few years ago. Tim Robinson was the umpire, and the new ball was hit very early on in its existence into the river or somewhere in the environ. So another new ball had to come out, and the batting side weren't too happy about it being another new one. So he got a bat and whacked it a couple of times.
I've seen that happen. Seen them, you know, throwing it onto the car park for a. It's like, you know, it's not going to make much difference, but that's it's just mind over matter, isn't it? Thinking why they're getting a new ball when this one's 3 overs old, but you know the spares generally are of a usage of more than that. We do generally put a new one in the box, so in case something does happen in the first few overs. But it varies from ground to ground and side to side at what balls they've got available.
Still roars of encouragement from tractor driver to accompany Jack Brooks as he comes in, but no breakthrough for Somerset. 20 minutes now since lunch. Ben Charlesworth still there. Ollie Price, who came in at the fall of Marcus Harris's wicket, and important though that was, it's just the 1 out of 10.
Yeah, it's not what Somerset want, and Gloucester, they've just been patient. They've put away the bad ball as Somerset strive for wickets, and they're just ticking over. Just a two and a bit and over, which will be the only good thing for Somerset right now, is that they don't want to give them any runs whatsoever. So 2 and a bit and over they'll be quite content with if they're not taking wickets.
Have you got an approach when things do get a bit heated, like sort of when there's an appeal, a sort of passionate appeal that the entire fielding side thinks it's out?
Generally everybody apart from the umpire, yeah. Normally get those. But I mean, it is what it is. You just got to take each appeal on merit. Generally, you know, at a certain stage of a game, they might be trying to appeal more than perhaps they would if the game was running differently. And it's how you deal with that pressure. You don't want to be seen to be, you know, buckling under a large appeal, and then all of a sudden you give one that perhaps isn't out, but you've done it because you've been pressured into it. I mean, for me, that's never going to happen. I'll give what I see and hear, and you know, rightly or wrongly, I may get the decision wrong, but in my eyes, I've given what I've seen and heard, and not from what's happened with the appeal. And you know, we're human; we're not going to get everything right, but you know, we try.
I remember a game I played in, nothing like this standard, I hasten to add. But I was just filling in. I was in the batting side and I was umpiring. There was a piece of fielding so brilliant at deep extra cover. It's a guy who may have been involved with Somerset a bit, a chap called Neil Russam.
Right.
It was game down in Sidmouth, and I think I was a bit carried away by the fielding. I just felt the finger going up.
It can happen. You sometimes end up saying good shot if you know someone hits a glorious cover drive, and you're like, oh, that's big. If it's a 6, and you know, try not to let the non-striker hear or the bowler, because he might get a bit grumpy with you. But you know, we're still appreciative of good things that happen on a cricket field.
Yeah, the batter was pretty philosophical, as I recall at the time. He went off. He carried on running. Yeah. But there were 1 or 2 who were quite in line, as I was, who thought that I might have been a bit over enthusiastic.
And it can happen. We've all seen it every now and again. It's so hopefully few and far between on the professional circuit, but yeah, it does happen in cricket.
Gregory to continue. This will be his 10th over in all, the 4th of this spell. A comfortable single here. Down to deep backward square.
It just looks as though both him and Jack Brooks are not just going through the motions, but not quite hitting the deck as hard as perhaps when the Gloucesters were 7 or 8 down yesterday, and that's understandable, but they've got to try and do something here to manufacture a wicket. I see Roelof van der Merwe lurking at mid-wicket. I didn't see who went off. We'll try and find out.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Cut him in half.
Yeah.
Must have heard me. There's a bit more zip on that one.
Yeah, That's as good as anything he's bowled today, Lewis Gregory.
Look at the replay here. I think, was it the in ducker? Yeah, just angled in and then in with the seam.
Yeah, and then Rue taking it quite well down the leg side. He beat Marcus Harris with a similar delivery, going away from the left-hander earlier on, Lewis Gregory. So, luck not on his side. And he'll feel the same maybe in spades after that, because that's been driven firmly and stylishly up to the long-on boundary.
Just a fraction too full there from Lewis, striving. Maybe thought the ball before, as we see the replay here, real full, and that's into the arc of Ollie Price's bat. And it races away down to long on for 4.
It does in that direction here, doesn't it?
It does, yes. And I remember the old block for 4 back in the day here. It used to miss the mid-arm, miss the bowler and just get it past the stumps, and it just used to keep going.
It's another good-looking stroke. It's going to be 4 more. Just to the left of the man at extra cover, and no hope of pulling that in.
Another good shot there. This time using his hands through the line of the ball. It looked to be quite wide. Yeah, 5th, 6th thump, and
stylishly done.
Yeah, foot comes straight and the hands and the bat go through the offside. Just starting to build a bit of momentum here, Gloucester. As Lewis in again. Tries a short one, and that's pulled away in front of square. And that's going to be a long chase for Van der Merwe. And he's not going to get it. So a hat-trick of boundaries this over. Maybe Lewis just tiring a little bit. That's...
Yeah, well, it's his 10th over overall, so, and he's bowled since lunch unchanged, so feels like time for a spell.
Yeah, potentially Josh back on this end, or even a chance for young Casey Aldridge to add a bit of firepower to proceedings. And I'm sure we'll see Sajid Khan at some stage as well.
Productive over for Ollie Price, who's pulling out of potential pull shot there to conclude the over, but the 3 boundaries off it, and he's hard on the heels of Ben Charlesworth, who's been there since the start of the innings, 24-21. The 2 of them, 77 for 1. And we'll have a look at the 1 wicket that has gone today. And that just straightened a bit, didn't it? Excellent ball to the left-handed Harris.
Angled into middle, holds its line, cannons into the top of off stump, and no better sight for a fast bowler than seeing the stump. Didn't quite cartwheel, but completely uprooted. And that saw the back of the dangerous Marcus Harris.
Yeah, he won't mind seeing that any number of times, Josh Davey.
And right on cue, we have the spin of Sajid Khan, who bowled a few overs earlier on.
Just a couple before lunch.
The token spinner before lunch situation.
That's half an appeal there. That's not taken cleanly going down the leg side. It'll go down as a dot ball in the end.
Yeah, there's a few interested parties here.
Yeah, we've got
the replay.
Slip and a short leg.
Well, the bat was nowhere near his pad.
Giving himself room there, Ben Charlesworth, but no result, just playing it into the covers. Watchfully defended this time. Nicely caressed out to deep extra cover. Imam is out there, and they'll take a comfortable single. 78 now for 1, and brings the right-handed Ollie Price onto strike. twirly action, Sajid
Yeah.
Khan.
I'm just thinking it reminds me of Sanath Jayasuriya, with the way he's got that real sort of low, quick action, and that's swept nicely there behind square. That's gone for 4. Lovely controlled sweep shot from Ollie Price. And that brings another boundary to Gloucester, and they're seemingly up in the rate here.
Yeah, they're in the driving seat, aren't they? In metaphorically and literally.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's a tough ask now as we see another change of bowling. Lewis Gregory is indeed taking a breather, and we have Casey Aldridge coming into the attack from the Truscothic Pavilion end. And let's see if this can bring a change of luck and maybe another wicket onto the scoreboard for Somerset.
On the mark at Truscothic Pavilion end, Casey Aldridge.
Yep, I think Lewis Gregory deserved a break after his efforts. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 44. Been unlucky not to make a breakthrough.
Yeah, more expensive than Lewis would have liked, and I know they're striving for wickets and possibly over-pitched a few times.
It's partly that last over, wasn't it, that
Yeah,
damaged the figures?
Yeah, triple boundary there. You know, he could be just over 30 if he'd have bowled a maiden, so there would have been tidier figures. But the key thing is nothing in the wickets column.
So, Casey Aldridge, what can you do? A couple of overs for him before the interval as well. For 7. He's going to start off
straight round the wicket, as well.
Isn't he? Yeah. To the left-hander.
With a long full toss. And I'm not quite sure how Ben Charlesworth has not had a whoosh at that, because unless he's been a little bit surprised by it, and maybe the sight screen this end is not the best, or perhaps he was looking at the pitch waiting for it to bounce, and that can sometimes startle batsmen.
It's about as full of bunger as they come.
Pitched after the stumps.
That's nearer. That's better length as well.
Better length.
Through to...
He's probably missed his length by 3 metres there.
Loosener. In the time-honoured way.
Still persevering with 2 slips, which I think is a positive move. They still need some catches in order to try and manufacture a wicket or 2 here. There's Aldridge in again, round the wicket. Let's play confidently to Van der Merwe, who is substituting for somebody. I'm trying to scour the field, see who. I mean, Goldsworthy's normally at backward point, but I think Lammerby's there now, so maybe it's Goldsworthy. Or is he out of deep square? It's actually hard to tell.
He's a long way out.
He is a long way out.
I wonder if that might be George Bartlett out there, or whether it's... Maybe George Bartlett's gone off.
That looks like Lewis. Yeah, maybe it is Bartlett that's just left the field.
I can't see Bartlett anywhere.
Oh, he's here, isn't he? He's under the lid with the pads on. He's at mid-off. Yeah, right in front of us.
Yeah, doesn't usually field there, in fairness. He's usually square of the wicket. So we can rule him out.
So the plot thickens.
Jack Brooks. Bit of help from our left.
There we go. And he's had his little bowl, and he's going to have to change his socks. That's what they normally ask for.
Good looking drive for at least 1. Yeah, they'll settle for 2, in fact. A little bit of a chase for the aforementioned Bartlett. Got a bit of upholstery on one of his fingers. And indeed on both elbows.
Yeah, there'll be some padding there for the hand. It looks like he's got a bit of protection there. There'll be a hot spot. Probably something that's been hit a few times, either batting or in the field. And it'll just be a bit of protection there, as the ball always tends to find those hot spots each and every time. And then the tubey grip is obviously for the dives on the squares and things. Try and save the skin on the elbows.
Yeah, especially at this time of year, can graze, can't it, on those used pitches?
Or in Triggs's case, to protect the tattoos. Don't want a few £100 being left on the square.
They're far too durable to be affected by that, aren't they?
I'm not sure. If you rip your skin off, I'm not sure it's going to come back.
Here's Sajid Khan, starting his 4th over.
You shall have to ask him tomorrow.
Yeah, it's back to the shop.
Another 4 hours worth to get them back on.
Sweet.
Ooh, is there a bid on that?
Not sure whether we got any contact on that or not. We will soon find out.
No pre-signal there from Nigel Long, so he believes there was a little bit on that.
Maybe a bit of glove, maybe bat handle or something.
Maybe arm, perhaps. He can't quite tell. The batter was in the way. But he's given us runs, so maybe a bit of glove he feels.
That's wide and driven.
Yeah, poor ball.
Extra cover. Too much room for the
Width,
batter.
Yeah, width and also length completely wrong. Just playing a bit of catch up here, Somerset. It's been tough going.
Yeah, but effectively it's 185 for 1 now. Gloucestershire. They're well in control of this match. Another sweep, and that's gone fine. It won't go all the way though. Chase around.
It's good running.
The long leg boundary, and the second well taken.
And this scenario is where the Gloucestershire side can actually be quite a danger, with the likes of Hammond, Bracey and Van Buren. The engine room still to come with only 1 wicket down, and the lead up and around 185, 190, which gives them a bit more of a license to come in and play freely. And if Jack Taylor gets going, he can damage a side badly.
Reverse sweep this time from Ollie Price, who's growing in confidence exponentially. 2 more. And he's overtaken Charlesworth now. Started slowly, but has accelerated, particularly with those 3 boundaries off the reel, off Lewis Gregory. Now on to 35, the 21-year-old.
Just see the confidence of playing these one-day shots in the 4-day arena now. It's reverse sweep again. And Nigel Long intimated that there was some bat involved there, so turns down the Lbw appeal. But we see it more and more now, don't we? The reverse sweeps, the ramps, the paddles. I think I'd be tearing my hair out as a spinner now, because it didn't happen, not when I was bowling 20 years ago.
But you'd have extended your batting versatility, no doubt.
Well, for me, I struggled to get low, and I had a slog sweep in me and the odd paddle, but not consistently. And the reverse sweep I practiced, but I was terrible at it. And people said, why do you try and reverse sweep when you can hit it out the ground straight? So, yeah, it was. I think now the mindset would be just keep practicing the reverse sweep. You've got to be a 360 player nowadays. And you see all these youngsters playing some remarkable shots with ease.
Yeah, indeed. Delightful switch hit from Jack Leach in the Test match.
Well, we see it everywhere now, don't we? And from number 11s that, you kind of think, you just need to get back in your box. But they don't. They come out to play, and they've got so much confidence now.
So, going to be Casey Aldridge to continue. Just lost the sun, I hope, fleetingly. This is played out to deep mid-wicket. Will just be a comfortable single in that. 95 for 1, so they've matched the first innings lead, Gloucestershire. That's what they started off with, 95. Add the 2 together, you get 190, which is increasingly daunting. With all these wickets in hand.
Yeah. And it seems to me now the new ball is no longer new, and they're putting bat to ball quite comfortably. And there seems to be not as much movement off the deck as well. So it's ominous times here, and something needs to change in order for Somerset to try and put any kind of pressure on Gloucestershire.
Yeah, there is the spin of Lewis Goldsworthy available. There are options there. But there doesn't seem to be any significant help, however you bowl in this wicket at the moment.
No, it's a work hard and sticking kind of pitch, I think. And by that, you've got to put in the hard yards and bowl the overs and just keep building those blocks and hopefully seeing the batters make a rare mistake, and they haven't done that to date. And the lead is increasingly getting larger as Aldridge in again, back of a length, but again no real movement or anything off the pitch. That was played with ease from Ollie Price, who I've been impressed with actually.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a good future.
He does, and you know, his brother as well. I was very impressed with him with the ball. And for those two to be given the opportunity now under Dale Benkenstein to play regular first team cricket, it just shows that the confidence that the guys can actually take from that and produce on the park.
Good stop. That was probably heading boundary wood. Yeah, I saw Ollie Price's debut actually last year at Cheltenham and made a couple of 30s.
Okay, yeah.
Looked the part, and he's just built steadily.
Yeah, I think it's breaking down the barriers, isn't it? With James Rue as well coming in. You sort of, until you get those runs initially on the board, you kind of think, am I good enough to do it? Can I do it? You know, are these guys better than me? There's Aldridge in again. Took in Price up, who just rides the bounce into the leg side there. And it's a case of just backing yourself and getting those 30s. He knows he can get 30. Can he get 50? And keep going.
Yeah.
And they're doing that now.
It's all looked good. It's been a good 12 months for him. We're going to have a little bit of a change, Ian. Charlie Taylor is champing at the bit.
I'm sure he is.
Come in instead.
As we see the bowling figures on screen there. Josh Davey, the standout there, 6 overs, 4 mains with 1 for 5.
Just 2 short spells as well, so
yeah,
hopefully there's reserves there.
Definitely 3 from the river end and 3 from the pavilion end here. And Jack Brooks, a little more miserly as well, 9 overs just for 15. As we see the continuation of the spin of Sajid Khan.
Yeah, he's going to bowl to the left-handed Ben Charlesworth from the river end. Round the wicket initially. Charlesworth forward. Scotching any spin there might be, but although we're not absolutely in line here, we're looking over the left-handed batter's shoulder as Sajid Khan is in again. This is going to be a single out to deep extra. It doesn't look as though there's that much assistance for Sajid Khan there at the moment. Afternoon, Charlie.
Stephen, hello. Nice to see you.
Indeed, and to see you. Terrific.
It's been a tough old day for Somerset. It's been a tough few days, hasn't it, really, for Somerset. Didn't start off well with the ball on the first day. Not bowling badly here, but Gloucestershire equal to it. And they've moved along pretty well to 96, haven't they? Just the one down. So it's a deficit now of, what's that, around 190, 191 now?
It is. It's coming up to the 200 figure, and with 9 wickets still needed.
Box seat. Gloucestershire in the box seat here, as Ollie Price has really moved that scoring on since lunch. He's on 35 and Charlesworth there 29. And there was big excitement when Harris went out, but these two doing a great job. So there's another sweep, another reverse sweep there from Price.
Good rolling stop by Jack Brooks.
Yeah. Signing a new contract, but still probably feeling all his 38 years as he hauled himself back up to his feet there, having bowled already today. Khan in again, and this one just pushed to the mid-on area. No run added, so that is the end of another Sajid Khan over. They don't last very long when they happen, over in a blink of an eye.
I think Jack Brooks has hit the day's only maximum so far, which may sound rather strange for listeners to hear if you didn't see it earlier on. It was a short ball. Gloucestershire had just taken the new ball and he managed a ramp.
Yes, just sort of got a bit of a top edge. I think it was a good shot-ish for 6. For a number 11, it was pretty good, I reckon. But just using the pace with the new ball and the bounce as well, just getting underneath it.
Yeah, Blackie was on with me at the time and didn't regard it as a great delivery in the
No,
circumstances.
probably not a great delivery either. It'll count though. It'll go down in the book as a 6. They won't say from a bad delivery or from anything else. Looks like a 6. Yeah, just right behind him, pretty much straight behind him, wasn't it? Where it ended up.
Casey Aldridge then into his 5th over now. 0 for 10, his figures. Sun on his back as he goes in. Good, loud call, leaving the non-striker in no doubt. Single for Charlesworth.
Well, we picked that up here, didn't we? We could hear it through the glass. Probably echoed around the ground if you were in the stadium. You'd have heard that in the ground. There are quite a few people here today on a typical working day, quite autumnal. Wouldn't have been at the start of day if you'd looked at your weather app. You'd have wondered just how much cricket we were going to see today. Listen to the forecast. We're just going to have a look at that 6 that we've been talking about there. Here we go. Let's have a look at Jack Brooks.
Shiny new ball. Slow-mo. Love it.
He'll love it as well. Yeah, I don't know. Don't think there was anything really which went as well as perhaps he was planning. I think that was aiming sort of towards square leg, wasn't he? The way he pulled at it.
But he gave it the full Monty.
He certainly did.
Oh, wondering for a moment, just a fleeting moment, whether that might have played on, but no. Down into the ground and bouncing safely. You never quite know with those whether they might spin or which direction they might spin.
It's a heart-in-mouth moment, isn't it, for the batter? And you hit it straight down, you don't know where it's gone. Yeah, that I don't think they'll use that one in the sort of the coaching manuals, that slow-mo of Jack Brooks.
But a few hearty blows from him, which almost took Somerset up to the 250 mark, but then tantalising. I think it was the ball after, the delivery after that 6.
It was 6 and out, it was.
Yeah.
He made 21 from 20 balls in the end, 2 4s in that 6. So a strike rate of 105, which is not bad. Best strike rate, actually, of the whole Somerset innings.
Good looking stroke. I thought that the bowler had got down to it initially, but no, they're going to get a couple here. Brooks is chasing after it to retrieve. So you get into position to field it. It's quite a long way down when the ball's hit straight back at you.
Yeah. I wonder if...
There's applause for the Gloucestershire 100, which gives them that 195 lead.
I wonder if we could get the slow-mo of that 6 up on the big screen at some point, just a bit of fun.
It would provide entertainment.
Yeah, I'm sure the crowd would love to see it. The crowd would absolutely love that. Jack Brooks 6, spinning around, pulling, just getting the toe of the bat. It's like a top edge of the toe end of the bat. Just about as the finest bit he could manage to get on there, and he did, and it was enough to use the pace and the bounce and put it over the boundary rope. More from the Pakistani spinner now, Sajid Khan.
The good thing about the slow-mo camera is that it gives plenty of excitement. It gives you the build-up in the crowd.
It does.
So maybe that would help.
You know something's coming. I think that would go down well. This one pushing again at this one. Going to the back foot. 100 for 1 the score. A lead of 195. Somerset have got a lot of work to do here over the next day and a half. Gone in again, another sweep shot. This one running away towards the backwards square leg boundary. Won't reach there. Didn't have all that much power on it actually by the time it slowed up, and that was the couple. Was it a couple? Was it even run 3?
They turned it into
time?
3 and did very
good
well.
work. Good
They're
work.
quick, these two, as they should be, aged 21 and 21.
Yes, does give you a lot of energy, or should do. Yeah, combined age of 42, and bear in mind we're talking about Jack Brooks, who's 38, so give you an idea. These two are full of energy. This is, again, just defended.
Yeah, by the time Marcus Trescothick finally retired, he was older than that on his own.
He was, Gar. Yeah, I won't forget that game, that last game of the season where he came on as a substitute. Big cheers.
Yeah, that was a good moment.
Yeah. Nice moment. He'd been up in the makeshift commentary area before then, in his whites, chatting to the BBC TMS team who were here. That one's played down the ground, but will only be enough for a single.
Yeah, that's while this building was being constructed, I think, wasn't it?
It was. Well, no, they were. I don't know what was. I think TMS were on the balcony downstairs. And I think this was the BBC commentary, so the commentary box was used for the local radio commentary. So hence why TMS were outside on the balcony with a couple of high stools and a table. And I clearly remember, I think I've got a picture of it somewhere on my phone, of Marcus Trescothick in his whites with his Somerset cap on with headphones over them, speaking to the commentators.
Yeah, so in the very early days of the building.
Very early. It must have been the first season or second, maybe.
Which he was yet to find out was going to bear his name.
Well, that was that winter, wasn't it? I think over the course of that winter, or maybe in that last game, perhaps, or something. Yeah, it was long. It wasn't long after that they named it after him. Yeah, and it's got a big old picture of his face now in the St James's car park. Oh, is that an edge? No, but it's a big drive. Play and a miss from Ben Charlesworth.
There are pictures of Marcus all over the place up here, in almost every corridor.
He's always watching. Yeah. Yes, there are. They've redecorated it since over the winter, actually. For the start of this season, they redecorated it with lots of sort of facts about his career and pictures of him playing in different formats. So yeah, wherever you look in this pavilion, you've got him looking back at you.
That sounded good. That pull down to long leg. Just a single. Travelled there very quickly, which was in tune with the sound on the bat. A couple of players with good futures, you feel, these two for Gloucestershire. Just over the top of the scoreboard, we've got a train going into Taunton Station from somewhere. So that's just pushed that back down the wicket.
That will have come from Birmingham, that one, cross-country train. As a regular train user, you get to know these things. Those colour trains only go up towards sort of Scotland and
they're the
north east.
Cross-country
Yeah,
ones.
They don't go to London yet. Yep, so that one's definitely coming from
dark green livery that you usually have.
Yeah, it's Great Western. Great Western going into London and various other locations, Cardiff as well from here. But yeah, no, those ones definitely. That will definitely go to Birmingham. Where it goes beyond there is a bit less. Well, it's come from Birmingham, where it came from before that.
Aldridge then, and sharply fielded at cover.
So
Won't be a run.
There are several trains you can use from Taunton to get to Bristol. There are Great Western Railway ones which are heading to London, which go straight from Taunton to Bristol, no stops in between. Then there are the stopper trains, again Great Western, which is the one I take because I live on one of the stations in between. So it stops all the way up at all the stations between here and Temple Meads.
Oh, well taken, but no edge to the frustration of the bowler.
And then there's those ones, the cross-country ones, which go up to wherever it is. And you get on the train, and bear in mind, Taunton to Bristol is only about half an hour and it doesn't do all the stops. So you're only on it for a very short time. And then it'll go through and it says, we're calling at, and it goes through the list. And by the time it gets to sort of Edinburgh and Glasgow, you think, this is a good 7 hours down the line here. They're carrying on going. You just think, I can't believe this train that I'm only on for half an hour is going all the way.
Yeah.
And there are some people on it probably for that entire time.
Oh, that's a bit of an indiscretion, dare one say, from Ollie Price. There haven't been many of them, but slightly lost his shape as he went for the pull shot there.
Yeah, a bit flinging his arms at it there, wasn't he? But yeah, I did it once. I caught a train from, it was actually Bristol, not Taunton, but from Bristol to Newcastle. I was on the same train the entire journey, and That's a long 6 hours because you can't get off and, you know, stretch your legs really. You can't really walk down the train because it's quite busy the whole time. 6 hours stuck in one seat waiting for Newcastle to arrive. Yeah, it was about 6.5 hours in total, including the first train that got me from Highbridge and Burnham Station up to Temple Meads.
I think the furthest I've been is Bristol to Oban. I won a ticket or a pair of tickets to go as far as you wanted to go. So we thought, well, we'll go as far as you can.
Yeah,
pretty
just
much.
keep going. Yeah, make the most of it.
There was a bit of a problem at Edinburgh where the engine, for some reason, had been lost.
What?
We
lost the engine?
We were on a sleeper to Edinburgh. And we got up and found that nothing very much was happening. And eventually I thought I'd better put my journalistic hat on and go out and inquire, and was told that the engine had gone missing.
Oh. How do you lose an engine? It got you to Edinburgh, all right? It must have been around somewhere.
So we had to get over to Glasgow somehow. But the line up to Oban is one of the most attractive I've been on, going up that west coast
great.
of Scotland.
I must admit, I've always... furthest north I've been was that Newcastle trip. So that one's just defended there.
Back down in the southwest.
Yeah, back here, a long way from Scotland. Did fancy dropping into Durham, though, when I thought about it as I went past. Again, another defensive shot. I was just thinking, you know, there's county cricket being played here. Just make me realise what a long way away Durham is from Somerset. When it's that first game of the season, which it has been for Somerset before, an away trip to Chesterley Street. This one's played with a flourish out towards the point boundaries, collected before it reaches there by Imam.
It seemed to be a feature, didn't it? However else the fixture list worked out. It's the first one in
Durham
early
away.
April.
Yeah. You just think all that, having not played cricket for 6 months, some of them, or certainly not county cricket, and then you wake up, it's about 12 degrees Celsius in Durham. This one, just a fine edge maybe.
Yeah, won't be productive.
No run. Yeah, and then you've got someone like Graham Onions or Chris Rushworth coming in at you first morning, 11 o'clock, early April. Yeah. This one is just tucked into the leg side, finding a bit of a gap for a single.
Phil Mustard behind the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
Caught Mustard bowled Onions.
Oh, yes.
A tearful end.
Yeah, probably about 11:01. Because it's early April in Durham, especially for a cloudy day up there. Sajid gone in again, left alone, watched carefully by Charlesworth. No wicket in that over, so still waiting for that second breakthrough here. Somerset are on the back foot. Now Gloucestershire do need to win here, so they'll have to set Somerset a target, and it won't, I guess they'll feel like they can set any target they like, but you kind of want to give, I think if you're in Gloucestershire shoes, Somerset a high but achievable target to get them playing their shots rather than just shutting up shop straight away.
Yeah, in a way, Gloucestershire's position in the table gives us the best chance of an exciting day tomorrow.
Absolutely, because they haven't got, you know, they desperately need points. Gloucestershire, they're rock bottom at the moment. If they can beat Somerset, they'll overtake them, they'll leapfrog them. I think I'm right in saying that. I might need to double check the table just to make sure that is correct. Or am I thinking of... Yes, no, they won't do that at the moment, actually. There are still 37 points adrift of Somerset. I was thinking of Warwickshire's position in relation to Somerset, which is only 5 points. But yes, Gloucestershire way adrift at the bottom. Hadn't realised quite how far off they are. And they've played a game more than Somerset.
That's a nice stroke. It's going to go all the way, just about. Just bobbles over the rope below us. Good looking on drive from Ollie Price.
Yeah, 62 points from 11 games is very, very disappointing return. Yet to win this season, Gloucestershire.
That was Price's 8th boundary. And all around the wicket they've come.
Yeah, well, he's only on 45, so if you take away the 32 runs from the boundaries, that's, you can see where he's getting his runs from mostly. He's hitting those boundaries.
The big incentive for Somerset, of course, and if there is a run chase of any kind tomorrow.
Well, that maybe was the thinking at lunch. Perhaps they just had a word to Ollie and said, look, we know we're probably going to be able to set something here unless we have a real clatter of wickets, but let's try and give ourselves as much time as possible to pick up those Somerset's 10 wickets, because that's what they'll need to do. Somerset here, from this position, you'd think would take a draw. They are well on the back foot, 200 for one-ish, basically, 200-ish for one at the moment, essentially, Gloucestershire in the second innings.
Short, and no need for Ollie Price to get involved with that. All the ones up at the top of the scoreboard at the minute.
Now, Somerset are 9th out of 10 in the table, but the team in 6th, Yorkshire, are only 17 points ahead of them. Bear in mind you can pick up 24 points for a full bonus point win. Just shows actually, although Somerset are second from bottom, actually, there are 5 teams there.
It's tight above them, isn't it?
It is tight.
Shot out to deep extra cover. Will only be a single.
The 2 teams above them, Kent and Warwickshire, have both played 1 game more. You know, there are opportunities here for Somerset.
Yeah, that last game of the season could be interesting at Canterbury.
Very much so. Very, very much so.
3 more games remaining after this one. It's just the 1 more home game, which is against Northants in a fortnight's time.
Yeah, week after next, isn't it? Tough times. Nerve-wracking times for Somerset fans here. They haven't been out of Division 1 for so long. Since 2008, they were back in Division 1 after winning the promotion in 2007.
Aldridge on his way. Left alone. Yes, it was Durham who held that record for. They were Somerset's predecessors in that role of longevity in Division 1, but that was curtailed when they were forcibly relegated.
Yes. Yeah, 48-point deduction, wasn't it, from Division 2 as well. It was a hefty punishment.
Squeezed away to backward point. There won't be a run there either. But these two look very composed at the moment as Casey Aldridge takes his cap and sweater, does a bit of gardening of the bowling type. 1-1-2 for 1 with Charlesworth on 34, Price on 46. So the lead now is in excess of 200 as we look out onto the time-honoured view that we have up here. Quantock Hills. There's still 1 or 2 very brown patches on the patchwork of fields up there.
Just looking at the table again and the teams who are playing, Warwickshire aren't playing in this round. So Somerset have already caught up with them a little bit in this game already, as this is swept, but no run. So Somerset are, at the moment, as it stands, with the bonus points added on to Somerset's score here, they're only 1 point behind Warwickshire. So a draw would put them ahead of Warwickshire after the same amount of games. This one is swept again the other way this time, and they'll pick up a single. That was over more of a conventional sweep. Charlesworth 34, Ollie Price 47. Beg your pardon, he's a right-hander, isn't it? That was the reverse sweep, the second one. Sajid Khan, who yet to make a breakthrough in this innings.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like he's getting any kind of assistance.
No, it doesn't look helpful, does it, for the turn? In again, and this one being driven out towards cover. No run. Yeah, didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, yet to get one this time.
Yes, Tractor Driver hasn't worked out a nickname for him yet. Come on, Sajid, I just heard.
A little bit leg-sided, just pushed out behind square on the leg side for a single. Easy enough here for the Gloucestershire batters, not being put under any real pressure. Quite happy just to pick up the runs when they come, let the game drift a little bit at the moment. Price on strike now. Khan in, floated up and push forwards again defensively. No run. Another over gone. Khan has now bowled 8 for 26 runs, including a maiden, but no wickets, and that's the key thing here. We've been talking about wickets being the crucial thing, but we're just unable to find them at the moment. The Somerset side, Gloucestershire well in control. 208, 209 now the lead. What do you think they'd want to set Somerset here?
Well, there's so much time left in the game, isn't there? There's 4 sessions plus the rest of this one.
Plenty of time. At the moment, they're not got enough, though. As this one goes up in the air. 148 overs are here from Ian Blackwell. He's just done some maths. So plenty of time.
Yeah, so I mean, you'd have thought on that basis they'd be planning to bat all the way through today.
Little Blackwell,
Ian Blackwell not sure whether my prognosis is quite on target.
Have a go at them tonight, he says. That's what you'd be doing if you're the Gloucestershire captain.
I guess it depends a little bit on the pace at which they go over the.
Yeah.
Wickets don't look particularly likely at the moment.
No, wickets don't seem to be coming. So all Somerset can do here, if they can't pick up wickets, is make sure that Gloucestershire don't get those easy runs. You don't want them running away with it, scoring too many, giving them more time to get those 10 wickets. Aldridge in.
There'll be a single here for Ben Charlesworth. It's one of the old maxims, isn't it? Try to build pressure, whatever the circumstances. And I know it's difficult, especially when you're not getting any assistance from the wicket at all. But that's what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ollie Price just 3 short of a half century now.
A second in the game. Should he get there?
Not this time. That's well outside the off stump and short. But if this experiment, which is developing into a bit more than that, of pushing Ollie Price up the order to number 3, the way he bats, which he seems quite a patient, unruffled sort of guy, then that takes the pressure potentially off those who's still to come in.
Beating him out there.
Almost wished him out there.
Yeah, he nearly did it. I think you can go a bit harder on him next time.
But yeah, James Bracey doing next. On a pair, James Bracey, then Miles Hammond, and then the skipper, Graham Van Buren, all of whom are stroke players.
Plenty of talent in there.
Pulled, and has that been middled? It must have been, because I can't see it. It's over the boundary already. Yeah. 50 for Ollie Price. You can probably hear 97 balls and 9 fours, and that was as emphatic as any of them. Dismissed.
Yeah.
Through mid-wicket. End of the over. End of my spell of commentary. I'm going to make way after a word from you, Charlie, for Sam Dalling.
Well played, Ollie Price. 51 from 97, second half century of the match. Very useful runs, putting the game almost at this moment beyond Somerset. They've got 9 wickets in hand. They've got a lead of 210. Gloucestershire well in control here, thanks to some very good innings from Ollie Price. There's Khan now. Sajid Khan comes in. It's played straight back to him. No run. Sam Dalling is now alongside me.
Hi, Charlie.
You got your gilet on. You a bit chilly.
I've got my gillet on, yeah.
Yeah.
Too much aircon.
Too much aircon. And again, just angling the bat, pushing forwards. No run.
No, I've been downstairs on the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, enjoying a bit of fresh air. I can confirm there's not much happening out there on the pitch.
As this one again played now onto the onside. Mid-on comes up to collect it. Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of turn for the spinner.
No, I've been right behind it. Not much turn, not much movement in the air. Not a lot going on for bowlers. It's looking all a bit too easy for Charlesworth and Price, who have batted well, as they did in the first innings.
Sajid in again, and again just defended here. Guess who I bumped into? Well, I was off commentary listening to Stephen and Ian. Khan in again. This one down the leg side.
Oh, interesting. I think I just saw Hildy with his dog.
Oh, yeah. Hildy's dog. No, that's not who I'm talking about.
Hildy.
Or his dog. No.
Cricket-related person?
It is a cricket-related person.
Funny that.
Khan in again. There's a sweep shot. And this will all be picked up. It's just a couple.
Well, I saw Harry Everett had brought his Tupperware in to scoop up the leftovers.
It was Harry Everett.
Was it?
And he just got here in time. Harry Everett, who regularly commentates with us. In fact, he's here with us tomorrow. Was he here yesterday?
He was here yesterday. He's here tomorrow. He's here today.
And he's here today because he never turns down a free lunch. No. Normally has 2 or 3 helpings. Today he was here. Here he is.
Oh, I can see him.
He was here scooping. He just managed to get in time before the caterers were taking away the pie that we'd had. And he was there saying, "Oh, hang on, hang on, hang on."
You'll find some of those potatoes in the bottom of his bag in
give
about
me a
3
plate.
weeks' time in his usual modus operandi.
And all I heard as the lady, the caterer, was stopping. She said, "Oh, how many plates do you want?" I said, "Oh, don't ask Harry that."
Well, Ben Warren came in with a tray full of cakes. It was delightful. Ben came in, served us cakes.
When was this?
And Harry, yesterday. And Harry's idea of being polite was because it was to have one of each. Was that he tried to justify that as a bit diplomatic.
That's
I think
impartial.
He called it.
Yeah.
Was having one of each.
Balance. That's a balanced diet, isn't it? One of each. Yeah.
It is.
Anyway.
Looks like we've got Josh Davey back into the attack, have we? From the microscopic pavilion end. Going to come around the wicket to Charlesworth. Oh, always good to have Harry about.
Is it? Not if you're hungry, because you know don't get any left for you.
Are we doing a little? We don't fancy this ball? Not much happening with it. Can we have a look at this one, Amps?
Josh doesn't. Tom's fine with it, which is interesting because normally you get with your bowler.
Yeah, look.
Tom's handing it back.
They haven't gone to the umpire. Is there a limit on the number of times you can ask? You can ask twice with Ian. It's a bit like the DRS review. It's brilliant to have Ian Blackwell. It's stuff that we should know, but we just.
Can we have an umpire every time in the box with us? Absolutely great.
Not the real one.
Around the wicket, Davey, left-hander. That's how he got Marcus Harris out. He's bowling to Charlesworth now, who just pushes that back towards mid-off. We've done scores around the grounds recently.
Oh, not for a little while, no.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Why not?
See, it's professionalism that Sam brings with him.
I wouldn't say that, Charlie.
Stephen and I were just talking about trains.
Were you?
Yeah.
Excellent. I do like a good train chat. I'm a bit sad I missed that, to be honest. I won't go again, though. It sounds like you've done that.
Were you on the train today?
No, came down. When did I come down? Monday morning.
Nice.
Davey around the wicket. Again, to Charlesworth, who's driving off the back foot. It's a newfangled world of trains post-COVID. The Monday morning, 7 o'clock out of Paddington is empty. You used to not be able to get a seat on it. Now it's empty. It's glorious. Yorkshire all out for 255.
Oh, that's a decent game building up there. The Roses won. What did Lancashire make?
They made 276, Charlie. Lead of exactly 21. A bit of a late flurry. Ben Code ending up with 26. Steve Patterson with 14. So just reduced what could have been a much larger deficit. So game on in the Roses game. Charlesworth, as he has been throughout the game, solid in defence. Essex have taken a big leap forward in the game against Kent down at Canterbury. Kent following on, trailing by 389 with 9 wickets remaining. Is Ben Compton out cheaply again? No, he's not. He's still there. It's Ollie Robinson who's the man to go. 15. Sam Cook picking up the wicket. Sam Cook is an exceptional bowler. Is Paul Walter back in that Essex side? No, he's not. Not there. It's a shame. I like Paul Walter.
Yeah.
Davey around the wicket. One slip who's quite wide, and there's a gully. Short ball pulled, but there is a fine leg. I saw Ian Blackwell remove Paul Walter from the attack at Chelmsford last year. It was a really harsh call, I thought. Really harsh from the umpire. He just let go. It was completely accidental, but he bowled a couple of beamers. I think it's the first time I've seen that in the pro game. Just came out the wrong way around. Umpire Blackwell straight onto it.
Yeah, he doesn't stand for that.
No, no nonsense.
Never bowled a beamer in his life, Ian Blackwell. No, he found other ways of giving runs away.
Right-hander on strike here, Price, and Gully is really close. Is it Casey there? I think it is Casey Aldridge, tall figure. Davey back over the wicket. Lammonby fielding in between those two protective mats. One of those presumably is the wicket for Western Storm next Sunday, and potentially the also the pitch for the final championship game here against Northants, which could, you would imagine, turn if Jack Leach and Sajid Khan both going to be available. Could be back to the glory
Goldsworthy
days.
and Van der Merwe in there as well.
Back to the glory days.
Yeah, Hyderabad as it was coined.
Davey over the wicket. Driven. They make it look very easy, these two at the moment.
Yeah.
They're shaping up really nicely. Price does slash after a few short balls, but that's about the only fault you can really say he's had in the last couple of days. Nice to have B. Warren in the director's chair as well. Always good when the boss comes in for a session.
That was brave.
What's that?
You.
I was just praising the boss over the over. Get all the voices in our ear. We go too far. If we go too far on a tangent, we're straight back. New bowler, lads.
Yeah, yeah. That was after we did the Harry Everett food stories. Got brought back to down to earth as Sajid Khan's got the ball in his hand again. Bowling to Charles Worth, who defends here. Slip in place. Short leg as well.
What can Somerset do here?
Stop.
Take wickets, yes. But how, Charlie?
Well,
how?
Is it a case of taking wickets, or is it now a case
Of
of being sensible and saying, look, the wickets aren't coming, the ball's not turning.
That one turned.
That one did turn. That one
turn.
turned past the bat. But actually, you were down there. You said actually, there's not a lot of help there.
Yeah.
It's not. You know, if the odd one turns, you might get the odd wicket. But actually, do Somerset now need to sort of say, let's just be sensible. Let's take a look at the game. Likely it is that Gloucestershire are going to set a target for us. How do we make sure that we give ourselves the best chance of making sure we don't lose? Is that a negative mindset, or is that a sensible mindset?
It's difficult. It can be both. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You know, what's there? 145 overs left in the game-ish. You have to look at it. I mean, yeah, that is the one. It's not impossible for Somerset to win this game. It won't be necessarily because they engineer it. It'll be because Gloucestershire need to win.
Well, that's the other thing, and that's when I checked with while Stephen was here, looking at the table. Gloucestershire are a long way adrift.
They've got to win all
adrift.
three, and still they probably wouldn't stay up, but they've got to try. So they will have to, if they keep banging this, they have to set Somerset something to have a go at.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? They need Somerset to... And a wicket! And a wicket! A sweep! Has it been given? They're having a chat, are they?
Is it whether it's got a tickle onto his boot, so the umpire's conferring to see if it is a bump ball? Sajid Khan likes it. Ollie Price doesn't.
What was it? Top
He's
edge?
standing there.
Or did it... Oh, just seen the replay. Hard to see at that speed.
Given.
It has been given. So Somerset do have a breakthrough, and Ollie Price with exactly the same score that he had in the previous innings. That is Price, isn't it? It's the end of the over. Yeah, no, it's Price trudging off.
Batted really well.
Yeah.
As Ben was saying in our ear, he did have a couple of glorious on drives. I wonder if he's played that reverse sweep really easily against Sajid Khan. He's brought it out a few times. I wonder if he just bottom edged it onto his toe and it popped up. It was a pretty easy catch.
You've got it. Yeah, I mean that's a big call to make, isn't it, at this stage of the game for an umpire? And we'll talk to Ian about that, because the boot situation when that happens, when it played down onto a boot, when you've not got replays, not got a third umpire who could be absolutely sure, you've got to, with your umpires when you talk, you've got to be absolutely certain that that's what happened.
Took their time. Sajid Khan was emphatic.
Well, he's picked up his first Somerset wicket now.
Yeah, nice touch for him. He's bowled quite well, bowled very well in the first innings. We're going to see Miles Hammond. There's a change in the order. Didn't Bracey come in at 4 in the first innings, which is suggestive? No? Okay.
No, he did not. I'd said they got exactly the same score there. Ollie Price in the first and second innings. Actually, I was 1 run out. He got 52 in the first innings and improved it by 1 in the second innings. So
Well, yeah, you're right.
Clear. Let's be clear and correct. So, what was I saying about those wickets not coming?
They have come.
They have started to come.
Just as you said, it wasn't turning.
Well, maybe I need to say that more often. The key here still, and you've got to take wickets, yes, but also you cannot let Gloucestershire rack up quick runs. Because if they do that, it gives them more time to take 10 wickets. That's the thing. They've got more time to, you can declare 10 overs earlier, have those extra 10 overs at Somerset.
219 is the lead already.
Mm.
Gloucestershire would love that to be above 400 by the end of the day. It's a big ask though, isn't it? 180, so they go at 3 and over from here, so wickets would slow that down.
Ian Blackwell reckoning 350 would be something they'd look at targeting.
They'll be looking at it and going, well, we can't see Somerset getting 350 in the 4th innings. And looking at the evidence this year so far, it would be a fair assumption.
Yeah.
But you just never know. You just never know.
Problem is as well, they've got to look at the weather. They've got to consider the weather. And yes, we've been lucky with it so far. What's the forecast tomorrow? Because if it's rain for a lot of the day, they might think, well, even if we get 4 days play Somerset, I'm going to make it to 200 or 250 because they just won't have enough overs yet. We need that time to take wickets.
Davey around the wicket to Charlesworth. Then that wicket, the final ball of the previous over. Charlesworth takes a single. It's difficult, isn't it? Because the weather does make it's just so much uncertainty, isn't it? You gamble, and what if if you looked at the forecast for the last 4 days and made an assumption based on the weather, you'd be proving, yeah, I know, but it's been. That's probably the best of the forecast, to be honest. If you look at that,
thunder and lightning with sunny spells. That sounds good.
Look at that BBC forecast for right now, for today. I bet you 60-70% chance of weather.
70% chance of rain. It says, which is probably true for the areas around us that have had rain, but we haven't had it.
And it's so windy. That does mean there's if it's a 50% chance of rain in the afternoon tomorrow, that means there's a 50% chance it's not going to rain. So it's difficult. Gloucestershire don't want to leave themselves looking silly.
Yeah.
Hammond in behind that one. Left-hander, been in good nick this year. Top run scorer for Gloucestershire in the county championship so far. Signed a new deal, I believe, last week. Miles Hammond.
Yep, good player. Oh, there we go. It's an interesting point. I tell you what, I will in a moment. What am I? About 15 minutes, I'll be swapping out. Ian Blackwell's got some thoughts. I know that he wants to get out here because he is looking at the rest of this game and looking at how Gloucestershire, what they can do.
Left alone. They've got to win. They have to.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
They have to, because a draw, 8 points for a draw, they need 16 for a win. And actually, they can't leave anything. Yeah, they're going to have to take risks.
So what Ian said was Gloucestershire will risk losing in order to win.
I think he's probably spot on.
They've got to, haven't they, in this stage of the game. 125 for 2. That's a 220 run lead at the moment.
No one just jumped on Hammond, or he misjudged the length slightly because it hit him on the splice of the bat. Josh Davey around the wicket. It's bobbed well. Into his 8th over, just gone for the 7 runs so far, Josh Davey. So it's been a good comeback injury hit season for him. But he's definitely providing the control that Tom Abel was after. As did Jack Brooks, 9 overs for 15. Plenty of encouragement from Tractor down there too. Just jabbed into the leg side, but Abel does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Tom Abel hit some runs coming back after injury. Only made 2 in the first innings. He'll be desperate for it as well. He's a player who feeds off confidence and form. And we've seen that before. When you see Tom hit a big score, he again goes on and usually has a few good scores, really. Sort of player that needs those good scores to keep him feeling like he's in touch.
Hammond just advancing down the track as his trigger movement leaves Josh Davey down on his knee. Not quite sure, I think, how Hammond's not nicked it and then how it hasn't taken the top of off stump. Beauty from Josh Davey. to end the over. Over number 45, 125 for 2. Let's have another look at that one. That's an absolute jaffa, Josh Davey.
Oof.
There he is, the driver.
He propped up against a skip.
Yeah,
Nice.
He has been for a while. It's handily placed for him now.
Yeah. Yeah, as a bowler, you must watch one of those. Your ball leaves your hand, you know straight away it's a good one.
Harry Everett pointed me towards Tractor Driver's official website yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
A little nosy around that. I haven't been on that ever. An absolute delight. Corner of the internet that's well worth exploring during a rain delay.
Good fun. He's got some merchandise, hasn't he?
Has he?
Well, he's got pictures of his shirts that he wears as Khan is in and defended by Charlesworth. Yeah, that ball, you just must wonder. You look at that as bowling and think, any other game, any other moment, that could easily have got me a wicket. That's a lot of effort and a lot of bad luck that I haven't managed to pick something up there. That's a wicket-taking ball. And then there'll be other balls you bowl and you think, well, that was rubbish, and yet it's brought me the wicket. All evens out, I guess, but still. It's a lovely ball to finish off that Josh Davey over. Khan is in again. This one defended. You can tell when Ian Blackwell's moving around because his foot brace is quite squeaky. This is turning here, beating the bat of Charlesworth. He's injured at the moment, hence he's not umpiring, and he's with us instead. He was at home when you were watching the stream on Monday, and you got the call up. Khan around the wicket. And again, just getting to the pitch of the ball there. Charlesworth, no run.
One of the photos actually on Tractor's website, I think Ian Blackwell features.
There we go.
Having drinks up at the Grange Cricket Club when they used to play Scotland in the old one-day cup.
Trying to force a run there. Ian Blackwell, good memories of playing for England, losing to Scotland.
It was Somerset. It was the old.
Was it Somerset? Oh, when Somerset.
Norwich Union League, yeah.
Yeah. Scotland. Wow.
Poor Keith Dutch. What a side that was, though, in the early 2000s. Josh Davey, jumper off, going to continue. The Grange is a beautiful place for.
I've not been to the Grange. I'd love to.
Let's have another look at that dismissal. Sajid Khan to Ollie Price. The reverse sweep came out. Is it onto his pad or onto his?
I don't think it was boot, was it?
No, maybe pad.
Yeah, maybe just bat onto pad. Either way, he's back in the pavilion. A few stretches going on out there as a bit of a discussion. Was the ball checked there? Are they having a look at the ball maybe? He's got it in his hands now, Josh Davey.
I think Josh Davey's still having a look at the ball. I don't think Tom Abel's having any of it.
Yeah. Captain not going with his bowler this time.
Presses forward there, Hammond. Still yet to score.
Yeah, penny for Josh Davies' thoughts when Tom Abel, your captain, says, no, that's fine. And Josh Davies saying, no, here I am telling you it's not.
All-rounder, Tom Abel.
Yeah. Although I doubt he'll bowl himself to... Did he bowl him? Didn't bowl in the first. No, I think with that injury, coming back from injury, I think he might just be looking after himself. He's got Lbw as an option. They haven't used yet. Left armour.
Yeah, I would like to see that, actually. It's just something a little bit different. He bowled well, actually, Lbw. 6 overs.
Yeah, he's a good bowler.
13, I think.
He's a good bowler.
Short and tucked around the corner. There is a fielder down at fine, so it will just be a single for Hammond. He's off the mark. Interesting. We talked a bit earlier about Alex Hales being recalled to the T20 World Cup squad. And Ben Stokes was asked about the relationship between the pair, and his answer was, we both got the same goal, to win World Cups. It's not exactly a ringing endorsement, is it?
Yeah. I think, you could talk about a lot of players, their goal is to win World Cups.
Mine is still.
Yeah. But have you had a big falling out with previous England management? Is that why you've not been selected there?
No, actually, I can't hide behind that. Oh, what happened there? Ball just got thrown back to George Bartlett. Did it end up hitting him in the head?
Yeah, pretty much hit him in the head. He was halfway through taking his cap off, yeah. He managed to get a hand to it, maybe. going to have a concussion check. Yeah, I guess the thing is, with Alex Hales, is to make sure that he doesn't, if the worry is about the dressing room, which it was, wasn't it? I think part of it was, you know, that actually he's not what England wanted, what Owen Morgan wanted in the squad as a character. Well, actually, has that changed enough? Is Ben Stokes more willing to allow that? Although it's not his captaincy, is it? It's Joss Butler at white ball. So that's something they've got to decide on.
Jason Roy, Bairstow missing out. Alex Hales in the squad. On the back foot there. Charlesworth just defending it out towards George Bartlett at mid-off. If you're watching on the live stream, welcome. Somerset fans, a few Gloucestershire fans, no doubt. Plenty of neutrals too.
Is there such thing as a neutral in the cider derby?
Well, we're neutral, Charlie.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, we've got an umpire in the back, so he's neutral.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. We'll allow umpires to be neutral, that's for sure.
Ooh, that could have gone anywhere. I think it's an inside edge that has ended up giving Ben Charlesworth a single to end over number 47, 127 for 2 now.
Hammond there on 1, and it's Ben Charlesworth, the opener, who's still there. 41 not out this innings. And in the first innings he made 56, so he's done well for Gloucestershire too. It was the middle order that failed to go in the first innings for Gloucestershire. Somerset, we're hoping similar happens this time. Sajid Khan will continue his long spell from the river end. Full toss, this one played out towards fielder at mid-on. Might have been a chance of a throw at the stumps had the fielder taken it cleanly.
Very good fielder, Casey. Good pressure though, didn't they? It was almost hit and run. Fielder quite deep. Happy to take him on.
Captain coming over to his bowler.
A few people on the live stream comments expressing a bit of surprise that Gloucestershire aren't pushing on a bit. I think it's a bit early. I think you've got to play. You can't write off too much of terrain in your heads.
Well, the other thing is that they're only 222, and I say only. Obviously, that's a big total, but that's not a declaration total. And what you don't want to do is try and up the rate, lose 6, quick wickets for 30 or something, or 40, and suddenly you're looking at defeat if Somerset bat well as they should. So they're not in a position they can just play without care.
No, they might look at giving themselves 5-6 overs at Somerset at the end if they can.
Reassess at tea. That's the word coming from Ian Blackwell.
There's still 45 overs in the day, so even if tea's half an hour away, if you have an hour scoring at 4 and over, you add another 80-90 runs on top of that. So
comes Khan again. This one forced, contrived towards mid-on. Not really there for the shot from Hammond, who doesn't get a run.
I think we forget sometimes, so used to this kind of instant hit of 20 over, 50 over even cricket. Actually, there's times.
Ebbs and flows, that one. I think he pulled out a playing shot halfway through there. Looked like he was going to shape up to cut and then decided against it. No run. Yeah, absolutely. And that's such an important thing, isn't it? In this form of the game and in Test cricket as well, in red ball cricket, you can allow a game just to develop. You can see what happens for a bit. Like Ian said, reassess at tea. You've got another half an hour. If you lose a wicket or two, then that changes what happens. If you don't, then you can start to make plans for upping the run rate after tea.
Well, Somerset will be hoping it's a case of if you don't, really. A couple of more quick wickets here in this half hour would leave Gloucestershire 4 down and having to rebuild again. Every time they lose a wicket, they have to do that little period of consolidation and rebuilding. Just slows them down a bit. Around the wicket to Charlesworth. Driven back at him on the bounce. Davy Fields off his own bowling.
It's turned into quite a nice day.
It's beautiful.
Sun's out. A lot of blue sky around. A bit breezy, but you know, September day. I reckon you take this. About 20 degrees was what the forecast was telling me earlier on. Yeah, not far off that. Probably not quite up there.
It's fresh, isn't it, out there?
Yeah.
Again, another false drive there from Charlesworth, just an under edge. Brings them a single. Abel doing the fielding at mid-wicket. Tractor enjoyed that one.
It'll be interesting to see what happens in the test match from tomorrow. Last test of the summer for England. What's been an incredible summer. Yeah, just the one loss out of those 7.
Wouldn't have imagined that, would you, after when the winter finished?
No, absolutely not. 5 wins, 1 loss.
Fuller again and driven into the leg side.
Yeah, it's exciting. It is exciting what's happened. Be interesting to see what happens over the winter. Where are England this winter?
Pakistan in.
Of course they are, yeah.
After the World Cup, which is going to be a brilliant series.
Best time for a long time in Pakistan.
Yeah, heading over there. The T20 squad's out there in the next couple of weeks, aren't they, to play a series, and then T20 World Cup, and then a Test series in Pakistan. That'll be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Of course, Pakistan going through a very difficult time at the moment, and I'll give you some details in a moment of how you can help out in a small way. You can often feel quite helpless, can't you, with this distance away from these awful scenes of the flooding in Pakistan. But there's a small way here through Somerset that you can help out. Of course, Somerset currently playing 2 Test cricketers from the nation.
Well, they could be potentially a really big Somerset interest. You know, Babar Azam and Azhar Ali, both most likely to be in that Test side.
Yeah.
Imam ul Haq, potentially Sajid Khan as well. Hammond leaves that one alone, outside off stump. Watchful to start with Hammond, he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Somerset and Pakistan have had a great relationship, certainly in the last sort of 5+ years. They've done a really good job of bringing some of Pakistan's great talent, and there is so much talent in Pakistan. Great team to watch. So, yeah, the players not currently involved in the Asia Cup tournament. A lot of them here. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people keeping an eye on how Imam and Sajid Khan get on as well.
End of the over then, 49 gone, 129 for 2. And as Charlie was mentioning, the club has put together an online charity auction. There's some wonderful prizes as well up for grabs. You can log on. If you go to the Somerset County Cricket Club website, there's been some new prizes added as well overnight. I believe there was already some wonderful stuff. Tom Abel shirt, Imam ul Haq shirt. I know there's been some new stuff gone on there. Tom Lamb v Karachi Kings PSL shirt. If you want to see all the details, you can use that QR code in the bottom left of your screen right now. Scan that, you'll be able to log on. You can also, you know, if you do have a little bit of spare cash and feel able to donate, you can also donate directly using that QR code. But as you say, the country, I mean, there's about a third of the country underwater currently. 90% of the crops affected.
Awful. Gone again, this one just down the leg side. I'll finish doing this over and then we'll bring Ian Blackwell in. I know he's got a lot of thoughts. He's been mulling over the game whilst he's watching at the back of the box. Got some ideas as to what he would do if he were, well, in either of these teams' shoes. As this one goes right through, did it take an edge? Keeper couldn't take it cleanly. And Khan looks a bit frustrated there. But certainly feels like he's getting a bit more turn than he certainly was at the start of this spell. Let's have a quick look. Oh, might have just taken an edge. So this one certainly does, as it's pushed forward into the offside for another dot ball. God, he does get through these overs quickly. 4 balls already bowled in this one.
Certainly helps the over rate, doesn't it?
Well, it really does, but also this one's played back to him. If you're playing a white ball game, these are the sorts of overs you sort of get through quickly, and without the other team really realising it, you're already, a 20th of the game gone. Quite off. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. We started to see those spinners trying to get away with one in the power play right first up. Well, that's the sort of thing that you'd see as this one just angled backwards to short third man. There's no run there. End of that over. Sam Dowling will give you his thoughts on where he thinks this game is heading, and then Ian Blackwell will come in and tell us what he's been thinking about as he's been watching from the back of the box.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie. Looks like we called for it, we're going to see something a little bit different. Left arm seam of Tom Lammonby is going to come into the attack for the first time in this innings. Picked up a wicket in the first innings. Lammonby, that point of difference, 6 overs, 1 for 13. It was the wicket of Ollie Price, who just tickled behind to James Root in the first innings. Afternoon, Ian Blackwell.
Afternoon, Sam.
Go on, thoughts. Where are we? What's happening?
I think Gloucester are obviously bossing the game here. I think they'll reassess at tea. 10 overs, well, I'd say not 10 overs, it'll be 20 minutes now because it'll go on time left till tea, and there'll probably be around 37-ish overs left, and they'll probably assess where they're at then and come out with probably a bit more attacking mindset. I think they're just at the moment grinding Somerset down, and Tom Lammonby into the attack as left arm. Maybe a slight change of angle, although he's hobbling nicely there, Tom.
Yes, I walked through that first ball, hasn't he? He did that in the first innings, in fairness, so it's consistent hobbling.
Well, yeah, he must be managing an ongoing issue, but...
Those in glass houses, Blackie.
Absolutely, yeah. He could borrow my boot if he liked. I'm not sure he'd run in with any great pace with it on, though, to be fair. Nothing much going on, really, is there? I'm surprised that they haven't changed the ball, if I'm honest. It seems like a tactic that counties do use.
How bad have they been this summer? There's James Hildreth. I thought I saw him a little bit earlier on, bringing his dog in just after lunch.
There he is, key to the ground, old James.
Because there's been a lot of talk about the balls this summer and how they've not been optimal for bowling. That's a lovely shot.
It's a lovely cover drive, and that beats Josh Davey giving chase. Should be 2 more runs to Miles Hammond. But yeah, the balls were changed at the start of the year, and I think the ECB were looking to maybe get a little less lateral movement and swing out of the pitches to try and, I guess, even up the contest between bat and ball. They lessened the twine, made it slightly flatter. They've gone for a slightly redder colour rather than the darker colour. Not sure what that does to the ball, but yeah, they've certainly done less this year than in previous years, and it's been quite hard work for the fielding side and the bowlers in particular. And obviously we've coupled that with real dry, hot weather as well. It's been toil for a lot of sides, so yeah, it's difficult. There's also chat of it going to the Kookaburra red ball as well, so yeah, they seem to have a few issues with the balls going out of shape as well.
Solid defence from Miles Hammond. Yeah, we saw a couple of overs ago, twice in the last few overs, Josh Davey and Tom Abel in conversation. And is it quite unusual when the bowler's saying to the skipper, look, this is not in great nick? Because Tom Abel seems to be saying, no, we're going to carry on.
Yeah, whether Tom's seeing something different than perhaps his bowlers are, or feeling that the ball is actually... I guess generating opportunities, which we've seen it spin more, but generally that's not down to the ball for the seamers' liking. As they scamper a quick single and gets home there. Charlesworth.
Right, could that be it? That's what I was just thinking. Actually, is he thinking, well, it's doing a bit for Sajid Khan, and so he's the one most likely to take the wicket, so I'm going to think about not his interests, but the benefit he can bring with the ball that's turning?
I don't think so, because I think he would have been consulted.
Yeah.
I think Tom would have communicated that with the other bowlers, certainly the seam bowler in Josh that was questioning the ball. But sides, I think, when they're behind the 8 ball and nothing much is happening, they've got 2 choices or 2 chances to get the ball through the ring. The only issue is if the first chance fails, and if they'd have done that on the 25th over, they've got 1 chance left, and then they're stuck with it if they make another challenge and it doesn't go through the ring, or it goes through the ring. So a little bit surprised there's nothing much is happening, that they didn't try and change the ball for a spare, but you know, Tom's playing the game properly, and if he thinks it's in good nick, then the bowlers will crack on with it, which is it's refreshing to see as an umpire.
Not related to this game, but I did want to ask you, I don't mean to put you on the spot, this bat issue with Nick Maddinson, is that something umpires have been told to look at this year?
I wouldn't say look at this year. We've all got the bat gauges, and we all are able to do random bat checks at any point. We tend to communicate more at the toss to captains and try and keep the incidence of having failed bat checks on field to an absolute minimum. But if guys are still willing to, you know, take out bats that don't conform, they're more than welcome to come into the changing room and check their bats before play, and we communicate that to the captains. And I've had no particular issues this year. Certainly one-day cricket, you tend to up the emphasis a little bit more, as guys have different bats for different competitions.
And is it tape they're putting on it that's pushing them past the regulations? Because bat makers surely know.
It's a well-hit cut shot, fielded at backward point by Lewis Goldsworthy there. Yeah, I mean, potentially there's this theory now that you see a lot of this pink tape that's going on bats, which is actually physio tape, and there's a theory that Sangakkara says that it doesn't show up on a hot spot if you nick it.
Right, okay.
Which is ridiculous, seeing though, we don't have hot spot in this country, and you know that's generally just for international cricketers anyway. So it's a theory that some of the international lads have brought into the scene, and we're seeing more and more of this thick pink tape. And I think McKinnon fell foul of that at Derby not so long ago.
They lost a couple of points.
And that, I think they've been done, I think that was twice in a week. So, you know, for the same side to get done, having literally just been caught with somebody with a bat that doesn't conform is just criminal. So, yeah, we're capable of doing it. And, you know, I think Hassan obviously did Nick Maddinson the other day during the match.
Lamb would be then continuing. Well, yeah, and they checked it on the spot, and then they checked it again after play, I guess, with the theory being that with the wet weather, that could affect it a little bit. I mean, that sounds a bit implausible. But
no, it's what happens. The process is they have to change the bat straight away. The bat then goes to the match referee.
Yeah.
That's held not under lock and key, but with his possession until the end of play. Then the guilty party get the opportunity to come in and test the bat gauge themselves to try and see if the bat conforms through the gauge. That will be then videoed and sent to the powers that be, and also the bat will be sent as well. So I don't think it's the over humidity in the air that's causing the bats to swell. And like you, I'm gobsmacked that companies are still making bats that don't conform.
That one whistles through outside the off stump. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, and there's so much you have to be thinking about on a match day.
Yeah, well, there's a lot goes into this umpiring malarkey. And
yeah, it definitely does.
And the guys make it look very easy, but some of us get a bit flustered from time to time with all the things we've got to think about.
The heart goes a little bit.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's that moment when you realise you've forgotten something. We've all done it in all walks of life. You go, oh no.
Yeah, especially during the 100 when you forget to take your white card out and you start using your bowler's card and you think, oh my, what am I doing?
Happened to a friend, surely.
Yeah. Asking for a friend. Yeah, what can I do?
133 for 2 here, Gloucestershire. Sandaling alongside current first-class umpire and former Somerset legend, but still is a Somerset legend, former Somerset player, Durham, Derbyshire, a bit of Warwickshire as well, multiple county championship winner.
Yeah, I've been around a little bit.
Yeah,
but I'll always consider this my home club, really.
No, we're going to have a little stoppage here because the covers, I think the wind has blown the covers onto the pitch, so Josh Davey having to come down and and just pushed
There we
covers
are.
back over the boundary rope.
That's
So
a
it's
hazard.
windy out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, spiritual home.
Yeah,
down here.
of course. Live 500 yards down the road as well, so never far from the ground, and always hear the cheers. And if I'm at home, which is rare during the summer, but of late it's been a calling card for me as I'm bored to tears with this foot.
It's good to know we're here to relieve your boredom, Blackie.
Probably didn't sell that very well, did I?
Yeah, next time you're bored and you've got a few days off, you're always welcome.
Pop in. Next, I'll say I was here to see the umpires first, and then make you feel real second grade.
He knows how to make us feel good. Back underway, those covers are off the pitch. It wouldn't have happened under umpire Blackwell's watch that.
Yeah, batten them down, chain them to something.
End of the over, 53 gone. About 7 minutes until tea, so we've probably got time for a couple more overs. Any questions in for Ian Blackwell on the YouTube chat? I'll keep an eye on. I'm sure he'll answer them to the best of his ability if he's not too bored.
No, happily answer some questions.
Would you play the first season of T20, the inaugural season?
Yep, yeah, 2003, I believe. So yeah, I've been around a bit longer than that, Sam. 90s
yeah, you were.
debut.
2000, your first year here?
2000 here, yeah. So yeah, it was an interesting move when it first came in, and all the guys were, or all the teams, I should say, were still picking their championship sides for the T20, thinking that was the best way to go. Yeah.
Jamie Cox would have played the first couple of years of T20. Maybe not skippered it. I think he was around.
Not sure if he was. Did he leave 2000? End of that year, or 2001? Can't remember.
I thought he played a little bit of T20.
He may well have done. I mean, it was 2003, wasn't it? So, my mind, it's not that great. It's been pickled since then, numerous occasions.
All naturally.
Of course, the cider and the apples down here.
That fresh fruit.
Get you five a day. Yeah, one of those.
After play.
Of course.
Around the wicket.
Sneaky hip flask at square leg.
Revealing the secrets now.
Felt like that in some games.
That's why the finger's up so quickly. Oh, yeah.
700.
That'll do.
Yeah, I found it. 700 plays 650. You need something.
Yes, they were the days, weren't they?
I think Gloucester will be slightly interested to see the spin on offer now. I know they've only got the Van Buren and Jack Taylor, but gives them an option to rotate the seamers at one end and while away with a bit of spin as well, trying to create some chances. And the longer they're batting, the more spin will be on show, I'm sure.
Yeah, keeps them fresh. End of the over, 54 gone. Got a question in from Dalton Sanders. Best bowling display Mr. Blackwell has ever watched being an umpire?
That's an interesting one. I have to say it was probably Jimmy Anderson in a 4-day game coming back from injury, from an ankle injury at Derby, and he was just immaculate. I think he got 6 for 12 or 6 for 14 in about 18 overs, and you just couldn't hit him. He swung it both ways. It was a ridiculous spell, and I just thought that is, just the ultimate difference between county cricket and international cricket. The batters all at sea. They were good batters as well. Your Wayne Madsons of this world, he's no pushover, and he was just frighteningly good, and just the unerring accuracy. The length never changed. He swung it both ways. Bit of help. It was a pretty good pitch as well, but that's just the difference when you get a world-class bowler on a good pitch. They just seem to get the best out of it.
Lbw continuing for Somerset with ball in hand. What about as a batter? Best spell you've faced?
Well, generally the best sort of bowling you face, you're not in very long.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I think I've been frightened on a few occasions facing Shoaib Akhtar, that is for sure. And he always seemed to have the rub of the green up at Durham. I think we played him in a championship game for Somerset, and I went in at 1 for 4. And it was a hat-trick ball that I was facing, and I think I managed to back away, and I had a massive whoosh trying to hit him back over his head, and I managed to get it down to fine leg for one. And Burnsy at the other end was not impressed as I smirked as I jogged past him. No chance of a 2 either, which was really in my wheelhouse, I must admit.
Pushed to cover.
Yeah, there's a few occasions that you just, you'd rather be watching than batting. But never shied away from a challenge. But there's odd occasion where you fear for your life, and that was one of them. Especially in the early days at Durham, when the Riverside was not as flat as it has been.
Spicy, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's when you look back and you see the slips 45 yards back.
Yes, I remember I went up there, because I've got family up there. So it was one of the early one-day games. Hildy, it was probably the year Hildy made his debut, and he played a 40-50 over game. And he's running in from... When he played here, he was almost running in from the boundary.
And then off his short run to Jamie Cox, I remember that. Yeah. One of his first games at Hildy, I think.
He got 100, didn't he?
Yeah, I know he got some runs.
There's one I was talking about initially was a one-day game up there, but he did get 100 against Akhtar very early in his championship career. End of the over. Is that going to be 2, or are we going to squeeze in one more Sajid Khan? I think we are. 3 maidens in a row there. While we've been reminiscing about the past, Gloucestershire, good bowling from Somerset. Tom Lamb beat a couple of maidens in a row for him.
Forgot there was a game going on then for a minute.
Well, it's nice to go. Another question in, if you don't mind. When you're, some of the games you have, the county championship, you haven't got DRS, but something like the 100 or the Blast games potentially on TV, you've got a bit of DRS. Do you like having
Not DRS in the Blast.
Just in the.
We've got TV for obviously run-outs and stumpings, but that's as far as we can go. We can't get involved with leg before.
Do you like having it there as Sajid Khan continues to Charlesworth?
Personally, yeah, I think we're all trying to get the right decision in the game, and there's sometimes we don't get things right, and it's nice to have that backup of, whether it's a player telling us we haven't got it right with the referral system. We're all up for, taking it on the chin and moving forwards and actually learning from that. And I think that the DRS, when it's used, it's a great tool. Another one just beats the bat there.
It's getting a bit more turn, isn't he, to the left-hander now, Sajid Khan?
A little bit more pace on that as well. It looked like he might have just fizz that one through a little bit. And we just hear that there's been a boundary dry up as such of 14 overs without a boundary, which is good for Somerset. They're plodding on, trying to keep the runs down here.
And these two players, they both bat up the order in white ball cricket. I saw Charlesworth make 97 in the list day game at Radlett a few weeks ago, and Hammond, he had 100 gig last year. I don't think he got one this year. So know how to score quickly, these two.
Yeah, and that's their MO. I think Hamo is generally an aggressor, and he tends to get on with it in red ball cricket as well. So his strike rate wouldn't surprise me if it's up near 100. And he's just settling himself into that number 3 or 4 spot, where he's finding his feet, shall we say, in 4-day cricket.
Birmingham Phoenix this year.
Yeah, I thought I saw him. He had
That's
a couple of
last year, wasn't he? Did have a gig. They changed so quickly.
He opened up with Smeed.
Will Smeed's opening partner, Will Smeed, come through the Birmingham Phoenix Academy.
Of course.
As they all point out. The making of him.
No bitchiness.
It still amazes me that you've got guys that can come straight into something like the 100, having played 0 4-day cricket. It blows my mind that they can come in and just churn out 100 on the big stage. And yes, he's done it in white ball cricket for a couple of years now, but it is just frightening that they can just, you're almost bypassing 8 years of I guess, building blocks of playing cricket. They just knock those down. This is it. This is what we do. We go out and hit 4s and 6s for fun, and it's exciting to watch, but you just kind of worry for the state of 4-day cricket moving forwards.
Yeah, it's interesting. You do wonder if it'll go 2 separate ways. Whether someone like, it's not to pick on here, it's just one example. Someone who could conceivably never play 4-day cricket.
And why would you want to if you could earn a couple of £100,000 a year? and not have to run in and bowl 30 overs in a day, or bat for 2 days for 100.
Picks up a single there, Charlesworth. Serious talent, Will Smead. Playing 2s this week for Somerset. They're at Guildford. Haven't checked on that score.
There's no bitterness there at all from me either.
No.
A chance to earn some money playing 100-ball cricket as they run through for a quick single there. Hammond knocks it into the offside, and Charlesworth makes his ground comfortably. The lead 230, 231. It's looking a bit ominous here for Somerset.
Do you play at all still? You played a bit at North Everton, didn't you, for a couple of years?
No, 2017, I think. Was, when I then got onto the full list proper, yeah, my time was just, you know, non-existent outside of umpiring and seeing the kids. So, yeah, for me it was quite an easy decision, because 50 overs in the field at my age and state of fitness was not ideal, and not being able to walk until Thursday after the Saturday was, wasn't pleasant.
That Legend series there, if that came calling, that one they were all out.
If they need an umpire.
That's true, yeah, could be. Chance to travel the globe.
No, the playing side of things doesn't excite me anymore.
That one whistles through from Lammonby. That was a well-directed bumper there.
Yeah, the key there, you got the height of the delivery right. Anything lower, it becomes a bit of a long hop. But he's got that between, I'm guessing, probably eyeball height, which sort of makes the batter then harder to control the shot if they want to take on the pull. Lammonby in again. Looks like there's a bit of shape still there when you pitch it up at the end of the over, and believe, will that be T? They're still going, which they, I wonder if they've just changed T. It's 324, so
what would normally happen? Because we had extra overs. We had 8 overs added on to the 96 for the day. We then lost 2 because of the early showers.
yeah, so maybe they've rejigged it, but I can't imagine them going down to 32 overs remaining. But yeah, I'm a little bit lost here now.
We thought Polly Rhodes told us it was 3:20. Looks like they pushed it to 3:30.
3:30.
So we'll get at least one more over of Sajid Khan, and if he joins the dots, we might even get 2 overs because he gets through them quickly.
Yeah, so they've probably just split those last 2 sessions, which makes more sense than having one shorter and one longer session.
Yeah, they can become very long last sessions, can't they, if they suddenly...
It's normally the middle session that's the longest, having to get to 32 overs remaining.
Show of
Hammond
intent.
shows his card, shall we say, and dances down the wicket to Sajid Khan and launches him for 6 back over his head. It's a good shot this from Hammond.
6 off 38 balls becomes 12 off 39. He got right to the pitch of the ball there. That is what Hammond is capable of. I think Somerset are just slowing this down so it's only 1 over after tea, before tea. Perhaps looking for this to be the last over.
Yeah, I was going to say there'll be at least one more after this. I would have
5
thought.
minutes, yeah.
5 minutes. Unless he's...
a couple more 6s.
Yeah.
One into the river.
Ties his shoelace for 3 minutes. I've seen that before.
No names mentioned, sadly. They can be difficult, those shoelaces. The left-handed ones.
Definitely.
If you get the wrong.
Yeah. It's normally when sides are well ahead of the over rate and they're +3 or 4 that they think they've got the right just to not bowl for it. And that's off the pad. I thought that may have just gone straight to short leg off the inside edge there.
Smart bit of work there.
From Hammond.
From George Bartlett.
It's a sharp chance. Well, not a chance, obviously, because he caught it and he wasn't out. But... little bit of spin again.
End of the over, 58 gone, 142 for 2. Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond with that show of intent, dancing down the track and hitting Sajid Khan back over his head for 6. One more over then by the looks of things before tea. 3:27 on the digital clock.
Yeah, it's an innings you don't normally see from Hammond. 12 off 44 balls, and Somerset have bowled in good areas to him, but he's not looked to give it away by trying to force something that's not there. So he's learning. He's still a young guy, and he can always up the ante, as we've seen many times before.
Lamb be into his 5th over this little spell. 4 overs old so far, gone for just the 5 runs, so he's bowled well too. Charlesworth has 45 off 166 balls. I mean, that 46 off 167.
Which again, I think you can probably, as the management, you'll be looking at the strike rates of batters during this match and think that we might not need 350, we might not need 375. You look at Marcus Harris, who faced a truckload of balls for his 159, and obviously young James Rue faced plenty of balls for his 44. So they might just be thinking this wicket's not that easy to get a run of ball from. So they may well reassess the amount of runs that they need to give Somerset to chase down.
Well, Rue and Charlesworth, innings almost identical actually. Charlesworth 46 of 168 now. Rue had 44 of 168. Which does suggest people saying, oh, well, why are they not scoring out a run of ball? It perhaps isn't that easy.
Yeah, and if you put the ball in the right area, it does look like there is a little bit in there for you. Maybe not wicket-taking balls, but just tough to score. And if you set the straight fields to straight balls, you can actually build some dots and some pressure that way. But equally, it could be a case of Gloucester being bottom and confidence isn't particularly high as well, and they're just trying to feel their way into this match a little bit. Maybe not. They might not know what to set.
So it's not used to being in a dominant position. This
No,
is
exactly.
difficult though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But the experience of Dale Benkenstein, I'm sure he'll chat and have the right conversations at the right time. Lamb be in again and bowls the channel delivery, which is left by Hammond.
It's a bit like what Charlie was saying. What you don't want to do is put if you say that if Benkenstein says right, this is where we want to be at tea 3 or 4 hours ago, and it puts a little bit of pressure, and suddenly they're 4 or 5 down. So actually, maybe it is a case of just batting until tea, and then they'll sit down together and work out what they need to do in this last session.
I definitely think that was the case. They probably had a chat at lunch, Lamb being again, and a tight leave there from Hammond. They would have said, look, we've got this session, just accumulate as we can. Don't do anything rash. We can go at 3 and over, great. And then they'll look at tea, and with the likes of Bracey and Van Buren and Jack Taylor still to come, they'll want as sort of many wickets of those available to chuck out after tea. So that would be my initial thought. Get to tea, reassess, think of a number, times it by 2, and then crack on after tea.
Push to mid on, that will be tea, so Gloucestershire will have to crack on. And after tea, do you think, if you're Gloucestershire, you're thinking, well, let's have a little nibble at Somerset tonight as well?
100%.
100%.
Yeah, I'm thinking if they can, they'll probably look to bat for another 20 overs, and they'll look to probably score at a run of ball, which will take them to a 350 lead, possibly a little bit more, and maybe just have 10 overs at them tonight. Maybe not 10, might have 6 overs, possibly, but they'll want 2 bites with a new ball in an uncomfortable period.
Yeah, it's been a good session for Gloucestershire. They lead by 238 at tea with 8 wickets remaining. Ben Charlesworth 46 not out. Miles Hammond 12 not out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you when the players and umpires are back out in the middle in about 20 minutes' time.
Old Trafford, Lancashire are 78 without loss in their second innings. They lead now runs against Yorkshire. At the Spitfire ground, Kent 34 for 4 in their second innings. They still trail by 375 runs against Essex. So Kent 34 for 4 in the second innings and only have 6 wickets remaining. At the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire 400 for 9 declared, Northounds 175 and now 37 without loss. Northounds trail there by 188. In Division 2 at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 201 and 390 for 7 declared, Leicestershire 93 and 217 for 9. Leicestershire trailing by 281 runs and they have just 1 wicket left. Derbyshire 306 and 153 for 5. Durham 223. Derbyshire lead there by 236. And finally to Cardiff, Glamorgan 172 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. Glamorgan trailed by 282.
Please welcome back our umpires, Nigel Long and Tom Langley. Very good evening, gentlemen. Gloucestershire resume after tea on 143 for 2. Please welcome back Ben Charlesworth on 46 and Miles Hammond on 12. And the Somerset team is led out by captain Tom Abel.
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to this final session of the County Championship, LV County Championship match, I should say, between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Bottom of the table clash. Gloucestershire very much bringing up the rear in Division 1 at the moment. And again, they desperately need to win to have any chance of safeguarding themselves from relegation to Division 2. Not that we're certain whether that's going to happen next year, or we think it's probably quite likely. Match situation, 143 for 2 Gloucestershire in their second innings, which means they lead by 238. So they're very much in the driving seat. Ben Charlesworth is on 46 not out, and Miles Hammond, having started quite slowly, hit shortly before tea a big 6 into the Lordian Botham stand off Sajid Khan. That was his first boundary. He's on 12. I'm Stephen Lamb, and alongside, delighted to have Ian Blackwell, who's taking a bit of an injury-enforced break from umpiring, but has been with us throughout the last couple of days. It's been great to have you, Ian.
Been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And yeah, very much favouring Gloucestershire, but could still be an interesting day tomorrow. Yeah,
indeed. I think been nice to be a fly on the wall in the Gloucestershire changing room, just to see what their thoughts, and obviously they're bossing the game at the moment, but they are a side that hasn't, don't think, won this year. So it'll be interesting to see just what sort of total they're looking for as we start the proceedings after tea with some spin from Sajid Khan.
Yeah, he's into his 18th over. The most used Gloucestershire bowler, not surprisingly, really. 1 for 39, his figures. That's defended again by Ben Charlesworth. There was a little bit of doubt about the wicket that he did take. Ollie Price attempting a reverse sweep, ended up being caught at slip. Looked as though the ball bounced off his boot, and that is one of the trickier umpiring decisions that you have to make.
Yeah, certainly the sweep shot. Any sweeps that go on, everything happens really quickly, and sometimes you don't get the best view of things, and that's where sometimes a chat to your colleague can really assist it, especially if he's got a good view from square leg. Not that we try and rely on our colleagues, but certainly if there's a dismissal and we're not 100% sure, or we're 95%, but we just want that confirmation, we'll always have a little bit of a chat.
And which is exactly what Nigel Long and Tom Langley did, and came up with the affirmative decision. Well, certainly from the bowler's point of view anyway. Yeah, the finger went up.
Yeah, I'm not sure Ollie Price would agree with that sentiment, but he played nicely for his second half century of the match.
Yeah, 53 in each.
Yeah, looked a very good prospect moving forwards. 21 years of age.
Yep, building a fledgling career, Ollie Price. As indeed is Ben Charlesworth, who's still out there on 46 not out. They're both 21. And along with Miles Hammond, they've all got good futures with Gloucestershire.
Yeah, if they can keep the core of that group together, I think they're on the right way.
They've lost a few players, Gloucestershire, in these closing stages of the season. Benny Howell on the move, Ian Cobain, and Ryan Higgins, who would certainly have played in this game had he not been offered a 4-year contract with Middlesex.
Yeah, I think he would have. And talking to Dale this morning, I don't think he thinks they're big misses. That's probably a big thing to say, but Ryan Higgins would certainly play in each of the formats. And whether they've got, obviously, Marchant DeLange moving up there next season, so that will be the bowling option that will replace Higgins for sure. I know he's keen to play him in all formats as well, which is something that DeLange's struggled to nail down here at Somerset.
Josh Davey is opening up after tea at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And there's another dot ball as it's just gently pushed out to mid-wicket. But yeah, Ryan Higgins originally with Middlesex and has done so well with Gloucestershire that he's persuaded them into a recall. Become a fine cricketer.
Yeah, I think there's a few players that needed to move counties to probably raise their stock a little bit with time on field and increase responsibilities by taking the new ball, which obviously Higgins was not getting at Middlesex when he moved to Gloucester, and just the opportunity to shine really, and he's obviously done reasonably well for Gloucester in that short space that he's been there.
Just hearing a little bit from you before we came on, a chat with Charlie Taylor, which will be broadcast, I should say, on BBC Somerset next week, and the cricket podcast. I'm sure a lot of you know about it, watching this live stream.
It's a good plug.
It's a thoroughly good listen, as well as I can confirm. But talking a little bit about the winter and what that holds for you. As Davies in again. Good looking. Oh, that's well stopped.
Yeah, it's low down to his left there, Josh. He's pretty good off his own bowling, I have to say. For a fast bowler, he gets down quickly. Yeah, the winters are a bit of a strange one for the umpires. Some are overseas, some doing international cricket, some doing nothing. Fortunately, we're paid all year round, so allows us to take a bit of a breather from being on our feet all summer. But then we have numerous winter workshops that we do go to.
This is bump ball. It looked for a moment like it was going to be a dolly catch, but straight into the ground and fielded at mid-wicket. It's a while ago, because umpires being paid all the year round is quite a recent thing, isn't it?
Yeah, probably...
decade, maybe?
Yeah, I'll say since I've been involved, they certainly have been. I know probably 5 years ago, a lot of the umpires were still on a 6-month contract. I think that was more of a national insurance dodge, so that they obviously paid less national insurance to get it paid over 6 months, which is perfectly legal, by the way. And now that a lot of the guys were put onto the 12-month contracts, and I think we've seen that increase our working period. It used to be 6 months, it's now 7, so that covers any days that we need to do in March, and often the season has started in March, insurance purposes, I believe, so that we're not outside our working period when we're umpiring, and that allows, I think, 20 or 25 days extra to do these winter workshops, which can be obviously spread out through January, February, March generally, just as we're leading up to the new season.
And with your career path, you'd obviously have international cricket hopefully in mind at some point.
That'd be nice, yeah. I think, I'm hoping my umpiring will take care of itself and just keep gaining the experience from each game that I do. It's great standing with more experienced guys that you can learn from. So they're going to go for 2, no, they're just going to take the single. And it's an ambition of mine. I must admit, I want to go as far as I can, and otherwise, what's the point? It's a bit like a player. You want to strive to play for England. So why wouldn't I want to strive to umpire the best games that I can, and obviously see the world and do it that way.
Sajid Khan continuing from the river end. Is that how does that work in terms? Presumably there's assessment and some testing.
I wouldn't say testing, and there's definitely assessments. We're assessed every game.
The testing's out there, isn't it?
There is, and then we're tested by the captains each game because they have an opportunity to write a report, and also the match referee. We get critiqued, and now we've got these umpire observers, which Tim Robinson, ex-umpire, and Ian Gould, both of those have got positions. Gunnar Gould, yeah. They come round and assess us and give us advice of how the game's gone. And yeah, it's really is sort of interesting to hear what they think of our, I guess, ways we go about the game. Obviously, vastly experienced, both of them.
Squeezed away to backward point for a single, and yeah, in domestic terms, as the wheel turns gradually, they'll be looking to you as the senior umpire more and more often.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I'm already feeling old. Some of the players that did a second team game earlier this year.
I wasn't trying to age you unduly.
It was at Portland Road at Warwickshire, and I had one youngster. He came to me and asked me if I played. I thought that was quite nice of him. So yeah, it's certainly changing. Like, well, did you used to play? And I'm like, a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things about life going on, isn't it?
Yeah, makes you feel very insignificant.
What did you used to do?
Yeah. Played once or twice. I often make up stories. I've been a milkman. I've been a postie. Just say, no, I've just been given this random game. They've allowed me to umpire. Yeah.
David Shepherd actually used to do that, didn't he?
Did he?
He helped his brother out in Instow Post Office.
Right, yeah.
Dear old Shep, who famous for the Nelsons.
Absolutely, hopping on one leg. Very superstitious.
Used to play for the team that are out there batting at the moment, of course, David Shepherd. Here's Josh Davey then, full start for the moment. Quite sure. I think it was just a minor field adjustment he may have wanted. 145 for 2. Miles Hammond on strike. And turning that one comfortably out to deep mid-wicket for a single. No chance of silverware this year for Somerset. They've come very close on numerous occasions, really, in the past decade or so. Finally broke that hoodoo in 2019 with that Royal London Cup win at Lord's, which was great to see. Anybody involved with the club was delighted to see that.
Of course, and delighted for Hildy to hit the winning runs and, you know, get the trophy that he certainly deserved over the past 15, 20 years.
Yeah, that's a nice distinction, isn't it, to have that he hit the winning runs in the T20.
And T20 as well, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of medals were circulating on Twitter a week or two ago.
Yeah, I did see that. A legend. Just didn't get the one medal that he probably did deserve, and the numbers to back it up as well.
Yeah. And so close have Somerset been, and we're all still hoping that we might. My
just
goodness me.
Bombarded by something from Andrew Caddick.
A shot across your stern.
It was. Hello, Andrew.
David, this is up in the air, and it's going to be clear of deep mid-wicket.
Gone for 6 as well, no ball 6.
Yeah, that's an expensive delivery. It's going to have to bowl it again, and it's gone over the rope into the Somerset stand. It's being retrieved from the shadows out there.
Just probably the impetus now that Gloucester have needed just to get this innings kick-started a little bit into the realms of a possible declaration.
Yeah, 250 the lead exactly now. Effectively 250 for 2, Gloucestershire. As Davies in again. That's going to be more runs out to, there'll be a couple here this time. Deep mid-wicket again, played slightly straighter. But
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me now if Hammond goes into more of a one-day role, looking to play more shots than he has been playing. He's been very watchful so far for his 22 off 61 balls, a strike rate of just over 30, which is very, very unlike Miles Hammond, but we all know that he can certainly up that and try and gain parity with runs and balls faced.
This is pushed out to backward point. Just looking back over your time here as a player and observing the game since, was there a Somerset era, a team of an era which you would put maybe at the head of what you've seen?
I mean, 2001 was a special year with Jamie Cox as captain and obviously winning the C&G trophy. That sort of first 3 years, I think, when I came, 2000, and then 01 and 02, where we got to the final again in 02. And it was just a great team to be around. We had some top players. One who just joined us in the box there, he was magnificent and has been for, you know, a number of years for Somerset. So it was a pleasure to be in that squad and to be fighting for trophies. And I think we came second in the championship as well. And after that, we didn't do so well, but we had some star players at the club with Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith that came. And it was just an insight as to just how far we need to progress and to develop to be as good as those guys that came and joined us for those few months. So that was an insight. But equally, I think that the best team that I played in was that one in 2001.
And Marcus Trescothick, a thread through it all, really, since
Absolutely.
the dawn of time.
For the last 50 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's given Darren Stevens a run for his money, that is for sure. But, you know, frightening. We didn't see much of Trez in the early days when I was here because he was obviously with England. And, you know, what a career that could have been if he'd have had another 10 years playing for England. Nearly got 6,000 runs as it was, and that was cut way too short. Obviously going through his well-documented issues at the time. And, yeah, sad to see.
Yes. Some great memories to treasure, though.
Absolutely. And ones that I'll obviously take to the grave with me and be ever fortunate that it was at my time then, you know, that I managed to be involved.
We're lodged at the top of the pavilion named after him at the moment, which is very nice to be watching from, as Sajid is in again, and he's kept the lid on things pretty well, Sajid Khan, into his 20th over, 1 for 41 his figures, so pretty good economy.
Yeah, he's doing the job that I think that his captain will be very pleased about. The little bit of extra turn that we're now seeing has probably helped that, and it's probably just stopped Gloucester from accelerating in, I guess, the speed that they're wanting to. Not sure how that's missed.
Might have another look at that.
Seems to be pushed through a little bit.
We may or may not have time because he gets through his overs so quickly,
He does.
Sajid Khan.
Just seem to run on with the arm.
There are just signs every now and again, aren't there, of a bit of assistance for him.
The old adage, you've only got to turn one. I think that's sow the seed in the batsman's mind.
Yeah,
We've seen certainly more than one an overturn today.
Single here down to backward square leg. He's got a left-hander at each end as well, which usually off-spinners prefer.
Yeah, without a doubt, wanting the ball turning away allows him to bowl round the wicket, pitching it straight and hopefully gaining the edge. That's the classical delivery. But nothing much doing, whether there's not enough pace in the pitch. Just seems a slow pitch, and anything that has been back of a length looks like the batters have been able to adjust and change strokes from time to time. And it's been hard work, but he's doing a very good job. He's bowled his overs tidily, 5 maidens in those 20, so that's a good ratio. That'd be something I'd be looking at as a bowler, trying to build the pressure that way.
We've alluded every now and again to the fragility of Somerset's batting this season. Any thoughts on Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the signing first with Worcestershire, now with Yorkshire, and coming here next year?
Yeah, very good signing. I think he's a great player. Possibly more for his white ball ability than red ball, as we see a change of bowling and Lewis Gregory coming on. Looks a very ginger delivery, that, as his follow through has alluded to a bit of pain in his knee again.
Yeah, well, he's bowled 10 overs already. There was an opening spell of 6, then came back for 4 later, so this is his 3rd of the day.
I think the problem, again, as you get a little bit older, and I think he is the wrong side of, what is he now, 30?
He turned 30 just a couple of months ago.
And I think that the 3rd spell and the 3rd session of a day is the toughest for any fielder, and certainly fast bowler has to go through. So I have to... Andrew Caddick's sort of disagreeing with me there, but normally he's bowled a side out by now on his own. Try and get the ball off him, give him the ball at the start of the day, and normally bowls till lunch at least, so I can put my feet up. Normally go out with trainers on. And the caddy will just while away from one end. Normally this end. Well, I always thought you bowled this end, so that's... Richard Johnson bowled his majority of overs this end. That is very true in 2001, yeah. Very true. No, why would he want to? Oh, dear.
I don't know, without wishing to put any pressure on at all, Caddy, would you like to pop in with your old teammate for a moment?
Crikey, let Caddy loose with a microphone.
We have done before. It has been known this summer. Have a think about it. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Lewis in once again, round the wicket to the left-hander as before. Didn't fancy bending down to pick that one up, and rightly so. His body's not in a great state at the moment. Pace seems to be there and thereabouts though. Just sort of, I wouldn't say express, but he's sort of 80 miles an hour, I imagine.
Yeah,
and he can crank it a bit better than that.
And he's induced miscues and plays and misses today.
Yeah, he has, and he's been unlucky really not to have had any luck and reward.
That wasn't his best ball. That was a full pitch, which was driven into the covers, but got away with it.
Yeah, probably going for the Yorker there, he'll say, but yeah, missed his length there by a metre or so. We got 254 the lead. I think they want another 100.
So yeah, you were saying earlier that maybe 2 bites at the cherry, a few overs this evening and tomorrow, but they need to keep their foot on the accelerator for that.
Yeah, they do, and they've got plenty in the shed now, and you know, I'd be surprised if they don't. As they go quick single, and that's
he's actually
made comfortably there. And
he's hit Miles Hammond's bat as he was.
Not sure, he might have hit his ankle. You know, the way he's
sort of
hopping around.
Yeah, there was a deflection.
Yeah, there was, and yeah, I think it's probably time now to press the boost button, shall we say? And like you say, the weather could be an issue tomorrow, so they're going to want to potentially have 2 bites of the cherry. Caddy, what do you think? You're going to have a few overs tonight?
They need to get them because there's a little bit of rain around tomorrow, but not much. A bit like today.
Bit of rain around, he says, tomorrow, a bit like today.
The rain's been a bit over forecast, hasn't it, for this game? Seems to have been.
I think the rain's been relied on by the Somerset paternity.
Well, there's still 124 overs left in the game. I mean, it's not a wicket, I don't think, that you can score easily on. Not 4-5 and over without any ease. Obviously, you can put your boundary riders and your protection out, not like in one-day cricket. So I know that they'll look at potentially 350. But they'll need to get the skates on if they want to do that and have a bowl at them tonight.
Yeah, if that's the thinking. But there is power coming up. There's Bracey, Van Buren, Taylor. That's not bad to have as the next 3 in.
It's a good engine room with a lot of firepower there. A lot of one-day skills as well. So I imagine to to see them adopting a few of those skills as well as they come in, if they come in.
That one kept low.
Yeah, it's been very watchful here, Hammond, and whether he's out of nick or he's just sort of feeling his way back into 4-day cricket. Just needs to show that bit of intent more, I think.
He's fresh back from the 100, isn't he?
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many games he played, but I don't recall too many innings where he did too much. He's missed a lot of balls, actually. Like Sajid Khan's bowled a few, and he's attempted sort of a back cut to them, and he's missed 3 or 4 of those now.
Got the middle of that one, okay, but that's been a good over for Sajid Khan, keeping the lid on Miles Hammond.
Yeah, and I think that's all Somerset are looking to do at the moment. I think they understand that they're waiting for that declaration, but as strange as it sounds, they need to keep staying out in the field as long as they can. And you don't often say that when you're trying to bowl the side out.
255 the lead then, 160 for 2. Ben Charlesworth is 49, Miles Hammond is 24. And Gloucestershire will need to add to that substantially in this final session of the day to give themselves a cushion.
Yeah, and as Andrew's just pointed out, that Somerset are +9 on the over rate, as that's a beautiful straight drive from Charlesworth, and that is indeed a well-made 50 for him.
Yeah, 179 deliveries, and that's his 4th boundary. Well batted, Ben Charlesworth.
A lot of deliveries faced.
Yeah, much the slower of the 250s we've seen today. Ollie Price, the other one. But he's helped give Gloucestershire a solid foundation for an imposing lead.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword with the +9 on the over rate, and they're bowling spin from one end. But spin's actually keeping a very good lid on things, but equally he's bowling overs quickly. So either he needs to be told to slow down, or I can't see them wanting to bring a seamer back on with the state of some of the guys' bodies out there. So he's got to take it upon himself, and Tom maybe needs to have a word just to slow things down a bit, because at this rate they're going to end up bowling more overs than they need to.
Immaculate defence this time from Miles Hammond. 26 overs remaining today.
Well, 6 o'clock schedule finish with the extra half an hour. So it's 1 hour and 45, which, if they are bowling 16 an hour, that could potentially be 28-ish overs. I'm sure they'll slow things down a little bit, or Lewis Gregory certainly will, that is for sure.
I think I have a yes from
You've
Mr.
got a
Caddick.
yes from Mr. Caddick. This will be
So
interesting.
I'll just take you through this delivery from Lewis Gregory before making way for him, which is solidly defended once again. This is very good of you, much appreciated.
I'll doing your job for you. And
where do I send the invoice?
well, welcome, Andrew.
Hello.
It's been a while. How are you?
Well, I was going to come down earlier, but I spent the best part of 4 hours trying to find my daughter's dog, who decided to run away this morning.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Lewis Gregory comes in once again and bowls, and that's tickled down leg side. That's a poor ball from Lewis, just straying onto leg stump, and Miles Hammond says thank you very much with a bit of a clip down to fine leg. And we have a bit of news at the end of the over to tell you about as well, just in. So, Andrew, what are your thoughts? You've already given me some advice of the over rate being
I don't
ridiculous.
understand this. It's I've been watching a bit, coming back and forth on Matt Centre. Came in on first down Monday. I don't think we bowled very well. We haven't clawed it back with a bat, but nice to see James Root doing so well.
Looks a fine performer, doesn't he?
I think he's a very quiet performer. He just goes about his business nicely.
He does.
He's not flustered.
And Andrew, I'll just interrupt a minute. We are now looking at the river stand, which I believe is going to be quite rightly called the James Hildreth stand. So that is great news for James Hildreth and all his fans, and much deserved. He's been a fantastic performer for the club, as we all know. His many attributes have seen the club into certainly winning positions and medals, from the T20 finals day where he hit the winning runs, and also the Royal London Cup in 2019 where he hit the winning runs there too. So 2 medals and a career spanning plenty of years, and he's now got not a pavilion, Andrew, which you quite rightly have, but he's now got the river stand.
No, brilliant. I think it's a great honour to have anything named at the ground you played so much cricket at. So well done, James.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Oh, and more importantly, thank you to the club for allowing them to do it. So
yeah, exactly
honouring such a very good servant to the game.
It's not something that happens every day either, is it? You rename a stand. But there he is, the Caddick Pavilion as well there, look.
Yeah.
Why is that a really small sign, Andrew?
Well,
could you not have made a bigger one? I know you can.
That's all right, because as of the 31st of September, I'll chuck everybody out of that, because I'll go back home so they can leave. I only rent it to them during the summer.
No, fair enough.
So
put the rent up.
I think I might.
There we are, Sajid Khan still wheeling away from the Lord Botham stand end. He's into his 22nd over now. He's been quite miserly. What have you made of him and his debut for Somerset, Andrew?
Well, if I understand right...
Oh, it's an edge. And that's going to just pick up a couple of runs. They're going to come back for the second.
If I understand rightly, we won the toss and elected to field. So if you've got a world-class spinner...
There we go. They're just probably too tight to cut that one. Bit of bounce as well.
Bit of bounce.
Perhaps?
Well, Mushy used to get a lot of bounce here, didn't he? Even though he didn't turn a lot. That was one of the benefits there for Mush. He used to get a bit of pace and bounce, which...
It's the overspin with the leg.
It was.
The leg spin variety.
But no, it's just... I think he's bowled well in the game, considering this is a pretty docile pitch. There's not much turn for him. But I don't think we've attacked as much as we should have with him. I'd like to see Tom put a silly point in a short leg, silly short leg at times, just to create a bit of pressure, because the opposition haven't faced him before, and they don't know what he's like, they don't know what he does.
Yeah, and equally he's not gone for runs either.
No, he's not. So
you could have allowed those
correct.
Positions quite easily.
So he's a tidy bowler.
End of the over then, Sajid Khan finishing that one, 174 for 2. That's 68 overs now completed, 24 remain. And we're still basked in sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And the rain seems to be staying away nicely.
I think we'll find that the next day it's forecast for rain, but it's sporadic rain and showers. And I don't think the way this game's going for Somerset, if they're going to wish for a bit of rain, they're not going to need. They might not turn up. So
well, that's it.
But this is the bit where I'm talking about when I mentioned the over rate. We're nine ahead on the over rate. We don't want to be bowling more balls than we need to. We can actually waste 45 minutes right now of slowing the game down.
As an umpire, I won't allow you to do that.
I know you won't. I know, but there's ways and means, isn't there? There's ways of
there are ways and means, and we all know what you're talking about, Andrew.
We just need to slow the game down.
It's being smart in the situation in front of you, and Tom should have enough experience. Lewis Gregory certainly has, and he's meandering back to his mark. He's in no rush, but we probably bowled quite speedily today with Mr. Khan bowling at 2-minute overs.
2 minute? I remember about 1 minute 30.
That's very true.
But as quick as you.
A bit like myself, minute overs. Got me in the side, that. Trying to get the over rate back. That's what I was good for.
Oh, no, you're better than that. Don't put yourself down back. You're better than that. You did turn the odd one.
Yeah, that's when Trez put a mint down or something on a length. Lewis, he's looking a bit sorry for himself at the moment. Probably dreaming of the 100 still. Probably still drying out from the 100 as he comes in again round the wicket to Hammond, who plays a cover drive, not timed well.
It's that time of year though, September, where as a fast bowler you just got to dig a little bit deeper. It does get a bit tiring. But these are guys are professional cricketers, so they should be fit. They should easily get through a season.
How many overs would you have wheeled out in a season, Andrew?
The most I did in one season, I think, was 800.
I was going to say I would have guessed around 600 as a norm.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of overs. I don't know if there's any stats out there of current number of overs bowled from the seamers at all, but it'd be interesting to just see. I know we played 16 games back in the day when we black and white tellies when me and you were playing. It's pulled away from Hammond in front of square, and he's going to pick up his boundary, and he moves on to 33 from 90 balls. So he's not been the express Hammond that we know, but he might just be looking to change gears here. Too short from Lewis.
Yeah. It's a strange one, isn't it? You're caught between a rock and a hard place when you, as a captain, as a bowler now, because you're trying to be defensive. You're still trying to take wickets because wickets slow runs down. But there's a very fine line between deciding, look, we're going to need to attack. And I personally, if I was Tom, I'd attack for a couple of overs, put a couple of extra slips, and put a short leg in. Just change the game, make a batter think about it. The batters are just set in their ways now, so you want a batter now when, what are we, 250 ahead? 250 or something like
274
that? 274
now,
ahead.
yeah.
You just want to say, well, yeah, okay, doesn't matter what they get, we're going to have to bat all day tomorrow, depending on the weather, to save the game.
It's almost as if they want to bat for as little time as possible,
Correct.
Which is why they've got the boundaries riders in and only one slip, and I understand what you're saying.
But it's just a couple of overs, just take a wicket.
Yeah.
It's just a couple of overs. It's not saying we should change it for half an hour. I'm just saying that do something different. Just take a wicket.
Not gone the route of the bumper fest yet, have they? And I know it's probably not on a slow wicket the right way to go.
That quick for him to do that.
But I don't think there's anyone in the side that could do that.
No. I think if Craig had been playing, then maybe. But
well, I think the scoreboard would be different if Craig was playing anyway. It's the end of another over, as Gloucestershire now 179 for 2, lead of 274, coming into an important period of play now. Gloucestershire possibly looking at setting a total for Somerset to chase down, maybe a few overs tonight, over 8 plus 9 still. So they're still going with the spinner, Sajid Khan.
I don't have a problem with going for the spinner. Just slow the game down.
Put him off his long run.
Yeah. Just come off the boundary.
Maybe you can see if he just walks in from the Cooper Associates advertising mat, that might just slow things down a little bit. And yeah, it's wrong, isn't it, thinking you could actually slow the thing down for 35-40 minutes just to get over 8 level. And
well, it's not that. Just create a bit of just slow. Just change the pace. It's a little bit easier at the moment, and I think we've got loads of overs to play with as far as the over rate is concerned.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying we've got to stop. I'm just saying we just got to be a little bit smarter and not bowl as many overs as we need to tonight.
And conditions slightly changing now as after tea and the lights, the cloud, it's sort of deteriorating a little bit. I'm sure the umpires might just be thinking about popping the lights on at some point. Possibly not yet. It does seem decent light still. There's Khan in again. Real slow, drifty delivery down leg side. You can see there, bit of curve. It's quite round arm, isn't he?
He is.
Like myself. Quite enjoying his little
it's
action.
Something that England were comparing and the commentators were comparing with Leach, how he was too over the top, didn't get that drift.
probably the other way, isn't he?
Yes.
Somewhere in between would be ideal.
Yeah.
Although, what I was always taught is find a way. We're not all the same.
That's a bit like your umpiring then, is it?
Find a way, yeah. Just try and keep your head down at square leg.
Anyway, what are you doing up here anyway? I'll ask a question because when I was listening this morning, I thought,
not seen my
Blackie.
attire on my foot.
No, I didn't.
No, I've got rather.
Was it golf? Was it? You weren't playing golf with
with Bairstow.
Bairstow, were you?
Here we go. We've got the umpires having a little chat, whether that's weather related or just to check something.
So it was you that kicked Bairstow, and
he would have had more than a broken leg, I'll tell you. But no, it's I don't know. I've had it for best part of 10 to 12 months now, I think.
I thought you were going to say 10 to 12 years.
Maybe. Here we are. We've got a change of action now. Got a bit of left arm over the wicket, presumably. And Tom Lammonby comes into proceedings. He's bowled tidily. Probably a bit underused, actually.
I think he is underused. I thought he was very much underused in the 2020. I thought he was very much underused in all formats of the game. I think he's a very good all-rounder.
Do you think Abel just views him as an opening batter primarily?
But if you've got, as you know, how many counties over our career were crying out for a left-arm seamer?
Yeah, all of them.
And how many umpires love a left-arm seamer?
All of us. If it's swinging, though.
If it's swinging.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, if we go back to the 2020 semi-final, when Lammonby was swinging that first over, I couldn't believe that Tom took him off.
Yeah, and I think he did lose his way with the ball for a year or so, whether or not he just lost his radar, but he lost all confidence, and to get that confidence back is difficult to do if you don't bowl in games.
It is, but you've got to bowl. You have to bowl.
You have to bowl,
yeah.
And as you know, the only way to get the rhythm back is to bowl in games. You can do all sorts in the nets, and nothing really works apart from time in the middle.
No, correct. But yeah, I think if he gets that confidence back, and he looks like he's gone bowling quite well. As I said in that 100 final, the 2020 final, if you're swinging the ball in the white ball for a couple of balls, it just gives that doubt to the batter. There's nothing worse, I think, for a batter than a right-hand batter coming into you, because they want to give themselves width. I think we missed a trick second over and giving him another over. But yeah, I think he can swing the ball. He does shake the ball, and he seems to be shaking the ball.
Yeah, there's a little bit there, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's not express pace. I don't think he is. I think he's more of a swing bowler. Tries to extract what he can out of the surface, and yeah, it seemed that Tom Abel took a very long time to actually bring him on in the first place. You'd say he's only into his 6th over. He was miserly. Comes in, runs away from us again, and good line and length. That was a bit close to off stump, or Lammonby thought it was.
I noticed this on Monday. He was walking back. He's got a bit of a.
He's got a limp on.
Yeah.
It's happened in his first over that each time he's come on to bowl. So whether he's nursing sore ankle or something that's happened over the last month or so that we've not seen. It seems that a lot of stress is being put on a lot of cricketers at the moment. The weather, blame the weather for that. Not missed any cricket.
Well, it's been a cracking summer for weather-wise for the cricket. I think it's the groundsman's dream being able to control the amount of water they put on a wicket. So
yeah, very true. We've obviously 70 overs gone, Caddy. You think the new ball when it comes? I don't think they'll take it personally.
No,
I don't think they're looking at wickets, are they?
No, not now.
So that one's cut away, and Hammond is quick, and he's going to come back for 2 to add another couple to his total. 36 now. That lead just creeping ever closer to 300.
So cut off tonight, 6:30, is it?
6 o'clock on.
Is it?
It should be 5:30 in September, but they're playing an extra half an hour, so it'll be 6 o'clock. Lbw in again, tries the Yorker, and that's dug out nicely by Hammond. That finishes the over. 71 overs bowled, and just going back to the thoughts of taking new ball, you think wickets are out the equation now? They're just going to keep going with this old ball?
Well, as you know, new ball can do one or two things. It can either produce wickets or produce lots of runs. So I
weather
think
looks set fair still, doesn't it? Looking at those pictures,
it's going to be fine for the rest of the evening. I think
not going to lose any time, are we?
I think the mindset for Tom at the moment, by the way he's been set in the field, is to continue with the old ball and just try and dry it up as much as he can.
Yeah, still with spin of Khan. He's been tidy today. A little bit of spin there for him. Wouldn't say anything outrageous.
No, but I noticed that when he tosses up, he does get a bit more bounce and got a bit of drift. So on this wicket, it always has been that case, because it's quite a firm wicket. Spinners, if they do toss it up, get above the eye line and get more bounce and a bit of grip, you can produce wickets. I think people get a little bit, spinners get a little bit drawn into bowling them flat.
Yeah, and I think
you can see that's bouncing from
I think that's probably the amount of one-day cricket that people bowl now. You tend to spear it in. You look at someone like Liam Dawson. It could be a very good 4-day bowler. Tends to bowl very flat and quick, and this looks a similar vein. But he does, like you say, all spinners want bounce. That's all we're after. Obviously helps if it spins. Never been my problem, that.
Well, you had a good variation when you played. You
the straight
the slow one, the slow one, and the slower one.
Yeah. The in-drift. It's Khan in again, and Charlesworth plays a cover drive, a bit more expansive than we've seen of late from him, who has faced nearly 200 balls for his 60. It's been a gem of an innings, but it's been a rock, something that they've been able to build this lead upon.
I think their magic number will be 400.
Do you think that many? I don't think that many. Because if they're carrying on like this, it'll take them till tea tomorrow to get to 400.
I know, but you never know, do you?
Well, the bottom of the table, my hunch is they're going to risk a juicy target in order to win. And if you get 400, you can probably
call it a draw.
Call it, yeah. And Somerset have got just bat. Whereas I think you've got to tease them with something. I think 350 is probably enough on this pitch to defend, and also it gives you a chance to keep your slips in and your catches and your opportunities to take wickets. And then it comes down to the bowlers and their skill level.
Well, I'm surprised it's taken them.
Play a miss and a good end and a frustrated end to Sajid Khan's over there as he nearly kicks the turf.
You spinners are all the same, eh?
Well, that would have been a hamstring gone all over the place. Mind you, I haven't got my foot that high, so yeah, it's one of those. It's been a frustrating day for all concerned here at Somerset, I think. And yeah, the lack of being able to take wickets it's been a turgid day, shall we say. Runs haven't come freely, and it's been hard-fought cricket, that is for sure. But two sides probably not wanting to give an inch on either. Again, it being the West Country derby. So Lbw starts his 7th over. Left alone and taken nicely again by James Rue, the impressive Rue this game. Seems to have things ready-made for him now.
I think he's the future. I think he should be first team.
He's probably the here and now as well.
Yep, here and now. Thank you very much. Knock me up my perch.
But yeah, he's got a bright future, that is for sure, Caddy, and quite rightly so.
No, quite right. I think he's a breath of fresh air. You need somebody at that lower order who can hold the game together. He can bat for a long time.
And he did. He batted very patiently for his 44 not out earlier today, and it was just a shame nobody could stay with him. He was doing nicely with Imam ul Haq as well, until Imam fell for a well-made 90 on debut. Lbw in again. And that's been hit just in front of square on the offside, and Imam will do the tidying up.
And he looks, little young Roo, he looks quite good with the gloves as well, so he looks quite clean. So he's got a good game plan. Just keep it simple. I think this is half the problem these days. I think a lot of young players try to complicate it all, and I think a lot of coaches overcoach players, and they just need players to develop, just learn their basics, especially at a young age.
Very true. Just trying to keep things simple. It's an easy game made difficult by a lot, and especially the more things going on in your head, the more you can cloud your judgment and what you're actually trying to do and your main objective. So it looks like it comes easy to him. He looks a natural.
Yeah, he looked a natural as a youngster coming up through St Andrews, didn't he? So
and his brother apparently
as
well, Tom.
So they're all a good cricketing family. The parents have really supported them throughout their young uptake of cricket. So and as I said, he's got the gloves now. So his attitude should be, now I've got the gloves, you come and take them off me. He's performed in 2 games now, done quite well. So and as I said, he's simple. He's keeping it very simple. And this is what you want. Whether you're a bowler or a batter, you need to keep things simple. 4-day cricket, yes, you can have a few one-day skills in certain situations, but you know, occupying the crease is part of 4-day cricket.
It is, and he'll only learn from these experiences, which when he gets into tougher situations and bigger games, that will stand him in good stead. As we see Tom Lbw still from the Truscothic end, bowling and a slight false shot. A little drive, not quite there, squirting to gully. That ends another over. A little bit bemused with the way Gloucester are going about their cricket at the moment.
I don't understand that.
I think that, you know, they've got plenty in the shed. It's not like they're 7 down and they're worried about being bowled out. You know, I think it shows a side of perhaps they haven't won this year, and a bit of intrepidation as to, you know, what's a good score and how do we go about getting this target for declaring. I just thought they might.
I think they're going a bit cautious, a bit too cautious now. You know, teams of the past would be right. We're going to get that target, and we're going to get it as soon as quick as we can to get them in the field. We've got, what have we got? We've got
19 left. I'd like to see if Jack Taylor comes in next. I think that would show a sign of real intent. But, obviously Bobby Bracey, not the worst player coming in at the fall of the next wicket. Whether or not it's another left-hander, whether they decide to pop in a right-hander so that they can perhaps change things up a little bit. Khan again comes in, flatter and lower. He seems to just seen him come in there, maybe just fired it in a little bit, and he's definitely been frustrated over the last half an hour, 40 minutes as he's been bowling. It's had no joy apart from that 1 wicket of Ollie Price. Little, and they're going for a quick single, and Lamb would be very quick there. Gets the throw in, but Charlesworth makes his ground comfortably. And lead 279 now. But again, I don't think it's with any urgency, Caddy. I want to see something. But it's Somerset will be happy that they haven't put the foot down yet. They've got to try and keep Gloucester batting for as long as possible now, I fear. But Charlesworth has only really shown 1 gear today, and that's been
slow.
Very slow. He's inching his way forwards.
Yeah.
You know, 200 balls now for his 60. It's can't say it's been startling viewing.
It's good bit of fielding by Tom there.
Yeah, he's exceptional in the field. Tom gives his all, every ball, and that's what the bowlers want to see, isn't it, Andrew? Putting the body on the line.
Yep, it's 20 to 5 on a third day evening.
There's 6 overs to the new ball, but I fear it may well stay in the box. Once again, back of a length, and that's cut out there towards Imam ul Haq, who'll do the tidying up nicely. And that ends
Another good over. Good over for Somerset.
Let's
They're
hope
just
they
restricting.
take the ball.
Yeah, well,
I know they won't.
I don't think they will.
And there's no real reason to, for wicket's sake. They don't need them. Well, they do. They need 8 very quickly, but they've got 2 in 74. So I'm not a pessimistic chap, but knowledge is.
You see, the key here would, the only time I would take a new ball is if you knock one of these over now and thought, new batter. I've got a fresh bowler coming in, but we haven't got fresh ball. There's the lights just come on just to
Well, it
brighten
might
up
zip around under lights. You
it
never
might
know.
do, but you know, at the moment, Gloucester aren't doing themselves any favour with a slow run rate, so they're not showing any intent. So you just keep it as is.
I mean, with the lights on, something generally happens, and you know, Gloucester have got to be in a position to bowl at Somerset tonight to make use of these conditions, and it is a little bit more murky now. There's more cloud cover above us, and we've got Lbw in again to start his 8th over, only conceding 9 runs so far.
Yeah, he's doing a good job for a skipper. I think, as I said, I think these two just need to continue and let Gloucester make the decision what they want to do.
Yeah, and they'll have to do it sooner rather than later. I'll be surprised if nothing happens before the end of play, and if they bat it out, they'll be very, very pessimistic on their part, I presume. But 300 on here's that's pulled into the leg side. A short ball from Lbw. It's fielded on the square leg boundary. But yeah, it's something's got to. I don't know if it's even bubbling. I haven't seen any signs of intent or anything. So slightly disappointed from a viewer's point of view. Both of these have faced 310 balls between them for 100 runs. So 33 strike rate.
It's not a dangerous wicket either. It's not.
Well, let's see. If it was doing all sorts,
doing
I
all
could
sorts.
understand.
Okay, well done. But
you've got an old ball. It's 75 overs old. They haven't changed
you've got a third day wicket.
And you know, you kind of thinking it can't be too difficult to have got that strike rate to 60. And yeah, they just, I think they're missing a trick here, Gloucester.
No.
I really do. Because if there is rain around tomorrow, then you know, you miss a session of play, and then all of a sudden taking 10 wickets is going to be a difficult task. So Lbw in again, and that's a decent cover drive for none. Do you be sending a message out to the batters, Cads?
I'd have a big sign on the pavilion saying "Get on with it."
Either that, or from a bowler's point of view, you chomping at the bit now, thinking that you've got a game to win, or are you happy with your feet up?
You know, we've played this game enough that that half hour in the evening, if you've got an opportunity to bowl, 7 or 8 overs at them, it only takes a couple of 1 wicket that evening.
Well,
and
like
it just
you say,
changes the
of course it
impetus
does.
of the game.
You know, if Somerset are set 350 tonight and have to face 8 overs, coming out where it's a bit gloomy, the lights are on, David Payne
New
swinging
ball,
it into your shin.
Left arm, right arm combination. What more do you want?
If you can get them 15 for 2, it's massive in trying to win a game.
Well, even 15 for 1, because you've used the ball for 8, 9 overs. You've got your seamers have a good night's sleep. Come back in the morning, you know the job to do. And as you said, the weather, a little bit of weather around tomorrow. So if you manage to get a wicket tonight, or maybe even 2 wickets tonight.
That's hit the mat. That has hit the edge of the mat, and it has foxed Tom Abel, and that's going to go for a couple of runs as George Bartlett has to give chase after the sprawling Tom Abel there at extra cover.
Blame the groundsman for that one.
Yeah, couldn't have hit that mat in a worse position.
No.
Went like a right angle off the edge of the mat. And there we have the scoreboard, 189 for 2, 75 overs now completed, and 17 left. We're an hour and 12 minutes in the bank, and they'll probably, if they don't slow it down, they're going to bowl nearer 20. So I will be surprised if that's not spoken about. Yes, I don't think we'll lose any time to bad light with these wonderful lights here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I think, Tom's just missing a trick here again. You've got 2 batters who are quite content just to keep nudging 2 and over. We've got over 8, which is in excess, well, it will be in excess of 9.
It would be more than that now if we can get an update from Polly. Knock on the window and give her a nudge.
So, the 2 bowlers are doing a fantastic job. Colonel Lbw. The ball's in Gloucester's court right now.
Well, they're holding all the cards, that is for sure, and they're not playing any of them.
So if I was captain, Tom, I'd be sitting there going, okay, well, we'll just slow everything down. We'll only bowl 17 overs in the next hour and 15, whatever it is.
I think it would be wrong to call for a drinks break when it's 15 degrees and fairly dark.
Well, it depends what's in the drink, isn't it?
Yeah, might need something.
A bit of whiskey or gin?
Well, I think we might be calling for a drink. But, it's there's ways of slowing it down, and it seems that maybe Sajid Khan's got that message now as well. He's not quite flying through the overs as he was. He's
this is what we need. And Tom, I think,
saying,
Tom,
put him back.
Oh no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't want him there. Bring him back up. Yeah.
It's one of them. So they're doing a few little bits and pushed into the offside, and Tom Abel does the fielding.
So Josh Davis, take your time walking up.
Yeah, I was going to say they need to not throw it back to the bowler. That's what they need to do. Then he can't bowl it, can he?
No.
So throw it to Josh Davey at backward point. Let him have a little bit of a buff.
Well, throw it to Mr. Roon. He can give it to Gregory, and then he can have a buff with it, and
let the umpires have a little bit of a look at it. See if it goes through the ring. Waste a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
All these things that come into the mind to try and slow things down.
Of course, you heard it, folks, from the professional umpire here.
Well, I've seen it all before, Andrew. I've done it as a player, as we all have. There's another single onto the board. They're not exactly rattling on with the total. That's a couple of singles this over.
It'll be interesting to see what happens cometh the hour, cometh 5 o'clock, whether that might be their cut-off point to say, right, half an hour.
Maybe I thought they could have gone a lot earlier.
Oh, they could do.
You know, you can put the hammer down, and if you lose a couple of wickets, then you can reel it in, because they still bat right the way down.
Well, could be the target 300 before they have a go. 13 runs away.
Yeah, again, it's just the hearsays, isn't it? What we're speculation. We don't know what they're thinking in the Gloucester changing rooms. There's another over ticks by the lead. 287 now, 192 for 2, and it'll be Tom Lammonby still to continue. He's done a fine job.
He has.
Hasn't got a lot of pace, and not much is going on with the ball, but he's bowled in fabulous areas, and he's only conceded 12 runs so far for his 8 overs, and that's exactly what Tom Abel's. There we are, a bit of beach cricket. That's what we want. Having a few discussions there with Bartlett, maybe just to take the sting out of proceedings there. So the message has got out there to maybe slow it down a bit, Andrew.
maybe, but
again, another easiest shot, just a nothing shot. Played with respect, hit to mid-on. I think we need to get a message to him, Andrew. Tell him to crack on with it.
Do you want me to make a sign up and put on the window?
Yeah, I know your signs. But Somerset will be relatively happy at the moment, as they can be, of today's game. And an edge, and finally there's the breakthrough, and he's gone. That's Charlesworth gone for a 64. So pair of half centuries in the match for him, and almost a lazy shot. The replay here.
A little bit of shape, maybe a little bit of shape.
Bit of nip
Good
away
length.
perhaps as well. Fifth stump, looking to score, and that's brought his demise. And we'll see now who comes into the fray as Charlesworth goes back, scoring 192 for 3 now, and I think Lbw's deserved that wicket.
He has. He's bowled well. He's created a bit of pressure, and he's getting a bit of shape, as all left-handers do. So the wind is predominantly left to right on from his side of the ground. So he's getting in a bit of shape with a bit of breeze today. No, it's a good length ball. He's bowled straight. That one's just hung out a little bit further outside off, and
brings
thankfully
another left-hander in.
Yes. Oh, does it?
So James Bracey coming to the crease at 5. And,
well, I wonder what his instructions are.
Well, generally he plays one way, which, you know, might like the spark, shall we say? But we shall see, because he is coming in on a pair.
Well, at this point, I'd like to see Tom put another second slip in, especially if
I'm sure he's
getting
will.
a little bit of shape,
Yeah.
just to put a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's got to be a chance now of maybe getting an extra catcher in.
Just get an extra catcher in, because wickets slow run rates down, as we all know.
They've had an extra long drinks break there, taking their time. As the batter already taking his guard, the Somerset fielders still making their way back from brief chat. Brings Bracey to the wicket. A chance now for, again, I mean, the runs not to be stemmed because they weren't really flowing, were they?
No, they weren't. So Somerset have done a very good job here, just curtailing any impetus from Gloucester, but there's been no impetus from Gloucester, so it has been much curtailing. So
no, not at all.
But good to see there's a second slip in there now.
Yeah, I think the gully man or the point man has just sort of nipped in there.
Ian, where does that Charlesworth innings rate on the excitement scale?
I'm not sure it's the excitement level of that innings. Perhaps hasn't actually. We might need a defib for that one.
Those sort of innings in the past was usually bought in to say, look, I need a contract for next year. Look, I can bat. So maybe that was the situation.
It's that
time of year again, isn't it?
Batting for himself.
I'm batting for myself again. Yeah.
Look, boss,
boss.
I averaged 60 in the match. Yeah, off
784,000 balls.
Yeah, which it's not going to bring the crowds back, is it? So
look nice to see a little bit more of attacking field now, because as I said, wickets slow.
And he's on a pair.
Oh,
he's defended
keep him
it
on
nicely, but there'll be a few extra oohs and ahs just to create a bit of theatre, I'm sure, out there. We know what a wicket brings normally, Caddy. Normally the odd useless comment from somebody that you've not heard of from the last 4 hours. They normally pop out the box with a meaningless comment towards the new batter.
Oh, I had some clangers, but there you go.
Wasn't going to mention any from you, Andrew. You'd normally still be bowling as Lbw comes in again, and Bracey plays it into the offside.
Build a bit of pressure, keep him on naught.
That'll be the key now, just to keep him on naught, keep him sweating, don't let him get away, don't give him a bad ball just to get off, and see if we can stretch the naught, as they say. Still in the box seat, 192 for 3, lead 287. And just wanting a bit of something. Again, that's pretty full and straight from Lammonby.
Top of off. I've always said top of off, most dangerous ball, and I don't care if it's 100, 2020, 4-day cricket, 1-day international cricket, top of off, new batter, make them make a mistake.
Well, it puts the onus on the batter to
do
make
something. Their decision.
Make the correct decision as well, because it brings in all modes of dismissal, and it shouldn't change, you know, throughout the game of cricket, regardless of number of balls you're playing. No ball there from Tom. That's unlike Mr. Lammonby, that. But 2 more runs to the total. He's not wanting to bowl any extra balls either, looking at the way he's walking back to his mark.
Well, the other thing is that if he's got to open the batting, there is another unfortunate side to this.
Yeah, there is, and he's going to be wanting to keep them out there as long as possible and not have to think about his batting at the moment, as comes in again, and that's a firm cover drive straight to Tom Abel that doesn't get hindered by the Hessian mat this time. That brings to the end of another tight over from Tom Lammonby, a fruitful one, bringing him the wicket there of Ben Charlesworth.
Well, they always said, Duncan Fletcher always used to say with England, he said, bowl 3 overs, 3 maidens in a row, and 9 times out of 10 you'll take a wicket. So Tom's basically, that's what I think he's trying to do, and
then bowls a no ball.
And then bowls a no ball. There you go. But no pressure. Doesn't matter.
And interestingly, now would you potentially take the new ball?
No, I wouldn't.
No?
I'd wait. Tom's swinging it.
Yeah.
He's still got a bit of shape.
So there's something going on, isn't there?
As you know, with the ball, they don't tend to do a lot early on. You need to get that lacquer off it, work on it a bit before it starts shaping.
And also, I'm not sure that Jack Brooks or Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey are particularly wanting to crank up for another spell either. So unless they keep Tom Lammonby going with the new ball, but I can't see them taking it at all. They're just looking to bowl dots, and they're waiting something there. Nigel Long. Can't quite see down that side of the pitch. As Khan starts another over, it's nearly a full toss to Miles Hammond, who's accumulated 41 off 114 balls now. Again, it's not been the innings that we normally see from Miles Hammond in the 100 or T20, opening up with his flair. Maybe he's under strict instruction. Again, another dot ball, so maybe just taking stock again after that wicket. Just as the thoughts may have come to pushing the accelerator, that wicket might just have given them a little bit of food for thought again, but really shouldn't be. They're very much in the box seat here. I mean, this just like seems cricket for the sake of cricket at the moment.
It is. It is, and if you put into context how Hammond's batted this innings compared to how James Root batted the Somerset innings.
I mean, I wasn't great at it there, but he's not even looking to dab it into the gap.
No,
just hitting nice shots to fielders that are positioned well, and you know, there's got to be some form of intent to actually change things up a little bit.
If you remember, Peter Bowler was very good at doing that.
Very good.
Somerset years ago as an opener, especially against spin, he would happily
rotate
rotate the strike, knock it into a little gap. You didn't have to hit the ball; you just nudge the ball and keep the run rate ticking over. So, yeah, at the moment, personally, I think he's just having a net.
See, both of
them. I think they both are. It's
well,
there's no impetus to this at all. So,
but equally, I mean, and now we've got a reverse sweep. So we've gone from the sublime to ridiculous now, where there's been nothing for 15, 20 overs, and then a reverse sweep from nowhere. But he does play it in the one-day game, so maybe that is just a sign that things are going to change a little bit.
And it's 5 o'clock, and all is well, and maybe it is. Maybe it is cometh the hour.
Yeah, and I'd be very surprised if they don't have a bowl tonight. Like you say, have a couple of bites at the cherry, you know, even if it's 5:40, give them 15, 20 minutes but that means they've got to somehow score 50 or 60 runs within the next half an hour.
Exactly. No opening batter, and the country wants to come out half an hour.
No, not at all.
I don't care whether you're Tom Lammonby or you're Alistair Cook. You don't want to do it.
No, of course you don't.
It's an uncomfortable period. As a bowler, I used to love it. Go on, captain. Let's declare. Let's give ourselves a little bit of time. Take a wicket. Take two.
I mean, I can't think they're thinking of, you know, giving Somerset 75 overs to chase something.
No.
Which, you know, bats on for another hour tomorrow. I just think that would be just ludicrous. From what I've just watched for the last 3 hours, they could have been another 100 runs on anyway. The wicket's placid, the bowlers look jaded, the fielders have been excellent, but equally I don't think there's been too much smart batting, and certainly no impetus as to try and change the run rate. As we see Lammonby into his 10th over now, he's bowled nicely, 1 for 14.
If I was being very derogatory, I'd say if there's a Gloucester supporter here, I'm surprised they haven't gone home.
Well, it's a tough watch, we'll put it that way.
Well, what we're talking about now might be completely different tomorrow. Whatever happens tomorrow is, we haven't got a crystal ball, but from what we see at the moment, what I've seen and what you've obviously seen today, it's just...
But what we've seen in the wicket, there's been no real demons as to, you know, think that we're going to bowl the side out in 50 overs. I mean, Somerset have taken 3 wickets in 79 overs, and, you know, I can't see the Gloucestershire bowling lineup being that superior. Yes, they've got a left armour that swings it at pace, and, you know, they've got a couple of young lads. Tom Price bowled very, very well for his fifer. But again, there was nothing that you couldn't deal with, and that's just surprised me a little bit as to why they haven't, you know, shown more impetus and a will to want to win this game and have a good crack at Somerset tonight. But we're not in the Gloucester dressing room,
no,
Andrew, are we? So who are we to
I think
say?
we've had enough of that subject now, have we?
Well,
the seagulls are looking very nice at this time of the evening. They're starting to roost for the evening.
You know, back when you used to bowl on here, you wouldn't dream of setting them anything less than 450, would you?
No.
You know, it was that flat.
The other thing is, which is slightly different here now, is the outfield's a lot greener than when we used to play with the irrigation systems now, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't run away.
It doesn't run away, so
as much as it used to.
Used to always ask for the spectators in the boundary. On the boundary, can you just throw it back, please? After it got through the infield, but no, it's you'll be wanting to set a high score because of these wickets, you know, the old traditional wicket. But this is a good wicket. This is a good contest wicket. We haven't got an express bowling outfit from either side. Just extracting that little bit, or tall seamers in the side, just extracting that little bit more bounce.
Again, full of length from Lammonby. It's just mistimed into the onside. So maybe it's not an easy scoring pitch. Maybe we're doing the batters a disservice here, and maybe it's a little bit more tricky and harder to time than we're giving them credit for. But I don't think we've seen the intent to show us that.
No, I haven't seen the noodles and the ones and the generating and turning the strike over from the Gloucester batters. So look, Khan's bowl well, Lammonby's bowl well. 1 for 14 off 10.
Yeah,
so,
you know, 11 maidens between them out of their 38 overs, and that's a healthy ratio, certainly at Taunton. 4-day cricket, especially after a big one-day tournament. Normally sides are right up there with the strike rate, aren't they? They're normally playing more shots.
They're more
than
positive. Their shot selection is a little bit more vast, but
there we are. It's been a proper 4-day affair, shall we say. Maybe we're asking for more than we should be getting, but that's what we're after as spectators. That one's hit down the ground, a slight aerial chance. don't think he got anywhere near that. And as we're just hearing in, the last 10 overs have only brought 16 runs, so there's no strike rotation whatsoever there. There's no impetus. There's been nothing, and you know, I find that extraordinary with the situation that Gloucester find themselves in. They're not nearly bowled out. They're not looking to eke out a few more runs in the next 10 overs. They should be bossing this game royally. They are, but in a very, very strange fashion. And you know, with potential weather around tomorrow, Cads, they've got to do something here. And
they have, and it's. I think this is playing into Tom's hands here. Now, the only thing I'd be a little bit surprised with Tom, you got in batter on naught on a pair. I'd have a silly little point in there, just right under his nose.
Someone in his eye line.
Somebody right in his eye line and saying, there you go, what are you going to do?
Yeah, with the ring field as well, it obviously gives that opportunity to keep him on naught. So there's one more gap plugged, but equally, you've got a chance to get him out. So it's a fine balance, but I think I'd definitely have one either side to him. And put the onus back on him. You know,
it only has to be for 2 balls, should I say, 3 balls, just see what he does. It'll also waste time going and getting a helmet from the outfield.
Yeah, that's another good point.
So
might be more interesting watching someone run for a helmet as well.
Oh, he's got to say no.
Jack Brooks is snoozing at mid-off. And he's allowed to get a single and off the dreaded pair. And he looks...
Tom will be having a few words again. Why did you do that? Why did you...
He looks labouring there, shall we say. Jack Brooks, 38 years young. Yeah, sprightly there. Like me.
You're still 38, are you?
Well, depends how I wake up in the morning.
Well, obviously not at the moment with your foot.
No.
So how long is that going to be in a cast for?
Oh, it's 2 more days and I can
play golf.
Throw it in the tone. Yeah, it's not been great, to be fair, the last 8 days sat in a boot. But yeah, the foot's on the mend, which is the main thing, and I might even get a game in before the end of the year.
So you're saying this is an old...
Well, it's plantar fasciitis,
okay.
which has flared up over the last 10 months, which is horrible. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, if I'm honest. Mixed with a tear in the foot and a few other things, so needed addressing.
Yeah, just going back to the last ball by Khan.
Bit of flight.
Bit of flight. Watch, if you watch this ball here, when you give it a flight, watch it turn and bounce. Flight, turn and bounce.
Slightly wrong line.
Slightly wrong line is a shame. He had a beautiful trajectory on that, and this is what I'm saying. Taunton, you've got to give it some air. It's going to bounce.
So the $1 million question, Andrew, 80 overs bowled, 196 for 3.
No.
Definite no, resounding no. They're thinking about it. Or they're just no. Yes, no. No, yes.
I think he is. I wouldn't.
Oh, here is Jack Brooks, and
I would have given it a couple more overs, personally. But there you go.
Well, I haven't seen them throw the new one up to the scorers just yet. So looks like the opening bowler, Brooks, didn't open, did he? But an opening bowler, shall we say? That looks like he is going to come on in the 80th over with the potential of taking the new conker, which I will be gobsmacked at if they take it. So many things can unfold at the moment. Well, scoring runs isn't one of them.
Obviously that's why he let the single through, because he was saving his energy to come on and bowl with the new ball.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe.
Yeah, he was definitely snoozing there at mid-off, wasn't he? He was in Blackwell mode.
Or as they would say, grazing.
Grazing, yeah. 5 yards too deep and not on it. So it does happen at 5:15 in the evening.
So we've still got 50 minutes of play.
And they will time this for 12 overs, that is for sure. So maybe they're doing this for the
It'd be interesting to see where Khan continues from the other end, though.
If they take the new one, I can't see it.
No.
Not for maybe they might give Seamer 2 overs perhaps, and then bring him back on because he will enjoy a new ball. I used to not enjoy the new ball, but I used to like it when it was still fairly hard and a pronounced seam on it. So whether he's the same as me, but there we are. That's a very good question for Mr. Caddick. Is it best batsman or most destructive batsman?
Oh,
Most challenging batsman.
Most challenging would have been in Test level would have been Brian Lara.
Yeah, all right.
Little wizard he was. He had all the shots on any sort of wicket.
Name dropping.
Most frustrating I've ever bowled out probably would be Mark Ramprakash. He was very good at leaving the ball. He knew very well where his off stump was. So in county cricket, Mark Ramprakash. But
fine players.
Two very good players. But Lara, I played a lot against Lara. I didn't play a lot against Tendulkar. I played a lot against Steve Waugh, Ponting. But
any proper players you bowled against?
No, there weren't any proper players. No.
That's some list of players. As Brooks in again, he's round the wicket again to left-handers, as he's done pretty much the entire time he's bowled.
It's a important little spell for Brooks here, because he doesn't need to overthink this. He just needs to come and do exactly what Tom was doing. Tom Lambie was doing. Just come on, hit that length, hit that top of off, create a little bit of pressure with the bat for the batters.
Yeah,
just join the dots.
It seems that the Gloucesters are actually creating their own pressure.
They are.
There's no release, there's no turnover of strike. It's been bare minimum, and that's surprising really, because I say there's a game to be won, and they are bottom, but they've got to try and win, every game that they go out and play, and maybe it's a lack of confidence or whatever it may be. They've just not really shown, I guess they've shown where they are in the table, I suppose. It's frustrating to watch because they're a better side than what they're doing at the moment. That is for sure.
They are. I think you say that in the first innings, there's a better side. Okay, I don't think we bowled that well. We've bowled a lot better here in the second innings than we did in the first.
Yeah, that's for sure. But again, I think Gloucester have allowed them to be that way. I think they had a good opportunity to come out and be forceful, but that's not happened, and it's been turgid viewing. But as Brooks bowls on back of a length, and Bracey has just guided that between the slips, no chance of a catch, and picks up a couple of runs and takes the total to 200 for 3. 293 now the lead, and still no sign of that new ball.
I think it's that 300 is the magic score, isn't it?
Do you think so?
No.
I don't
I
either.
I don't know what's going on.
Because they could have got to 320
overs ago.
I really don't know what's going on. I'm baffled, I must admit, and I think if I was out there as umpire, I'd be asking the batters. I would be in their ear going, come on then, what's the plan? What have you been told?
No ball from
it's
Mr.
3
Brooks.
to the total with that no ball, so maybe Somerset have had enough of bowling and trying to give him a few to actually declare. But I'd be, come on, what's the plan? What are you doing? How many do you think you need? Are you going to have a bowl tonight? I'd be questioning them and, sowing the seed that maybe they should be declaring tonight.
There's the question. Will they still be batting at 6 o'clock?
Well, from what I've seen now, yes. I don't see how they can declare and give Somerset 300
I think
or
they're
less.
losing too much time now. So we're going to, obviously, 10 minutes still between innings, so you lost 10 minutes, so we're now 5:15. So
well, it'll be overs, won't it, now?
Yeah.
It'll definitely, they've slowed it down enough to be, on the cusp of just doing those 11 overs. And here we are. They look ready to come out and bowl? Oh no, they don't.
No.
No, absolutely not.
Just having another bowl of cereal.
So they're yeah, Graham Van Buren there. He'll be next in on the card. And again, another batter that can come in and play his shots. But we've got two at the crease here now, which probably more explosive than GVB, and they're not doing the business either. So Jack Taylor's the one for me. Get him in, get him up the order. He's probably the most destructive batsman probably on the circuit. He's, you know, there's not many that can hit a clean ball like Jack, but again, he's can be hit and miss. So this game so far, he was stranded, I think, at the end when he gave his wicket away. So they're just wasting a bit of time taking the helmet off. Here as Khan looks to come into bowl his 29th over of the innings, and he's been very miserly. 8 maidens, 1 for 57. And he, to be fair, has not created too many chances. There was a false shot that he got his wicket from, but he's been very tidy. And he's done a very good job for Somerset, and his captain, as Bracey looks to use his feet there and picks up a massive single.
No, I think Khan's done a good job here. I think he's done exactly what is required by a skipper. He's bowled tightly. There's not been that much assistance from the wicket. That's a little bit too flat.
Arm ball. Quicker one, as they say. Just push through.
I want to see that dip that he got. The ball that went up the the last ball of the last over. I want to see some more of that here.
Yeah, toss it higher.
There we go.
That's a bit better.
That's a bit better.
Gets a reverse sweep for no runs. So it's not sure if that's a right shot or not.
Not when you've got a fielder there, no, I don't think.
They don't tend to worry about whether there's a fielder there or not, do they? They tend to play it regardless and hope them hit the gap. But we'd have got a rocket back in the day from the coach. What are you doing? There's a man there. Again, a forceful shot into the leg side, this time stopped by Tom Lammonby, very good in the field. A little tumbling stop. So, Khan in again. That's another nice shot to a fielder. And that brings the end of another measly over from Khan. Here we go, a little cheeky time lapse there from... Not sure how many hours of play or overs that is.
I bet they're bowling at about 590 mile an hour there.
The old Benny Hill scene. Running around the outfield. Maybe you could do that for this period of play. That would be nice. Just to see things progress a little bit. It's been slow going, to say the least, here. Gloucester edging towards 300. One short of the 300 lead. Jack Brooks is walking like this period of play has been played, almost backwards, as he hands his jumper to Tom Lungley. Oops, just wasting time, dropping on the floor, playing a few games. So he's still persevering. Headband goes on.
Oh dear. Maybe I'll go back and find my dog again.
It's not at the cricket ground and it's not watching. So it might be asleep under a bench somewhere.
There's a bit of a panic on this morning trying to find the little fella, but I think it'd be more exciting than watching this.
Bracey into the offside, scampers through for a single, and that is a lead now of 300. Is that the magic number, Andrew?
No.
No, it isn't, of course not. And the Shepherd's Crook has just come out, and I think we've got a tactical double sub at the end of this over. I think they're tired of us.
Yeah, we've had enough.
Tired of us moaning about the pace of play. It's
my legs are feeling a bit weary. I bowled too many balls in my mind here. And
as Brooks in again over the wicket this time. Interesting. Changed his angle of attack. And yeah, another dot. Another dot, and he's now changing around the wicket. He's that time of day to change things every ball just to try and make something happen. So Somerset still doing a good job with the strike rate here, keeping Gloucester batting. 205 for 3. As Brooks in again and bowls halfway down, and that has hooked away and beats Imam ul Haq on the mid-wicket boundary. An awkward one that just looks like it bounced him in front of him, and it makes its way for a 4, which has quadrupled the number of overs in the past, or quadrupled the number of runs in the past 10 overs, I reckon. Bit of impetus there from Miles Hammond, who can hit some big balls. But whether or not this is the slog time, I guess one swallow and all that. Fielder there from Lbw. Guided it down to backward point. It just looks like maybe Hammond is sort of going to release the shackles a little bit here, because he's been tied down 132 balls for his 47. And I'm not sure there'll be many innings that he's faced that many balls for so few runs. As Brooks comes in again, and that is driven into the offside and should pick up 2. He's very quick between the wickets. It's tidied up out there. It just looks now that they might just be pushing the accelerator. Maybe a change of comms might do that.
No, I just think it's 2 bad balls from Brooks, and
I've actually put them away.
Put them away for a change. Well, penultimate ball before I depart and go feed my dog.
Do something interesting.
Do something interesting.
Yeah. You can see the lights taking full effect now, really. The foreshadows you can see underneath Jack Brooks as he finishes the over there with another dot ball into the offside. And that leaves Gloucester 211 for 3 and 83 overs bowled now. The lead 306, and thank you for my ex-teammate popping in to give me a hand in that thrilling part of play. And a bit like Caddy's jokes, nothing much happening. So I shall bid you farewell as well, Charlie.
Thanks, Blackie. Thanks for that. It was
a pleasure.
A thrill ride. Yeah, thank you.
And I shall catch you at some point, no doubt.
Yeah, it's been good to catch up today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and I shall be around, I think, maybe for the next home game. So,
hint, hint, Ben. There we go. Just dropping those in there.
If I'm allowed, and I've not bored you all to death.
No, it's been good.
Great.
Lovely stuff. It's been great to have you here. Former Somerset and England all-rounder Ian Blackwell, now an umpire at county level. 211 for 3. It's been tough to watch. I don't think we're not trying to dress it up as dramatic, exciting cricket, because that's not what it's been in the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's been pretty dull, Charlie. Pretty dull.
Yeah, Sam Dalling's here.
I love my county cricket. I do love it dearly. I haven't loved that.
No.
I've loved listening to Andy Caddick and Ian Blackwell.
Do you know what? That made it so much better, as Bracey's using his feet here, but not able to find a gap. No run. Yes, that was good listening to those two go.
No run.
I might say that quite a lot. But yeah, that's been tough. Well, I can't get my head around it. I just can't get my head why you wouldn't at least try with a big margin of runs in the first innings, and you've got that platform already. They're 306 ahead. But they're running, okay, a bit early to say they're running out of time, but Somerset will fancy batting a day on this, won't they?
They also don't rate Somerset's batting.
No. Well, that's partly it. Or we've sort of been talking about in the box. It's about a lack of confidence. Khan is in. Oh, stumping chance. And it's missed. And it's running away towards the boundary. And it's not going to reach it. It pulls up just inside.
Yeah, you've got to think Gloucestershire do have a game plan, but just their game plan is to take it through to tomorrow and not declare until overnight.
Of our commentary team here. There he is.
Is there no end to that man's talent?
There's no start to his talent.
Look at him, the concentration. He doesn't want to take that right hand off the camera, does he?
He's zoomed in. There's a plate of sausage rolls the other side of the ground. He's just zoomed in on them.
Finally found his niche.
Yeah. Got a great view of all the food in the stadium from up there. Miles Hammond then waiting for this one from Sajid Khan. Oh, he plays it very, very late.
Good to see Ian Blackwell learning his lessons from earlier, taking his own apple core with him after handing it down to the minions at lunchtime.
Yeah, he's his second apple of the day. He had a salad for lunch. He's doing very well.
Times have changed. It's the same fruit base. It's been brilliant to have Ian Blackwell with us for the last couple of days, hasn't it?
Great guy.
Some wonderful insight. And brilliant to have someone who knows the rules. Helpful as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no doubt on that in this case. We're going to see a change in the bowling, which will be exciting.
Yeah, a bit of Casey Aldridge into the attack. 8 overs remaining in the day. You can't. All 4 or 5 of us up here all assume that Gloucestershire would quite fancy a little dig at Somerset around this time. I can't see it happening now.
No, what have they got? They've got 8 overs left of the day. Well, with the over 8's +9, so actually it could be a bit more than that, but still, yeah, you lose 2 for a swap over of innings. Yeah, it just feels like they've just not had a plan. That's what it feels like to me, is they just haven't had a clear
But they can't
direction.
have not. I understand. I'm with you. I've been as frustrated as
That's
you.
how
at
it
the
feels.
back.
It's how it feels.
It feels like
yeah.
but their plan must be this. It can be the only way. Somerset bowled all right.
Yeah.
But they've taken no risks, really, and with the number of wickets in hand, which suggests their plan was never to try and score quickly.
They look like the team that could be where Somerset are in the table and not where they are in the table. So, if this is Somerset batting like this, I say, fine, you're securing a draw against a team that's way below you, keeping them below you, but Gloucestershire have got to win this game.
Aldridge and around the wicket to James Bracey, opening the face up. There's no fielder down at third. Tom Lambie will chase away. He's going to get there, keep it to a couple. But yeah, absolutely right, Charlie. Absolutely
Thank you.
I think there was 2 there. I mean, I saw it with my eyes. I didn't see it with the camera.
Yeah, we would just like
It's
to
his first
apologise
day on the job.
for the poor camera work that's going on there.
Last day too, as well, I suspect, at this rate.
Yeah, it could be a short career, couldn't it?
We're trying to find somewhere where we can put him, though. Trying to find a home for him.
Yeah. Yeah, until his contract's up at the end of the season, and then finally we can see the back of him.
A mutual parting of ways. So the club would like to thank Harry Everett for all this done. Driven into the offside there for...
Where's the ball, Harry? Come on. There it is.
Just a single. Into the offside, Harry. Take your cues from me.
There he is. Oh, we got a camera on him.
He'll be stressed now as well.
Yeah, he will. Can he hear us? Has he got an earpiece in? He must do. Watch the ball, Harry. God, he tweets as if he knows cricket inside out, but he just went onto the leg side instead of the offside. Come on.
Come on, Harry. You can do this, I believe. You could do a dot ball here, Harry, really, couldn't you? Just going whistling through to the wicketkeeper, then you don't have to move.
Right. Let's see what happens from Aldridge this time. Very good. Look at that. Well done, Harry.
Excellent stuff from Harry Everett. We're only teasing him. We do like to tease Harry. Very valued member.
He's probably getting quite hungry. He can't just leave there to go and find some food now.
He's got a sausage roll in his pocket. I know that for
he
sure.
Always has one in his pocket.
Yes.
Just never leaves home without one in his pocket.
That's the motto he lives by. Yeah. Keys, wallet, sausage roll.
All leave them by the door. Pop them in your pocket as you go.
Fuller, driven. Beats Abel, who just tips it round the corner, and they scramble through for a single.
Makes you realise, actually, just how good our camera operators are normally, doesn't it, when you see Harry have
Normally.
a go.
Henry and Andrew both excellent.
Yeah.
There it is, half century for Miles Hammond. Hang on, in all the excitement, Miles Hammond has reached 50. 50 off 137 balls. Slow by his usual standards, not the slowest half century of the game.
Oh, what a catch!
It's got him.
What a
there
catch.
It is. James Bracey, 11. Casey Aldridge. He took one like that in the previous game as well, Aldridge. Tom Abel talked about how good a fielder he was. That was really low down. Let's have another look at this. Fine catch from Casey Aldridge to get rid of James Bracey. Look at that, right above the ground. I wasn't sure if it had carried, but looking at the replay, it definitely had.
Yeah.
Brilliant work from Casey Aldridge. Gets a high five from Tom Abel. James Bracey has to depart, so not his most productive game, certainly not here. He got 150 odd in the previous game last season. So a few smiles for Somerset. Gloucestershire 4 down now. Probably still not going to get that declaration.
But
though.
here's the thing.
What is the thing?
That Gloucestershire are 218 for 4. And on paper, you look at that and you say, well, that's probably even both ways. And in batting innings, you say 4 down by the time you reach 200-ish. Probably about even, you know, the pitch is probably doing a little bit, but offering some shots. But we're 85 overs in. You know, really, Gloucestershire should be, by this point, you should be thinking sort of 300 for 4. You know, they've just been so slow that now they're 4 wickets down. They're actually, the score isn't, you know, much beyond what you'd expect at 4 wickets.
I presume they've probably taken the second new ball as well. No new ball, Stephen Lamb just telling us with an
Still
exclamation
not taking
mark.
the new
Still
ball.
no new ball. Yet. ... This is it. I'm letting you in behind the scenes, isn't it? Stephen Lamb's got a new job as well.
Yeah. Can we hang on?
Should we get that on the camera? There it is. No new ball yet.
Thanks, Stephen. No new ball yet.
But we do have a new batter.
Yeah.
Looks to me like GVB, Graham Van Buren, for some reason I was about to say the Scotland skipper. I don't know why. Gloucestershire skipper.
Definitely not
No,
a
he's
Scotland player, so it would be a surprise if he was given the captaincy.
Be some press release, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Graham Van Buren is
in a shock move, Cricket Scotland has, yeah.
There's a bit of cabin fever, I think, going on in here today. Casey Aldridge then with the wicket. James Bracey, the man to fall. He's gone for 11, which is what has brought Gloucestershire skipper Graham Van Buren to the crease, right-hander now. A slip in. The thing is, Charlie.
Oh, go on. What is the thing?
The thing. The second thing. So let me take a couple of quick wickets here. And then Gloucestershire aren't able to get any momentum. And all right, Somerset might end up having to chase 320, 330. It's not impossible. It's unlikely. But Gloucestershire are in danger of surrendering the impetus and the momentum.
They should have put this game beyond that. They should by now be at a point where they're beyond that. That's kind of the point I was trying to make earlier.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Straight drive that Aldridge is down doing the fielding. That's it. Just the lack of confidence. They haven't won a game and
they're making sure they don't lose it.
Oh,
That's how I feel they're trying to do, but they're not. Exactly. They feel like maybe this feels like the right thing to do, but actually it doesn't. What are you? You've got a cricket ball there. Is this a memento from somewhere? Is it a Somerset one?
I just stole it from next door.
Oh, next door?
Yeah.
Not the shop?
Not the shop,
no.
A couple of doors down, really. I think Ben Warren had it.
What does it say?
Bradford's Building Supplies.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I noticed that Bradford's Building Supplies got some great big banners up at the back of the Lordie and Botham stand.
Have they?
Yeah.
Or round the back of
Round the back, and then between the walkway where they sell fish and chips.
What do they say?
What does it say on the ball there? It doesn't say much more than their name, but yeah, between the walkway and the river.
Eagle-eyed, that's. I noticed. Are they new banners, are they?
I went on. Well, I hadn't walked through there for a little while because we tend to be this side of the ground. And that's the exact opposite. But that's the first time I'd noticed them today. They didn't look brand new.
First time you noticed them today.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I had a nice little wander around the ground actually. Bought myself a pencil case.
Did you from the ground?
Yeah, from the shop here.
Somerset County Sports.
Yeah, exactly that. That precise one. Khan is in. And this one just using his feet here. Hammond comes through for a single.
Somerset branded pencil case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the Somerset.
The Wi-Fi on the front. You know, I would love to have a look at it, actually.
Stephen, would you mind, in the grey bag at the back of the box, you'll find a little purpley pink pencil case in one of the... I'll show
Purpley
you.
pink. Are they Somerset's official colours when they released
Somerset's
the kit?
colours, purpley pink.
Got a
Yeah.
purpley pink.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
Oh, look at that. That's glorious.
Official
isn't
branded,
it?
and I tell you, I don't need it for pencils.
I was going to say, did you need a pencil
No,
case, or
no.
did it just catch your eye? Did it just catch
It
your
is
eye?
nice. I like it. But
There
there
it
you
is.
go.
Available
That's
in
it. Yeah.
Somerset County stores. £5 by the looks of it.
Fiver. Yeah. It's quite nice. Like sort of neoprene, like wetsuit material. The outside of it. It's nice.
You're going to try that out and take it surfing with you?
Yeah. Keep my pencils dry when I'm surfing. No. The just the paper that's the problem when you go surfing.
Yes.
The pencils
yes.
aren't the issue. It's keeping the paper dry. Defended again. It is for cables, charging cables, because they build as a cyclist.
Yeah.
There's so much rechargeable stuff. My lights are rechargeable. Got a little onboard computer thing that's rechargeable. Everything, and it's just so many cables everywhere. This is in the air and down the ground. In fact, it's going to go all the way. 6 from the bat of Graham Van Buren, and he gets off the mark with it. So it's just I had so many cables everywhere that I thought I need something more, sophisticated than just
sophisticated.
Yeah, I've just got a sort of plastic bag.
Pencil case is the height of sophistication in your world.
Exactly. Yeah, it is.
Sensible.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to filling that up when I'm back in the office on Monday.
It's been a slow
Sunday,
day, isn't
Sunday.
it? If that's if those are the things on the list of what am I looking forward to
Yeah.
now?
Well, I went in there not thinking I'll buy it, and then I saw the pencil case and I thought that'd be perfect for what I was just thinking to myself earlier this week. I need something like that. So there we go. Khan is in. It's chipped back to him on the bounce. There's a throwback from Sajid Khan.
He's a proper competitor, isn't
Oh,
he?
you could tell,
I
and
like that.
you could tell from his moustache that he's a competitor. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I don't think you do.
I think
there's his shots, his sort of his headshots for when Somerset announced it that he signed.
He announced it first.
He announced it first. He did announce it first, about a day before Somerset did. But he's got this very well looked after moustache, which has been sort of oiled and greased so that it turns up like a call them handlebar moustache.
Yeah, I think so.
And for me, that says
that screams
I'm
competitor.
here because I'm a showman. I'm a competitor. Yeah.
He certainly is competitive, so you were right to read that into it, Charlie.
Yeah,
Casey
that's how I read it.
Aldridge.
And same with sort of Jadeja's got a moustache like that, and I think the same thing about him. I think actually, no, you are a competitor. Ben Green.
Aldridge around, look, he certainly is a competitor.
Yeah.
Field spread, happy to give the single to Hammond and get Van Buren back on strike, you think? Or perhaps is that field going to stay spread just to stop that show of intent? No, Tom Abel is going to come in to, I think, Gully. Lewis Gregory is going to come up from fine. Going at slip. We've got at least 6 overs remaining in the day. 20 to 6 now here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It could be a fascinating final day in store if the weather holds here. It's been slow at times, slow going, particularly through that middle couple of hours, but it was an absolute delight to have Ian Blackwell and Andy Caddick on the live stream.
Really good. I went on my little loop around the grounds right at the start of this session.
This was an eventful loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I chatted to a lot of people. I'm quite well known, Sam. So people come up to me.
People come up to you, do they?
Yeah. So I was chatting to a few people, and in the shop as well, having a chat in there. And I was telling everyone, this will be a really fascinating session. Gloucestershire are going to turn it on. Somerset will have a chance to take wickets. Shows how much I know.
Yeah, they turned it the wrong way.
Yeah, they did. They turned it down rather than turning the volume up.
Buren solid in defence there. Josh Davey does the fielding at mid-off. Well, I think tomorrow could be fascinating. You're back tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes. I'll be here. I'll be intrigued to see what happens overnight, given... Well, I assume that Gloucestershire are now just going to bat out the day. Cannot see... I don't see that they're going to think they've got enough runs. Although Van Buren seems to be perhaps trying to get things going a bit more.
Yeah, you don't want to lose. Exactly. Stephen's just making a point in the back. You don't want to just... If you just have a couple of overs in the morning, then you lose those overs. What I think is key, so if it's a 96 over day tomorrow, which I think it will be anyway,
yeah.
You've got to give yourself 2 new balls. So you've got to have 80 overs then plus maybe 10, 12 overs with the second new ball. And then why not... If you're going to do that, why not
just declare overnight.
321. They could still get a 350 lead by
Yeah,
the close of play.
Remember, that might always have been the plan, in which case, fine, if that's what they were aiming to
Chance
do.
of a run out. Direct hit might have been close. There was a good bit of work there by George Bartlett at mid-off.
But for me, sorry to interrupt you there.
You're all right.
That's fine. And if you have a 350 as a target, that's fine. But what you're doing there is playing defensively, because you're saying Somerset aren't going to chase 350, rather than thinking how much time do we need to take 10 wickets.
But then I guess they would argue, as Aldridge comes around the wicket to Miles Hammond, defended and there'll be no run, that if they do what we wanted them to do, so if they're thinking, right, well, we're going to declare 350 ahead, if actually they get their 10 overs more quickly, they might argue that that actually tips the balance in Somerset's favour a little bit more time.
Then keep going, get to 400 if you feel.
Yeah.
If you get there early, you've got the option, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe. But then but what they need to do as well is entice Somerset to chase it a little bit. It's a really difficult balance, end of the over, 2-2-7 for 4.
But
I don't think they got it quite right.
In Gloucestershire's position in the table at the stage of the season, they need to win, and for that they need 10 wickets. And that is, for me, I think I'd be, and I agree with what Ian said, which is what you've got to risk losing to win.
Yes, which is why by not going on to get 400, I think if it sounds weird, I think you've got a better chance of winning the game by giving Somerset 350 to win than 400. Because if you keep going to 400, Somerset go, we're not even going to try and chase this, we're going to shut up. There's not even a sniff. So it's a really difficult balance. And maybe that's their logic.
So then you're saying the perfect amount is 350 to win, because it gives Somerset a small hope. Not a big hope at 350. That's a big total to chase on
exactly, it's still
fourth innings.
3.5 and over.
But then you're also saying we need a whole day to take 10 wickets. I personally, on what we've seen so far today, for a club that will be, Somerset don't have to win as desperately as Gloucestershire do. I would say we're going to need a day and a half a session or something. Give us a couple of early wickets this evening with under the lights. Just get a couple. Take out the 2 openers if you can. That's how I think if you're being more attacking in Gloucestershire's position, and it's playing into Somerset's hands a bit here, I'd say. But in Gloucestershire's position, I would want a team to look to win rather than to. And I just feel this is a bit more defensive than it is to try and win the game.
I think I'm with you. The not having a dash under lights, 5 or 6 overs tonight, and then you bowl it. You have Payne, and it could even be Price because he bowled so well.
Yeah.
But whoever, Payne and Dale and Price, bowl 3 overs each tonight, and they basically start again tomorrow completely fresh.
Absolutely.
So they don't have that. But then they'll look at it. Somerset bowled out in 82 overs. Their analysts would have looked at Somerset's innings this season, and the number of times Somerset have batted 96 overs, certainly more often than not, they've been out and under 96.
But I would also argue in that case, look at Gloucestershire's season. Gloucestershire are rock bottom. Yeah. They haven't had a single win, and yet here they are, 228 for 4 after 88 overs. This isn't a difficult, this is a team that's struggling as well. If Gloucestershire were mid-table, I'd say, yeah, no, absolutely, I can see. But this is clearly, this pitch is not causing much of a problem for the batters.
No, but that's why you give them a sniff. You give them free. Say, here you go. You bat for 100 overs, or you bat for 96 overs at 3.5 and over. You win the game, fair enough. But we've got to give you, because that mindset just changes slightly for Somerset. If they're trying to chase 350 compared to if they're trying to chase, they're not trying to chase 400, 420, are they? They're just batting out time.
Totally agree.
Oh, right.
But then, do you think? Oh well, we've got to give our bowlers a sniff at getting 10 wickets here. Yeah, it is a balance to strike, isn't it?
Before we come to blow, no, I don't think we're basically agreeing.
I think we are agreeing.
We
basically,
are agreeing. I'm just trying to see it from the Gloucestershire perspective.
Something I try never to do.
Having sat at the back for 2 hours and said how boring it's been, I'm now like, oh, maybe they have played the perfect game. Let's see what Stephen Lamb thinks of it all. I'm going to dip out for the day for the match, and Stephen's going to return.
As Aldridge comes in, there's a big pull shot here. It's got over the infield, and there's no one on the boundary. So there's 4 runs added. Van Buren here is going to play his shots. So he moves on to 12, the score to 232, which would take the lead to 327. Stephen Lamb's here. Afternoon.
Afternoon, Charlie. Initial thought is that it would have been good to see 1 or 2 of the batters who came in before Van Buren batting like he's doing now.
Would have moved the game on quickly, and I don't think they would have been. You wouldn't have to have played 100% risky shots to have moved your score on quickly. They just were very, very slow moving.
He's gone rapidly onto 12, the Gloucestershire skipper. Just 4 overs remaining today now, plus this one.
As Aldridge comes in to Van Buren. And this one turn around the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs as well. So this is Van Buren. I said he's going to play his shots. He's picking out the gaps. So now if this is the way that Gloucestershire have planned it, that Van Buren now comes in and moves the score on quickly, then we could even see a late declaration today, perhaps.
Or possibly an overnight declaration.
Overnight seems more likely. Overnight now seems quite likely, doesn't it? And then what they're relying on is taking 10 Somerset wickets in 96 overs. Well, it's something which other teams have managed to do quite easily this season in plenty of places.
I just feel that with all the wickets that they've had in hand for most of the day, they could have batted more positively than they have done.
And if they've got a target in mind of 350, I know what Sam was saying is that you don't want to give Somerset too much time to chase it, but actually if you've got a target 350 that you're confident Somerset aren't going to chase, why would you not then try and get there quicker without the risk and give yourself more time on a pitch which is not doing that much for bowlers, really? Not really. Full. And just turned into the leg side again. Just a single this time. Oh, I think about 2. As Khan returns it, there's no run other than the one which they scampered first of all.
If they've been going at Van Buren pace since tea, then they probably have declared by now, and they would have given themselves a chance, as Ian was suggesting, of 2 bursts, one this evening, one tomorrow morning, and a little bit more time.
I must admit, as a captain, that's what I would have been thinking, is to get Somerset under the lights for 6 to 8 overs, to ask some questions, to maybe nick out 1, perhaps 2. The way Somerset have been going, you could even get them 3 down overnight. Whereas if they come in the morning, you're not under the lights, you don't know what the weather's going to be like in the morning.
Yeah, and there isn't the immediate pressure of having been out in the field and having to bat immediately.
Yeah, and I know
a few overs.
It's been hard in this game, as they'll come through for a single here. It's been hard in this game to judge the weather as well, because most of the forecast has been dreadful throughout the week, and yet we've barely lost any overs. If there's any rain delay tomorrow, it's now huge bonus to Somerset. Huge bonus to Somerset, who will, from this position, take a draw.
Yeah.
Obviously, they'd prefer to win, and they still have an opportunity to win the game.
And
but
every over that's lost tomorrow suits them.
Heads towards a draw, absolutely. As we'll take a look at the clouds for you. There you go. You see, so that's the sort of thing we've been dealing with all week here in Taunton, that kind of dark cloud showers, but they've been mostly skirting around us or coming after the day's play.
Yeah, we've been so lucky with this game, really, given the forecast. The rain has waited and then deluged after the close of play.
So that's another thing, is that you can judge this afternoon. You've got a much better idea of what the weather's going to be doing on the day than you can say what's going to happen tomorrow. So as Gloucestershire captain, I'd be saying, right, we're likely to have a full day's play today. Let's make the most of that and try and whip out a few Somerset batters this evening, rather than say, not so sure what the weather's going to do. Forecast is for quite a bit of rain. Let's hope it doesn't happen and give ourselves 10. You know,
it's been a bit of a safety first.
For me, it feels like a very safe approach for Gloucestershire, and in their position in the table, they can't really afford to do that. That's how I look at it.
Sajid Khan's been a busy man today. Been wheeling away, it seems like almost the whole day down at that river end.
What's he bowled now? 33rd over he's into.
He's bowled pretty well as well. He's kept the lid on things.
Well, and just 67 runs.
And credit, we talk about the Gloucestershire approach to the batting. Maybe some credit to Sajid Khan and the other Somerset bowlers for keeping things tight.
Sajid going at just about 2, just over 2 and over. Davey 1.83 from his 12 overs. That's the economy rate. Brooks 2.64. Lbw 1.4 from 10 overs. That's very good.
Yeah, good spell. 2 good spells for him.
Gregory expensive, 4.54 he's gone for. Gone! Right. And Khan picks up another one. Edge to slip, and Hammond goes for 53. So another one falls. Somerset just chipping away. And Sajid Khan, the Pakistan bowler, picks up another wicket. Let's take another look at that one. Yeah, pretty standard off-spinner's wicket. That just a tiny bit of turn and edge to slip.
And you quite like it there at slip as well, don't you? In the mid-drift.
Yeah, you just sort of catch it, yeah, as it tucks you up a little bit. Yeah, well played, Sajid Khan. We were just praising him. And he picks up his second wicket of the day. So it's 1 for Davey, 2 for Sajid Khan, 1 for Aldridge and 1 for Lbw.
Yeah, 2 for 67 now, Sajid Khan. And the end of Miles Hammond started slowly, then showed us his full range of stroke play. One glorious straight 6 into the Lord Botham stand. But he's gone now. And another man who can hit big 6s is on his way out to join the skipper, Jack Taylor.
Well, interesting now. So that top 4's gone. Hammond, Price, Harris and Charlesworth, all of them have gone. We're into the middle order, which in the first innings for Gloucestershire failed to fire completely. So Gloucestershire here, I don't know where they go. For the lead now is, what, 333. So perhaps, you know, people have been banding around sort of 350 as a lead they'll aim for.
Well, they're very close to it, aren't they? 3 overs left. They could get pretty much up to that in the remainder of the day's play.
They certainly can. They certainly can. Well, having Sajid Khan bowling 33 overs has helped the over rate here, which is +9. So they're doing really well, Somerset, to get all these in. I mean, we could keep going, add on the 9.
It's a pretty remarkable figure.
Could still have 12 to go if you add on how far ahead they are of the over rate.
In theory, we've got another 14 deliveries. But let's see. As Jack Taylor assesses the field and settles. Here's his first ball from Sajid Khan.
That's a good ball as well. Turning into the right-hander.
I like his physical approach to the game, Sajid Khan. He's always urgent.
Yeah, well, he whistles through his overs. Thank you to Donald. He's been in touch on Twitter at CharlieTaylor4, at Somerset CCC as well. I'm finding Gloucestershire's approach baffling. We need to win, and unless they know that, they will get 96 overs bowled tomorrow. This is unlikely to happen.
And they don't know that.
Well, they don't know that it's going to be 96 overs, and that's my point, isn't it? It's that they don't know what the weather's doing tomorrow. The forecast, as it has been all week, is, well, we've got rain forecast from overnight right through till 11 a.m. So that's already going to be a delayed start if that happens. That's showers, so sunny spells as well, not blanket rain. And then between 12 and 4 on the BBC weather app, there's thunder and lightning. So, I mean, how you could look at that day and say, well, that's what we're going to leave to get 10 wickets. I think it's very, well, it's bold, I would say. Aldridge is in. Sorry, this is your over, Stephen.
Yeah, first delivery pushed gently into the covers. I mean, maybe they feel that the forecast has been so wrong, really, overall for the last 3 days that, and it's not dissimilar for tomorrow. So maybe they feel that they're likely to get another full day's play in. But it's a difficult hostage to leave to fortune, as Aldridge is in again. There's going to be a single down to long leg here. Comfortably taken. So that lead just edging up now towards the 350 mark.
I do wonder if they've got a figure in their minds, or if they just said we're going to bat out the day fairly slowly.
Maybe they said early on in the piece, 350 by this evening.
Yeah.
And see how we are.
In which case they've batted with perfect pace to get there. Yeah, we're into the 91st over of this innings, just 239 on the board. So slow old progress today.
Good looking drive, but won't pierce the infield. Aldridge has into his 12th over now, 1 for 41 his figures. Excellent caught and bowled. Getting down, take a sharp chance.
Yeah, very good. Very good catch. Worth watching that one back if you can.
That'll be another dot ball into the cordon on the leg side this time, Tom Abel, who now I think has the distinction of wearing the most faded Somerset cap.
Yes, yes.
It was James Hildreth for a long time, wasn't it?
Well, probably since, well, even when Trescothick was playing, I think Trescothick had a newer one, didn't he?
Yeah.
James Hildreth did not change his cap for possibly his whole career.
Off the edge, and it's going to be 4 down to third man. Had there been a second slip, it would have been gobbled. But you don't really expect a second slip in this situation.
Straight into where second slip would have been standing, yeah, absolutely.
So Taylor's off the mark, fortuitously. Won't bother him. 2:43 for 5. 3:38 the lead. In the dying stages of the day, although it's still pretty bright out there with a bit of assistance from the floodlights. I think it might be quite dull without them at the moment. Be a single here out to deep mid wicket. Tom Lammonby in action there. Lammonby, who bowled two good containing spells this afternoon with his left arm. Just the one over left you see there on the scoreboard.
Well, considering the day was extended, they've done extremely well at 17:59 to be heading into the last over. I think it just shows how quickly they've been getting through their overs, including mostly Sajid Khan, who races through.
I was going to say, guess who's won the honour of bowling the last over of the day?
Well, he deserves it. The amount he's the amount he's bowled today. This is his 34th over of the day. He's definitely getting their money's worth out of him here, the overseas signing. Slip in place then, last over of the day, in comes Khan. And this will just be played by Taylor up towards long on for a single.
Yeah, well, you could say he's the man of the day today, certainly with the ball. And it's his fellow compatriot who was the man of the day yesterday with the bat, the two overseas signings.
Well, that's proving why they're here with all that expertise that they bring, as this is edged. And they'll pick up just the one. That was Goldsworthy fields it. Yeah, it's been a long day, I should think, for Somerset's fielders. Out there pretty early on today, 92 overs ago. This one will not bring a run. Yeah, I've got to say Khan for me has looked very good. Lammonby also bowled well, as did Davey. Davey bowled brilliantly. I thought that first wicket of Marcus Harris was brilliant. Again, another one to watch on the clips if you can find it on the Somerset County CC website.
It's the kind of delivery that, I mean, the batsman can't blame himself for being dismissed.
Oh, no.
By a ball like that.
Played it as well as you probably could, I should think, but the ball was just destined to hit the stumps. Just nipping back away off the pitch. Pushing forwards. 1 ball to come. 1 minute past 6. We've had 102 overs today, as that one is. Again, push forwards. That is the end of the over and the end of the day here at Taunton.
Yeah, some tired players, as you can tell by their collective gait on their way off. It's been a long day in the field, almost all day. That is in the field. Somerset lost their last 2 wickets, of course, in fairly short order this morning. But the lead for Gloucestershire at the close here at Taunton is 341. So we've been banding about that figure of 350. They're not quite there, but they're near enough for it to virtually make no difference. So the question tomorrow morning is whether the declaration will be overnight or whether they knock off a few more quick ones.
Well, as you say, that problem for them is that they will lose 2 overs if they decide not to declare overnight when the change of innings comes. So that's something they've got to bear in mind. All the overs they can get will help now because they've got 96 tomorrow. You won't add on any more tomorrow and the final day. So they've got 96 maximum to take 10 Somerset wickets. They're obviously still batting now with a lead of 341. A quick run through then the last couple of wickets to fall. Sajid made 16 overnight and into this morning. And Jack Brooks, 21 quick runs he added, including a 6, the only 6 of Somerset's innings. So Somerset finished 248 all out, 95 behind Gloucestershire, who went fairly slowly about their business, it has to be said, in to be polite. Charlesworth, 64. He made off 207 balls, a strike rate of 31, so slow progress there. Harris was the first one out. He was clean bowled by Davey. He did look good for 21 runs, but it was a spectacular delivery that got rid of him. Ollie Price made 53, improving on his first innings score by 1. He was caught at slip off the bowling of Sajid, as was Miles Hammond, who made 53, also caught by Gregory into the slips off the bowling of Sajid. And it was a brilliant caught and bowled chance from Aldridge, who got James Bracey out for 11. So the current batters not out. Van Buren on 19, including 1 6 and 2 4s, and Jack Taylor's there on 6, including a 4. So 246 for 5 is the score. They've had 92 overs, and that is how things will look overnight here at Taunton. Will we see a declaration overnight? Well, we'll have to wait till 10:30 tomorrow morning to find that out, assuming there's no rain delay. Stephen, where do you see this game going tomorrow?
Well, I think Somerset will be happier with the situation now than they would have been first thing this morning, in that they can probably see the possibility of a draw has slightly widened out. Gloucestershire is still very much in control of the game, but it could be a tricky one to win. You wouldn't bet against Gloucestershire given the fragility of Somerset's batting for most of this summer, but who knows, it could be a fascinating day. And of those 92 overs you mentioned that have been bowled, more than a third of them have been bowled by the Pakistani off-spinner Sajid Khan. 34 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 69. Great effort from him.
Yeah,
so
fantastic.
I think that just about ties things up for the day. I should thank particularly Andy Caddick, who I invited at no notice at all on air when he just popped into the box to come in and join Ian Blackwell. But that was a very good listen. And indeed, from Charlie and Sam Dalling, I think most of us are going to be here tomorrow, and we're looking forward to your company there.
Looking forward to it.
So, and me too. And thanks very much for joining us, and hope you can tomorrow. From me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening.